A pink-haired woman smirks with cunning amusement, plotting her next move. In her throne room, the pink-haired woman, now revealed to have horns, taunts a faltering hero, revealing that her magic drains the souls of those who attack her and that he should give up. The hero, Leonard, glares back with defiance, vowing that he will not die until he has killed her. The pink-haired woman scoffs at his determination, mockingly calling herself an innocent woman as she faces his 100th challenge. Leonard angrily refutes her claim of innocence, questioning how many villages and humans have suffered due to her demonic magic. But she impatiently cuts him off. The horned woman yawns, dismissing the destructive demons as mere stray dogs she couldn't control, and proposes they stop fighting to chat. Leonard grimly refuses her offer, declaring with conviction that eliminating her is the only way to make the demons disappear. With a wide, crazed smile, the horned woman accepts his challenge and invites him to attack. Leonard lunges forward, his sword flashing in a powerful, decisive strike aimed at her neck. Panting heavily, Leonard stands over the headless body of his foe, a resounding thud marking its fall. He catches his breath, revealing he used all his strength in a new swordsmanship developed just to defeat her as her decapitated body lies still. A female voice surprises him from behind, praising his unexpected growth and surprising move. Leonard whirls around in shock as the headless body rises to its feet, crackling with ominous purple energy. He stares in utter disbelief, his confidence shattering as the impossible happens before his eyes. The woman's severed head floats in the air, laughing as she reveals that she is an immortal being and could never be killed. While the floating head finds his bewildered expression amusing, her headless body grabs Leonard's sword arm, and she commends his impressive attack. Her head floats closer, admitting even she could barely follow his speed before reminiscing about their first meeting when he was only 12. She mockingly recalls how he was once a scared, crying boy, marveling at how strong he has become since then. A flashback shows a terrified young Leonard on his knees, crying and begging for his life. Her head pops up beside a stunned Leonard, teasingly asking, "Huh?" after suggesting he might have wet himself from fear back then. Suddenly, Leonard grabs her disembodied head and makes her run for it, ignoring her shocked cries to stop. Her headless body frantically chases after him, yelling as he flees the throne room with her head tucked under his arm. Galloping through the night, Leonard rides away on a horse, leaving the castle far behind. As he rides, the woman's head, still under his arm, angrily demands to know where he is taking her. Leonard calmly announces their destination is the sea, stunning her into silence. He continues riding at full speed, explaining that he has realized the source of her magic is her fire. He reveals his plan to submerge her head in the deep ocean, prompting a furious and disbelieving reaction from her. The woman unleashes a powerful mental attack, but Leonard grits his teeth, resisting its force. Leonard pushes his horse onward, declaring that as the Demon Queen's nemesis, his will as a hero cannot be broken. The woman, realizing her mental attacks are useless, cries out in desperation as he holds her tightly. They arrive at a cliff overlooking the vast ocean, the narrator noting that without a body, she is limited to futile mental assaults. Leonard holds her head over the churning water and asks for her last words, but she just laughs, mocking the idea that water could kill her. He calmly concedes he can't kill her, but explains this will stop her magic from spreading and save humanity. He bids farewell to the Lahan, and her shock is palpable as she realizes he is serious. Ignoring her final, screamed curse, Leonard hurls her head far out over the ocean. With a small splash, her head disappears beneath the waves. Sinking into the deep, her expression is one of disbelief as a fish swims by. As she descends into the darkness, the woman vows she will never forgive Leonard and will have her revenge. She sinks deeper, promising to escape and inflict the most painful death imaginable upon the hero. A skeletal horse gallops through a dark forest. A farmer and his son watch in fear from the bushes, trembling at the sight. The father identifies the terrifying figure as the Headless Horseman and declares they must warn the villagers. In the forest, the headless body of the woman finally collapses to the ground as its skeletal mount dissipates. A kind-looking, bald man discovers the corpse in the woods, wondering what happened. The narrator explains that after a passerby buried her body, the demons vanished, and the people possessed by her magic were freed. A group of villagers freed from possession look around in confusion, one man wondering why he's holding a hammer. The land celebrates, with people cheering that the hero has finally defeated the Demon Queen and her armies. Leonard, the hero, walks through a triumphant parade, accepting a bouquet from the grateful crowd. At a royal celebration, A bald king tells a young woman named Ophelia that since the young hero has finally succeeded, he will permit her to meet with him. Ophelia blushes as she agrees with her father, while the bald king smiles, musing that having a hero for a son-in-law is for the best. The scene shifts to a modern fishing boat on a vast ocean, where someone asks where a certain story was heard. A dark-haired man on the boat explains he heard the sailor's tale about the demon queen's head roaming the seas while he was in Spain. A younger man with lighter hair scoffs, doubting a demon queen could survive a modern bullet, and a dark-haired man casually agrees. The dark-haired man remarks that in 2024, an era with advanced weapons, a demon queen or hero would be instantly defeated. Deciding to start fishing, the men pull up their net, hoping to find an expensive catch. Suddenly, purple lightning zaps both fishermen, shocking them as the narrator notes this happens after a long time. Caught in their net, the demon queen's severed head floats in the water, crackling with a powerful, dark aura. The terrified fishermen stare at the head, with the younger one stammering to ask if it's a mannequin. The demon queen's eyes snap open, glowing with menacing purple energy. A blood-curdling scream echoes across the water. A massive pillar of demonic energy erupts from the ocean, engulfing the small fishing boat. In a quiet cemetery, a young girl named Jamie tugs on her father's coat, telling him something is moving as he arranges offerings on a grave. To the father's disbelief, the demon queen's headless body rises from its grave as Jamie excitedly points it out, misinterpreting her father's concerned thoughts. Back on the boat, the two fishermen and a pink-haired girl are possessed, their eyes glowing with the demon queen's purple energy. Reunited with a body, the demon queen opens her eyes, relieved to feel her power again and sensing that the hero is somehow still alive. A smile plays on her lips as she senses the hero's scent is not only strong, but very close. The fishing boat speeds across the ocean, propelled by an unnatural, magical force. Now on land, the demon queen looks bewildered, finding herself inexplicably wearing a fisherman's life vest. She wanders through a modern city, her demonic horns and fantasy-era presence clashing with the mundane surroundings. She pauses, her expression thoughtful as she tries to process her new reality. Her eyes narrow with grim certainty, as she thinks, of course. She fumes, calling the hero a weakling for dying peacefully instead of living until he could truly kill her as he'd vowed. Enraged by the vision of her enemy dying happily with his family, her fury suddenly gives way to a shocking realization. A wicked, brilliant idea dawns on her face as she whispers, "That's it." With a wide, crazed grin, she vows to enact her revenge by killing the hero's descendant, her two possessed minions standing ready. Following the scent, she arrives at an office building, which she assumes is the descendant's castle, as two men walk past, complaining about their company. Overhearing the term shitty company, she mistakenly believes it's the castle's name and lets out a small laugh. A dark-haired man stops and asks if she's the new hire they were expecting for an interview. When asked how she got there, she smugly declares she's here to see the boss, leading the man to assume she's the new hire and usher her inside. The man explains a security badge is needed to open the door, which the demon queen finds interesting, as she confidently says she's got it. On the phone, the man smooths things over with a colleague, excusing her casual tone by claiming she's an elite who lived abroad. When her weird headband is mentioned, she realizes her horns are visible and quickly decides she needs to hide them. She probes the man about the workplace and the boss, and he nervously admits that between them, neither is very good. She smirks, assuming the descendant must be just some average, unimpressive man. Upon entering the office, other employees notice her, with two women whispering about how pretty the new hire is. The man offers her coffee while she waits, but she's stunned, insisting the boss must be here because she can smell the hero's scent. As she insists the hero's scent is present, the man gets annoyed at the water cooler, calling out for someone named Yong-rae. A nervous-looking man with glasses, Yong-rae, pops up and apologetically says he forgot to refill the cups. The demon queen stares in utter, dumbfounded shock, her eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of this man. The guide sighs, complaining to her that Yong-rae is completely clueless, despite having worked there for over a year. Wondering if the hero has been resurrected, she watches as another employee begins to scold Yong-rae for his incompetence. Yong-rae meekly apologizes as his superior berates him, demanding to know if an apology is enough. He responds with a flustered, submissive, and slightly goofy smile. The guide whispers to her that Yong-rae is an airhead, and the Demon Queen glares in irritation at his stupid smile. Leading her on a tour, the guide explains they're a trading company, and their employee count is now 19 since they lost one this morning. The Demon Queen internally identifies the clumsy man as Kim Yong-rae, the descendant of the hero, recalling another one of his blunders involving an exploded microwave. A man she assumes is the boss asks Yong-rae for coffee, comically requesting it without nicotine, leaving him confused. The Demon Queen takes a seat at her new desk in the modern office, seemingly ready to begin her infiltration. She slumps in her chair, utterly appalled that the descendant of her great nemesis is such a pathetic, disrespected pushover. The Demon Queen scoffs at the memory of the great hero, finding it impossible that his descendant could be treated so pathetically. She decides to investigate further, using her enhanced Lahan hearing to observe him more closely. A blushing Kim Yong-rae speaks to a dark-haired woman, asking Sujin why she called him. The Demon Queen cynically assumes they are lovers, recalling that her nemesis, Leonard, was also very popular with women. In a flashback, the hero Leonard is swarmed by adoring women, one complaining that he hasn't answered her letters. A red-haired girl hawks merchandise depicting the hero in a romance, showing how his fame was widely exploited. Back in the present, Sujin berates Yong-rae for his behavior, while the Demon Queen notes that even this descendant is popular with women. As Yong-rae stands crestfallen, Sujin continues her scolding, questioning why she is always scolded for his broken promises and asking if he expects her to stop her own work for him, all while the Demon Queen tearfully observes his misery. Sujin sighs in exasperation, telling him to just do the basics so people won't talk badly about him, reminding him that they are in a secret relationship and his behavior makes it difficult to see him comfortably, even unfavorably comparing him to assistant manager Jae-won. Fed up, Sujin tells him to do whatever he wants, frustrated that he always forces her to be the bad guy. The Demon Queen watches him cower, thinking he is a miserable, pathetic whelp who can't say a word in his own defense, questioning if he is truly the descendant of a proud hero. A moment later, assistant manager Jae-won approaches Sujin, asking if she and Yong-rae had a fight. Jae-won takes Sujin's hand, casually remarking that he doesn't know when Yong-rae will grow up, but admits that he is kind. A close-up shows Jae-won's hand tightly gripping Sujin's. Jae-won pulls Sujin into an embrace, urging her to sort things out and come to him, but she says she cannot abandon a struggling person and wants to wait for him to handle himself. The Demon Queen is left utterly speechless and aghast at the unfolding drama. She slumps in her chair, declaring the situation is so sad it's making her cry, and that the pathetic man doesn't deserve to be the hero's descendant. Her sympathy turns to rage as she clenches her fist, deciding she'll just kill him right now. Crackling with dark pink energy, she vows that he will die alone in this empty castle and that she is cruel for crushing a budding sprout. Powering up, she declares this is revenge for his ancestor and lunges toward an unsuspecting Yong-rae. Just as she attacks, Yong-rae leans over a railing and mutters that he wants to die, causing her to freeze in shock, cursing his timing. Startled, Yong-rae turns around, surprised to find her there. Seeing her doubled over, he asks the new interviewee if she's all right, mistaking her murderous rage for a stomachache. The Demon Queen is internally furious, shocked that her target has absolutely no will to live. She confronts him, questioning how he can want to die when even the smallest creatures cling to life. She calls him pathetic for wanting to die, but he nonchalantly responds that it's not like he chose to be born anyway. His phone buzzes, and he answers a call from the assistant manager, saying he's on the roof and will be right down. The Demon Queen glares in seething frustration as he obediently answers the summons. He turns back to her, asking if she wants him to kill a cockroach for her. She stares, completely stunned by his question, and can only think, I see. Back in the office, she sits at a desk with her feet up, stewing in annoyance. The bald boss appears, asking who she is, though his inner thoughts betray that he's instantly smitten. The Demon Queen points at him with a fanged grin, announcing she's here to work for him and that he should be grateful. The boss, now at his own desk, asks if she's the new recruit, and she confidently confirms that she, a noble, will work in this shabby place. He notes her arrogance while looking at her resume, confused because he was expecting a man. Meanwhile, her eyes glow as she senses the mix-up. The resume for Jimi Hendrix is magically replaced with one for Lahan. Elsewhere, the real Jimi Hendrix is dragged away by security, protesting that there's been a mistake and vowing to return to work. Her colleagues are shocked by her rude greeting, prompting the man who guided her to nervously claim she just lived abroad for a long time. A female employee whispers to assistant manager Young-yun that this situation doesn't look good. The boss pulls Yong-rae aside, interrupting his work. He assigns Yong-rae to be the new recruit's mentor, tasking him with teaching her Korean culture, etiquette, and office seniority. The Demon Queen smirks deviously at the news, thinking of the, quote, descendant of the hero. She approaches Yong-rae's desk, vowing to make his life so happy that he reaches a peak of joy and wants to live forever. Then, with a terrifying, demonic expression, she promises that at that very moment, she will kill him. Misunderstanding her intense stare, Yong-rae smiles and tells her the proper Korean greeting is, "I look forward to working with you." The Demon Queen is left utterly dumbfounded, already hearing the sound of his work life crashing and burning. The scene ends on a prepared meal, cheerfully inviting someone to eat. At a restaurant, the Demon Queen sits opposite Kim Yong-rae, who is preparing to eat with chopsticks. She scowls, unenthused by the prospect of using chopsticks, as a close-up shows her struggling to pick up black beans. She considers using telekinesis instead, noting it's been a while since she's had to use a tool to eat. Her hand trembles as she fails to pick up the beans with her chopsticks. Noticing her struggle, Yong-rae offers to get her a fork, while she defiantly insists she can get used to it. Shaking with irritation, she internally questions if she has to be polite to him, as he nervously clarifies that she doesn't. An older restaurant worker looks at the messy, empty plates, wondering if the sloppy eating was some kind of protest. As they leave, Yong-rae asks if she enjoyed the Korean meal, and she confirms she did, vowing to remember the dish bulgogi. The Demon Queen internally wonders why Yong-rae seems to find no joy in everyday life, not even reacting to delicious food. Back in the office, assistant manager Jae-won hands Yong-rae the corporate card to pay for the meal. Jae-won smirks, inviting assistant manager Young-hyun for a smoke break, but Young-hyun and the Demon Queen both question his meaning. The Demon Queen confronts Yong-rae, asking why he always shrinks back from people and whether he's committed some crime. He laughs nervously, explaining it's a habit from being scolded so often by a certain person after making a mistake that morning. Grabbing his shirt, she gives him a pep talk, telling him to be confident and not let cunning humans target his weaknesses. Overhearing the advice, Sujin wonders what's with that woman while being told to clean up by a coworker. By the coffee machine, the Demon Queen asks what it is, and Yong-rae explains it provides free coffee with the press of a button. Yong-rae calls out to a departing Sujin, asking if she enjoyed her meal. Sujin confronts him, questioning who the new woman is and why she was touching him, but he nervously blames it on foreign customs. She accuses him of secretly enjoying the attention, leaving him flustered and confused about where the conversation is heading. Panicked, Yong-rae frantically denies her accusation that this is a recurring issue. The Demon Queen returns holding multiple cups of coffee, one in her mouth, and calls out to Yong-rae for help, shocking a nearby cafeteria worker. Relaxing in her chair, she muses that one should always take what's free, and that a beast always gives its all, even for a rabbit. Yong-rae thanks her for the coffee, and she explains she seized the opportunity, thinking the free coffee was a one-day-only deal. He finds the coffee machine magical, and she agrees, happily noting how sweet and delicious the coffee is. Feeling a bit pitying, Yong-rae offers to buy her even better coffee sometime, to which she reacts with wide-eyed excitement. Suddenly, a loud hey rings through the office, startling Yong-rae, while the Demon Queen looks on inquisitively. An irritated man, manager Ryu Tae-kun, appears and demands to know who is making the chair squeak. As a terrified Yong-rae stammers an apology, manager Ryu spots the Demon Queen, who calmly announces, "It's me." She leans over the cubicle wall with a fanged grin, mockingly asking Yong-rae if she should use honorifics, much to his horror. Standing tall with a confident smirk, she formally introduces herself to the manager. "It's me, sir." Two coworkers whisper that she's in deep trouble for waking the sleeping manager, who had claimed to be out for work. Manager Ryu asks who she is, and she cheerfully introduces herself as a new employee, Lahan. The manager stands bewildered, while assistant manager Young-hyun rushes in to explain that she's a new hire from abroad and not yet fluent. Manager Ryu scoffs at the new employee and curtly tells everyone to stop making noise while working. Smirking, the Demon Queen thinks she recognizes the eyes of a warrior and cheekily adds that superiors shouldn't yell at subordinates. Enraged, the manager asks if she's being provocative on purpose, as Yong-rae tries to restrain him, demanding to know who's in charge of her. Manager Ryu glares at Yong-rae, threatening to fire him too if he doesn't train her properly, leaving Yong-rae terrified. As coworkers whisper about who hired her, The demon queen leans in and tells a stunned Yong-rae, "See? This is confidence." Yong-rae, pale-faced, thinks he should start job hunting before telling Miss Lahan that the boss is calling for her. The boss stands at his desk, ready to discuss her employment. With her feet on his desk, the demon queen listens as the boss explains her special salary increase and reminds her of his authority. She questions the inclusive wage system in her contract, and the boss clarifies that overtime is pre-calculated into her annual salary. After encouraging her to sign, the boss asks for her opinion on Yong-rae. She turns the question back on him, and he grumbles about the problems with Yong-rae and the younger generation. She counters that he is the problem, stating that understanding is the priority and that it will take time. Stretching dramatically, the demon queen loudly announces that it's the end of the day and time to go home. She points at a surprised Yong-rae, telling him it's time to leave since work hours are over. Two female employees are impressed by her leaving on time, but question why Yong-rae is going with her. Manager Ryu stops Yong-rae, demanding to know if he's finished his work for the day, to which he nervously agrees. The manager glares, menacingly asking if the work was done perfectly and suggesting he recheck it for mistakes. As Yong-rae stammers that he'll recheck his work, Lahan confidently steers him away, insisting that mistakes can be fixed tomorrow. Manager Ryu condescendingly tells her she's too young to know reality and threatens to terminate Yong-rae's contract if he fails. To Yong-rae's horror, Lahan calmly agrees with the manager, questioning why they'd keep an employee who can't do his job properly. The manager dismisses them, and as Lahan waves a cheerful goodbye, a defeated Yong-rae announces he'll stay a bit longer. The manager glares and angrily repeats his order to leave, prompting a terrified Yong-rae to quickly agree. Walking outside, Yong-rae admits that getting scolded for mistakes is his daily routine, but Lahan bluntly says it's nothing to be proud of. Yong-rae tries to set a boundary by mentioning he has a girlfriend, but she simply replies, "I don't really care," leaving him baffled. She coldly clarifies that he can't excite her, prompting Yong-rae to laugh nervously at her blunt choice of words. She grabs him, demanding to know why he uses a nervous smile when in trouble, warning him that it just makes him look like a fool. He asks in disbelief who sees him as a fool, and she bluntly answers, "Everyone." Grabbing his face with glowing red eyes, she demands he smile properly and with confidence as he asks why she's doing this. She stands over him, silently holding his face in place to force a more confident expression onto him. He manages a pained, awkward laugh as she holds his cheeks, the forced smile looking incredibly unnatural. Seemingly finished with her lesson, she releases him and turns away with a look of stern focus. Calling his forced smile an ugly thing, she tells him to clean up, leaving him stunned by her harsh words. She advises that smiling this way will stop people from seeing him as a fool, all while thinking he should laugh as much as he can before he dies. Yong-rae internally puzzles over her rude, but perhaps well-intentioned behavior, concluding she might not be a bad person despite her different culture. Changing the subject, Yong-rae clears his throat and politely offers to drop her off, asking where she lives. With a fanged smirk and crossed arms, she confidently announces, "I'm staying at your place." Stunned, Yong-rae can only stare as her declaration hangs in the air between them. She looks him dead in the eye, coolly asking if there's a problem with her staying at his house. She clarifies she is not suggesting they sleep together, but he explains his home is just a studio apartment with no separate rooms. She internally realizes he's dirt poor and wonders where his ancestors' fortune went, before sighing and accepting that even a corner will do. He patiently explains that regardless of her culture, it's not right to bring another woman home when he has a girlfriend. Recalling that monogamy was also the hero's virtue, she challenges Yong-rae, asking if he truly believes his girlfriend loves him. Exasperated, she internally wonders what made him this way, and questions why he feels the need to stay loyal to such a woman. He maintains his kind demeanor, explaining that he can't break his girlfriend's trust, and politely but firmly rejects her request. A menacing glint appears in her eyes, followed by a slow, knowing smirk as she sizes him up. Conceding that it's not her place to interfere, she asks him to just tell her where she can find a place to stay. When he asks how much money she has, she cheerfully replies, "None," leaving him to wonder if she has even a single penny. He sighs and hands her a card for a few days of lodging and food, promising to help her find a proper place tomorrow. Clutching the card, she's suddenly overcome with an intense urge to shop as Yong-rae nervously begs her not to spend too much. He smiles and waves, bidding her farewell and telling her he'll see her tomorrow. She reluctantly accepts his help, thinking to herself that creating debt will only lead to unwanted sympathy. She calls out to ask if his glasses are for vision correction, and he turns to confirm his eyesight is poor. She dismisses him with a nod, internally confirming her suspicion that he hasn't awakened his hero's power yet. As he walks away, she forms a magic sigil, thinking it will be far more satisfying to kill him after he finally becomes a hero. From a swirling vortex of dark, chaotic energy, she summons a being named Victor. A tiny, adorable skeletal creature materializes in her hand, wagging its tail happily. She instructs Victor to enter Yong-rae's body and stimulate his latent power with magic, then sends the good boy on his way. The skeletal familiar leaps from her hand and dashes toward the unsuspecting Yong-rae. With a flash of pink light, the magical transfer begins. Unseen by him, tendrils of pink magic envelop Yong-rae as he continues walking. The magical energy converges and seeps into the back of his neck with a faint spark. He stops suddenly, touching the back of his neck in confusion and wondering what that strange sensation was. Lying in a comfortable bed, the Demon Queen sighs in bliss, thinking with a fanged smile that the world has become a much better place. Sprawled out happily, she enjoys her first comfortable bed in ages, finally getting a restful sleep after hundreds of years. Meanwhile, Yong-rae is trapped in sleep paralysis, tormented by the nightmare of becoming a credit defaulter. The next morning, a tired Yong-rae stumbles out of bed in his cramped apartment. He groans about not wanting to go to work, wishing he could get sick but lamenting that he's annoyingly healthy and never catches a cold. Halting before a mirror, Yong-rae stops to look at his reflection. He slowly removes his glasses and is stunned to realize he can see with perfect clarity. Blushing with excitement, he gasps, wondering if he has suddenly become a superhero. He dashes through his small apartment, testing his newfound abilities. Squatting down, he attempts to lift the edge of his bed with a grunt of effort. After easily lifting it, he cheerfully concludes that no, he's definitely not a superhero. He touches the back of his neck, where a faint purple sigil glows, puzzled as to how his eyesight could have improved overnight. Hoping for the best, he calls out for a status window, only to be met with disappointing silence. A phone buzzes, displaying a status window of emotion-based stats as Lahan's voice rings in his head, mocking his lack of a phone and his coffee consumption. Elsewhere, Lahan stretches happily, celebrating the good world Leonard built after abandoning her, enjoying the cozy house and plentiful food. With a sinister smirk, she wonders how sad Leonard would be if she destroyed his world, vowing to bring despair to his descendants. Later, observing a new scene, Lahan playfully twirls her pink hair and thinks, "Wow, that's awesome." A group of young people are gathered outside, one asking another named Jae for a cigarette, while a man in a black mask, Jae-wook, looks at his phone. The masked man, Jae-wook, looks up, commenting on their group's interesting expressions. Lahan appears before them, remarking that even in this improved world, it's sad that marginalized groups still exist. A woman in the group with black hair mockingly asks Lahan about her tone and which school she goes to, calling her hilarious. A man with slicked back hair asks if she is mixed race because she is pretty, then tells her to leave if she is not going to hang out. Lahan looks taken aback, asking about the slang X-ball, and the man clarifies it's just a common exclamation. With a fanged grin, she whips out Yong-rae's credit card and confidently tells the group to get lost. The masked man, Jae-wook, steps forward, threateningly telling her to leave if she doesn't want to die. Another man tries to de-escalate, telling Jae-wook to take it easy as she seems like a nice foreigner, but Jae-wook tells him to shut up. Lahan smirks, noting that while Jae-wook has the hero's blood, he isn't strong, though he has spirit, which provokes him to ask if she wants to die. Her eyes glow red as she commends his attitude with a chilling smile and challenges him to come at her. The next morning, a panicked Yong-rae sprints down the street. He mutters to himself, worrying how much Lahan spent and resolving to confiscate the card from her at work. His phone rings and he answers, identifying himself as Kim Yong-rae. A voice on the other end identifies as the police and summons him, leaving Yong-rae frozen in shock. On the phone, he cries out in denial, wondering what kind of trouble Lahan has gotten herself into now. At the police station, a tired officer asks one of the young men what that woman did. Yong-rae sits frustratedly before the officer, exasperatedly trying to explain the situation for the last time. The young man with a bruised face explains that the woman started a fight after lecturing them. He continues his story, describing how she laughingly tossed one of his friends into the air. He recounts trying to escape on his motorcycle, only to have her swiftly disable him and his friends. He recalls her grabbing the bike, calling it an interesting carriage, and declaring that one should not abandon their comrades. As his friends watch in shock, she dramatically ejects him from his own motorcycle. She stands back as the motorcycle explodes in a massive fireball. Brushing her hands off, she looks on with satisfaction, calling the destruction refreshing. The young man cries, mourning his destroyed motorcycle, a childhood dream. Looking up, he's horrified to see Lahan approaching the police station. Lahan calmly walks up to Jae-wook and grabs his collar, greeting him with a casual, "Hola." Leaning in close, she tells him he must now understand that some things can't be overcome by spirit alone. She whispers a warning to choose his opponents wisely because he is weak, even though she wants to go easy on them. Her eyes glow with malice as she informs him he must pay for daring to mess with her. Holding him in place, she warns that running away will only get him hit twice, as one of his friends lies defeated on the ground. The young man finishes his testimony, pointing to his bloody nose and insisting he reported her because she's not human. As he complains about her pulling his hair, the officer dismisses his concerns, musing about the seriousness of teen drug problems. Yong-rae bursts into the police station, calling out for her. He finds Lahan sitting calmly and asks if he's the guardian they called for. The officer explains that since she's a foreigner with no phone, they called her company, and the boss provided Yong-rae's number. The officer adds that it was difficult because she couldn't speak Korean, leaving Yong-rae completely baffled by the contradiction. Lahan mockingly sticks her tongue out at Yong-rae, asking what he's looking at. Back at the police station, the officer asks what happened, while Yong-rae watches Lahan sit smugly as the other young man protests. The bruised young man frantically pleads with the officer to believe him about their foreheads being red, nearly crying from frustration, as the officer internally feels sorry for his thin hair. The bruised-up group of teens feel their minds are clearer after the incident, with one girl suddenly wanting to study, shocking the other. The black-haired girl complains that her forehead hurts, while the other girl recalls flying into the sky after being flicked and wonders if they were drugged. The young man frantically shakes his friend, trying to remind Jae-wook that he flew into the sky and came back. Sitting with a bruised face, the masked Jae-wook calmly dismisses the story as nonsense, questioning how it could be possible. Feeling betrayed by Jae-wook's denial, the young man looks shocked as the officer asks if he's addicted to games. The officer dismisses them, telling Yong-rae he can leave now, and Yong-rae thanks him. Leaving the station, Yong-rae sarcastically notes what an honor it is to visit a police station. Then, asks Lahan why she pretended not to speak Korean. Lahan cheerfully explains that pretending not to speak local languages is a survival skill she's developed, prompting Yong-rae to wonder if she was a drifter. Annoyed, Yong-rae questions if her language skills got her hired, then advises her to just ignore troublemaking kids in the future. Lahan rejects his advice, asserting that as an adult, it's her role to guide immature youths properly. She grabs a passing student by his bag, smiling menacingly as she warns him to watch where he's going. The student she grabbed looks back in extreme annoyance, muttering that this is irritating. Enraged, the student grabs a stick and hits another boy, who falls to the ground in pain. As they watch the chaos, Lahan sagely comments that experience is the best teacher, just as they notice a security guard approaching. When the security guard calls out for them to stop, Yong-rae and Lahan decide to run for it. As Lahan effortlessly keeps pace, she asks if he's tired, but he pants that they're just late and have a long way to run. Yong-rae is shocked by his own stamina, wondering why he's running so well today. He suddenly stops and tells Lahan to wait, leaving her to wonder where he is going. With a determined look, Yong-rae is surrounded by swirling purple magic. He reappears on a skeletal motorcycle, wearing a helmet, and coolly tells Lahan to get on. A stunned Lahan catches the helmet he tosses her, demanding to know where he got the bike, as she claims it's hers. Lahan puts the helmet on Yong-rae, bemused that he has a bike but no phone, and tells him to hold on for a 3-minute ride. She commands Victor, the skeletal bike, to go faster than the other vehicles. Grrr. The magical motorcycle bursts forward, speeding down the street in a flash of purple energy. In a nearby patrol car, an officer asks his senior if they can rest, but the senior explains this is just how patrolling is done. Their relaxing patrol is violently interrupted as Lahan's motorcycle blasts past their car. The senior officer shouts in fury, ordering his partner to chase and catch the speeding motorcycle. With sirens blaring, a different patrol car spots them and radios in multiple violations, including no license plate. From the passenger seat, the junior officer looks back at the pursuing police car, calling the riders crazy. The police car pulls up behind them, an officer on the loudspeaker demanding they stop or face immediate arrest. A splash hits the police windshield, and the senior officer wonders if it's raining, but his partner notices it's coming from the bike. The officers look on in horror as they realize the rain is actually spit coming from the guy on the back of the motorcycle. Clinging to Lahan for dear life, a terrified Yong-rae cries and spits uncontrollably. Crying hysterically, Yong-rae screams for Lahan to let him off the bike. Screech! As the police threaten to shoot, the motorcycle comes to a sudden halt. Yong-rae frantically begs Lahan to stop, squeezing her tightly out of fear as she tells him to stop holding on so hard. He protests that she's going too fast, and she yells at him to grab her waist instead of squeezing her stomach. Gah. Surprised by his strength, Lahan wonders why she can't pry him off and muses that he's found his will to live. Lahan's eyes widen in alarm as she considers just killing him now. Whew. Vroom! A police car pulls up right alongside them in the middle of the street. Heh. The junior officer thanks his senior, who praises his excellent driving for keeping up at this speed. Vroom. The senior officer plans to celebrate catching them with grilled meat as the motorcycle swerves behind a bus. The junior officer casually informs his senior that he is a vegan. Jolt! The senior officer stares in disbelief, utterly shocked by the revelation. Doo-doo. Suddenly, an entire army of delivery motorcycles floods the street ahead of them. The senior officer asks his confused partner if he understands the situation they're now in. Done. He grimly points out that they've stumbled right into the middle of peak breakfast delivery time. Inside the police car, the senior officer angrily questions who orders food this early, while his junior partner calmly notes his mother's restaurant opens at this time. Screech, Honk, Lahan, and Yong-rae weave dangerously through traffic on their skeletal bike, pursued by the police. A delivery driver on a yellow motorcycle glances back at the chaotic chase behind him. With a confident smirk and a cigarette in his mouth, the delivery driver dismisses the pursuers as too slow. Vroom, zoom. The skilled delivery driver effortlessly pulls ahead, weaving past a large bus. Lahan grins with excitement, her eyes glowing as she marvels at the talented horseman and the impressive leaning skill of the driver, eager to learn. Gah. Following Lahan's command, Victor mimics the other biker's sharp turn, terrifying a driver who watches in his side view mirror. The senior police officer screams in frustration at losing them, while his partner calmly suggests checking security camera footage. Lahan whispers praise to a tiny skeletal creature in her palm, telling Victor to return to his body before it neighs softly. Staggering unsteadily, Yong-rae struggles to walk straight as Lahan chides him for being undignified after their quick arrival. A shaky Yong-rae pleads with Lahan to be quiet about the laws they broke, but she tells him to speak up, leaving him in despair. Lahan demands gratitude, and Yong-rae offers an insincere thanks, making her reconsider her decision not to kill him yet. A man with styled purple hair steps forward, calling out to Yong-rae and scolding him for being 1 minute late. Yong-rae bows and apologizes profusely as his boss lectures him for his tardiness and messy appearance, reminding him how often he's been covered for. Swoop. Lahan steps in front of Yong-rae, taking full responsibility for his tardiness, and asking the boss to blame her instead. Yong-rae looks at Lahan, touched, marveling at how a simple please and thank you can smooth things over. Hey. Lahan internally praises herself for her noble act of self-sacrifice for the sake of another. Yong-rae immediately points at Lahan, agreeing it's her fault, which shocks her as she laments his complete lack of nobility. The boss informs Lahan that attendance is still required and corrects her posture, telling her not to cross her arms before a superior. Sweating, Lahan imagines failing a pop quiz as the boss dryly informs her this isn't a quiz. The boss explains proper workplace etiquette, privately resolving to assert his authority over his pretty but strangely behaved new subordinate. The boss tells Lahan that since she admitted fault for their lateness, she should apologize properly with a bow. Bow. Lahan lowers her head in a deep, formal bow before her superior. The boss gives a satisfied, predatory grin, approving of her compliant behavior. He commends her obedience, leaving Lahan looking up with an expression of stunned horror. Lahan's hand clenches into a tight, trembling fist radiating suppressed rage. Clack! At her desk, Lahan stares at her computer monitor with a look of intense concentration and frustration. Tap. Tap. She struggles to type a simple greeting, her fingers producing a mess of typos on the screen. Slam. Lahan pounds the desk, cursing the difficult keyboard, as a coworker advises her to practice. She fumes that writing is harder than speaking. She contemplates using magic, but resolves not to, viewing her inability to use modern tech as a humiliation she must overcome. Wish. Yong-rae peeks around a wall, cheerfully beckoning for her to come over. Ta-da! He presents an iced coffee, telling her to take 5. Lahan slumps, confused by the expression take 5, and complains that learning to write English has fried her brain, as Yong-rae explains he brought her a drink. Delighted by the coffee, Lahan is pleased by the present, but still puzzled by his earlier servant-like beckoning. Her eyes glow with suspicion as she asks if he poisoned the drink, causing Yong-rae to nervously wonder if she's joking. When Yong-rae explains how a straw works, an embarrassed Lahan shouts that she already knew, making him flinch. Slurp. Lahan happily sips her coffee, while Yong-rae lets out a relieved laugh. Beaming with joy, Lahan declares the cold coffee fantastic, while Yong-rae notes her love for the drink. Yong-rae watches her with a slight, knowing smile. Yong-rae thanks Lahan for covering for him, but she dismisses it, stating she was only telling the truth about making them late. He insists he's grateful, but felt terrible seeing her bow, as if her ego was bruised on his behalf. Lahan explains that her apology was a strategic move, like a predator preparing to strike its prey. With glowing red eyes, she imparts the wisdom of knowing when to bow, explaining that she avoided blame by yielding first. Lahan scoffs at Yong-rae's naive sympathy for her, explaining justification is more important than feelings in any conflict. With a fanged smile, she muses that not many people possess such tenacity. Crack. Clenching her fists, she vows to kill their rotten boss someday for being so aggravating, as Yong-rae realizes how truly angry she is. Yong-rae stares at the reflection of his own downtrodden face in his phone screen. At his desk, Yong-rae sadly gazes at a picture of his destroyed motorcycle, as a coworker thinks they should just leave the heartbroken man alone. Clack. Step. A smirking, blonde-haired young man arrives with 2 others, remarking, "So it's true, huh?" Done. The blonde man calls out, "Hey!" getting the attention of a masked Jaewook, who looks up from his desk. The blonde man, Garam, smirks at the masked Jaewook, taunting him for getting wrecked by some girl and losing all his pride. Jaewook glares menacingly, asking Garam, "You trying to pick a fight?" Grin. Garam feigns innocence, claiming he was just checking to see if Jaewook was okay. Garam continues his provocation, questioning Jaewook's reputation as the strongest at his old school and implying it was all talk since he's never seen him fight. Ha! Rising from his seat, Jaewook coldly challenges Garam to a fight outside. Garam grins, taunting him by asking if he's afraid of being humiliated in front of everyone. Wait, just as tensions escalate, another student with brown hair rushes in to stop Garam, grabbing his arm. Sob. The intervening student, Byung-hyun, cries that there are witnesses to prove he wasn't lying and begs them not to treat him like a fool. Push. Annoyed, Garam shoves Byung-hyun away, telling him to stay out of it. Jeez. Garam backs down, telling Jaewook they'll fight later and to get over his cold, then insults his mask and lanky frame. Whimper. Byung-hyun whimpers pitifully after being pushed aside. Back at the office, a cheerful older man arrives, greeting everyone loudly. A female coworker greets the man, who then curiously asks if everyone wears earphones at work now. The purple-haired boss assures the older man it's fine, while the coworker explains she isn't listening to anything, prompting the boss to note her excuse makes no sense. The boss asks the older man why he's here, thinking he had other business. The man explains he finished early and wants to have a company dinner for the new hire. Wave. The older man spots Lahan and enthusiastically waves, inviting her to the company dinner. Lahan asks what a company dinner is, and Yong-rae whispers an explanation of a party with food and drinks, adding that he personally dislikes them. Beam at the mention of a party. Lahan's eyes sparkle with fanged excitement as she loudly proclaims, "F, let's do it." Freeze. Her profane enthusiasm sends a shockwave through the office, leaving the boss and his colleagues utterly frozen. Hey. Lahan giggles at the dead silence, proudly announcing she learned that when it gets quiet, you're supposed to say, "awkward," leaving the boss looking traumatized. The scene shifts to the exterior of a black pork restaurant at dusk. Bustle. Inside the bustling restaurant, the team gathers around grill-top tables for dinner. A coworker offers the boss a drink, but he remains stunned, still reeling from Lahan's unexpected use of the F-word back at the office. Beam, another colleague, praises Yong-rae for his excellent restaurant choice, joking that he's finally good at something, to which Yong-rae happily says thanks. A female coworker, Sujin, notes Yong-rae isn't wearing his glasses and teasingly asks if something happened with Lahan after they left the office together. Pant, pant. A flustered Yong-rae denies it, claiming his eyesight improved overnight as he turns to stop a trembling, impatient Lahan from eating raw meat off the grill. HMPH. Lahan crosses her arms, irritably telling him to grill faster since the others are already eating. Glare. Sujin watches them, annoyed by their sudden closeness and noting Yong-rae is acting less awkward than usual. Sujin tells a blushing Yong-rae he looks strange without glasses and asks if he's trying to look handsome, then jokes that he should only take them off for his girlfriend. Smile. Lahan chimes in with a smile, declaring Yong-rae looks much better without glasses, and that anyone who thinks otherwise simply lacks an eye for beauty. Lahan's bold compliment leaves both Yong-rae and Sujin completely shocked and speechless. Two other female coworkers agree that Yong-rae looks better without glasses, noting that Manager Go will be happy to hear he's made a friend. Chatter. They explain Manager Go is on a work trip. One introduces herself as Yoonjong Nam, and Lahan reciprocates the introduction. TSK. The boss, Taejun, mutters that Yoonji is too soft on Yong-rae, which is why he never learns. To everyone's surprise, Lahan agrees with Taejun. Yoonjang asks where she lived abroad, and Lahan vaguely replies, here and there. Lahan jokes that she's about 1,000 years old, making Yoonjang laugh. Yong-rae silently observes how easily she is making friends. Jolt. Sizzle. Yong-rae warns the boss that the meat is about to burn, then cheerfully announces to everyone that it's ready to eat. A plate of freshly grilled pork is set before Lahan as she is told to enjoy her meal. A hand uses tongs to skillfully flip sizzling pieces of pork and garlic on the grill. The boss carefully examines a piece of pork, approving of its high quality and perfect cooking. Sizzle. A close-up shot highlights a thick, juicy slice of pork belly held by chopsticks, steaming temptingly. Pat. The boss explains that while sauces are available, the best first bite is with a simple dip in coarse salt. He opens his mouth wide, ready to savor the perfectly salted piece of meat. Munch. He chews with relish, immediately declaring the pork delicious. Huff. Smack. Smack. He thoughtfully describes how the salt and juices combine to create an enhanced flavor with every chew. Empty. Ready for his next bite before the saltiness fades, he looks down in shock to find the entire grill has been cleared. Yong-rae offers a piece of meat to Sujin, who politely declines. The boss, meanwhile, looks toward the end of the table. His eyes land on Lahan, whose cheeks are puffed out like a hamster's as she happily munches away. Munch, munch. With hearts and flowers surrounding her, Lahan blissfully enjoys the feast. Nom nom. Lahan declares the pork yummy, and Yong-rae, stunned by how many pieces she ate, promises to get more on the grill right away. Sizzle. With cheeks full of food, Lahan hums contentedly as she enjoys the delicious pork. Extend. A senior manager offers Lahan a bottle of soju, asking if she enjoys drinking alcohol. With a fanged grin, Lahan enthusiastically confirms she loves alcohol for parties, as a worried Yong-rae thinks about how the manager pressures everyone to drink. Pause. The manager notes with intrigue that, strangely, only Yong-rae seems capable of holding his liquor at their company. Lahan eagerly holds out her glass with one hand, telling him to pour, causing a shocked Yong-rae to panic at her breach of etiquette. Yong-rae urgently tells Lahan to wait, but she just looks back at him in confusion. Trickle. He quickly explains that when a superior offers a drink, one must accept it respectfully with both hands. Glug, glug. He continues the lesson, explaining that you must then pour a drink for them in return. Clink. Yong-rae demonstrates the final rule. When clinking glasses, yours must always be held lower than your superiors. As he explains that one must also turn their head to drink, another coworker provides a napkin, while Lahan takes a sip. Lahan, looking confused, says the drink doesn't taste like alcohol and asks for more, while a nervous Yong-rae warns she'll get drunk. Turn. As Yong-rae starts to say something, Lahan turns to him with a suddenly serious expression. In a quick cutaway, the senior manager sternly tells a younger employee to do better, who nervously agrees. Yong-rae, now wearing glasses, sweats as he tells a munching coworker that he was so bored at his age. Yong-rae explains to Lahan that company dinners aren't always fun, admitting that theirs are especially boring and uncomfortable. Spring! Hearing this, Lahan abruptly leaps to her feet, startling a wide-eyed Yong-rae. She loudly greets everyone, causing the senior manager to look up in surprise. Lahan reintroduces herself as the new hire, Lahan Ju, and politely vows to do her best, as two co-workers look on. Bam! With a flushed, fanged grin, Lahan slams the table and enthusiastically shouts for everyone to fill their glasses. Jingle. An older, bald man in a purple suit arrives late with a bottle of whiskey, apologizing happily for his tardiness. The important-looking man begins to speak, declaring that since he's the most important person here. Do done, Lahan interrupts, announcing she'll liven things up by spinning 2 plates on chopsticks, much to the crowd's laughing delight. Whoosh. She then tosses a spinning plate high into the air as the newly arrived manager and Yong-rae watch in stunned silence. Tap. With a triumphant cheer, she expertly catches the plate on her chopstick as the others erupt in applause. Thump! The manager realizes he's hired someone incredible just as Lahan announces her next act is fire breathing. A coworker asks if she's from a circus, but Lahan reassures everyone it's safe and encourages them to drink up if they want a show. The boss, Taejin, watches the wild party with a subtle, amused smile. Bui. Later that night, a very drunk Lahan wobbles as Yong-rae supports her, asking why she drank so much when she can't handle it. Hee. Giggling, Lahan explains that parties are meant to be fun, and though her mana usually prevents it, she chose to get drunk tonight. Gasp! The boss instructs a surprised Yong-rae to take Lahan to the office break room before rejoining them at the next venue. Yong-rae glances back, asking Sujin if she's sure it's okay for him to take Lahan. Sujin gives him a bright smile, telling him it's fine since it's the boss's order and to hurry along. Yong-rae gives the now sleeping Lahan a piggyback ride through the city streets. He smiles to himself, thinking that they all actually had fun, thanks to her. Asleep on his back, Lahan murmurs that she has never met anyone like him before. A flashback reveals a merry medieval tavern, where a bearded man raises his mug and calls for a night of drinking. The scene pulls back to show a hooded young Lahan watching the joyful gathering from a distance, alone in the night. In the present, a single tear escapes her closed eye as she sleeps on Yong-rae's back. Loom. The scene shifts to Garam and his crew of delinquents standing outside an office building, looking around. Byung-hyun excitedly confirms this is the company, having heard its name from the police, and says the woman should be out soon. Garam scoffs, finding it hard to believe an office worker could have defeated Jae-wook in a fight. Byung-hyun questions Garam's obsession, nervously admitting he doesn't want to see that woman ever again. The scene shifts to a bruised and angry Jae-wook, who curses as he asks if his gang is sure this is the right company. Byung-hyun insists it is, recalling the name Cheonjae Trading, as Jae-wook threatens him if they don't find the woman today. Jae-wook's underlings bicker, with one demanding money for their time and another correcting his math, while a third worries she escaped out the back. Enraged at the thought, Jae-wook slams his fist, furious he didn't consider a back exit, while his subordinate defends his intelligence. The terrified boy thinks they're treating him like a fool, while another friend weakly tries to de-escalate the situation. To everyone's shock, the boy suddenly launches into an impressive breakdance move, asking how they like his dance. In a flashback to the fight, an enraged Lahan holds that same dancing boy upside down by his head as he silently curses her and desperately hopes for someone to appear and save him. As the boy holds his breakdance pose, Jae-wook irritably tells him to keep going. Byung-hyun spots something and urgently alerts Garam. That's her. The scene returns to Yong-rae carrying the sleeping Lahan, thinking he must have lost his mind. The delinquents argue amongst themselves, with one calling another an otaku, and a third wondering if Lahan is even human. A close-up shows a peacefully sleeping Lahan drooling, surrounded by cute flowers. Byung-hyun confirms it's her, calling Yong-rae a loser and her boyfriend, while Garam notes she looks surprisingly normal. Jae-wook asks if he can beat Yong-rae up. Yong-rae carries Lahan on his back, walking away from the office building at night. Garam and his crew stand watching, a golden glow surrounding their leader. With a menacing, fanged grin, Garam anticipates the confrontation. Garam calls out to Yong-rae, as his subordinate announces they have business with the woman. A flustered Yong-rae turns around, nervously asking if they mean right now as he realizes they're thugs. Flinch! Yong-rae recoils in shock as the situation dawns on him. Yong-rae recognizes one of the boys from the police station, and worriedly asks why they need to see Lahan, fearing they are here for revenge. Garam gives a condescending smile, reassuring him it's nothing serious, and that they just want to talk. Sweating, Yong-rae tries to defuse the situation by explaining Lahan is drunk and asking them to come back later. Garam viciously kicks Yong-rae in the side, sending him stumbling. Yong-rae cries out in agony from the sudden, powerful blow. Twisting mid-air, Yong-rae manages to absorb the kick's impact to protect the still sleeping Lahan on his back. A chibi drawing illustrates Yong-rae's protective mid-air spin. Jae-wook smirks, impressed that Yong-rae would instinctively protect his girlfriend even while being attacked. Kneeling on the pavement, Yong-rae frantically calls Lahan's name and asks if she's okay. Yong-rae angrily gets to his feet, shouting at the delinquents for their reckless attack and threatening to call the police. Looking down on him, Garam coldly asks if he's an idiot, clarifying that his request was not a polite one. Garam scoffs at the police threat, declaring Lahan should be the one arrested for beating up his friends, and that he's here for revenge. Crushed, Yong-rae reflects on being called a failure by a high schooler, and remembers he's already been to the police station 9 times. A sinister close-up captures Garam's predatory smile. Staring in disbelief, Yong-rae realizes the boy in front of him is completely crazy. Garam dismisses the idea of Lahan throwing people, but the breakdancing boy shouts that it's true, that his girlfriend really did it. Smirking, Garam points out that Yong-rae heard the confession and tells him to wake his girlfriend up to avoid more trouble. Garam calmly orders his subordinate, Ji-hoon, to slap Yong-rae. Just as Ji-hoon's hand is about to connect, it's abruptly stopped. With a look of fury, Yong-rae firmly grips Ji-hoon's wrist, warning him not to touch Lahan. A gray-haired delinquent smirks at the display, commenting on the confidence of a working man and noting things are getting fun. Ji-hoon asks Garam for permission to hit Yong-rae, and Garam agrees to cover for him. Cracking his knuckles, Ji-hoon announces he's been learning to box and taunts Yong-rae, inviting him to a sparring match. Garam advises Ji-hoon not to let his guard down, but Ji-hoon dismisses the warning with a scoff. Ji-hoon mocks Yong-rae's poor fighting stance, claiming it's an insult to his pride, and that he'll be knocked out in 1 punch. Grinning confidently, Ji-hoon announces he's starting with a light punch. Determined, Yong-rae thinks that since they're just high schoolers, he can win this fight. Wham! A swift punch lands squarely on Yong-rae's jaw. The delinquents are impressed, and Garam praises Ji-hoon's solid punch, noting his improvement. Staggering back in pain, Yong-rae is shocked that he couldn't even see the hit, wondering if Ji-hoon is truly just a student. Another delinquent asks for the secret to the punch, and Ji-hoon explains the importance of using one's hips. Yong-rae wonders what the kids are doing as he braces for another attack. Bam! Another heavy blow connects with Yong-rae's face. A brutal uppercut sends Yong-rae flying backward through the air. Bruised and bleeding on the ground, Yong-rae realizes with a start that this was never about revenge. Looking down on the fallen man, one delinquent comments on how good it feels, and another asks to take a turn. Yong-rae grimaces in pain, realizing they're just toying with him for fun, completely without guilt. Garam declares he wants to fight the woman and suggests they hit her to force her awake. As the delinquents watch, a powered-up Yong-rae is depicted throwing a powerful, dynamic punch forward. A bloodied but determined Yong-rae stands his ground, surprising one of the delinquents who wonders how he's still standing. A narrator reveals him to be Kim Yong-rae, a descendant of warriors who has never fought, as his eye glows with a powerful blue energy. As his warrior power awakens, Yong-rae stands tall, surrounded by a swirling blue aura while the delinquents look on. In a chibi-style panic, Yong-rae regrets getting up, realizing he's only using about 1% of his power as a tiny Lahan lies at his feet. The gray-haired delinquent, Ji-hoon, smirks and cracks his knuckles, declaring it's his turn now that Yong-rae is still standing. A confused Yong-rae finds himself in a bizarre, synchronized pose with Ji-hoon, completely bewildered by the situation. Ji-hoon lets out a sudden, shocked scream. Bam! Yong-rae catches Ji-hoon's punch with his bare hand, easily stopping the attack. Oof! Despite his block, Yong-rae is thrown to the ground, caught completely off guard. Garam watches the fight unfold with a cold, analytical expression, calmly observing Yong-rae's unexpected resilience. With Ji-hoon lying unconscious on the ground, a subordinate worriedly asks Garam if the dog is dead. Garam coolly looks down on the fallen Ji-hoon and rhetorically asks his nervous underlings if they think he's dead. With a condescending smirk, Garam reminds his crew that he warned Ji-hoon not to let his guard down. Standing alone before the office building, a determined Yong-rae clenches his fists, a faint blue aura surrounding him. Staring at his fist in surprise, Yong-rae realizes with a jolt that he hit Ji-hoon purely on instinct. Looking at his own hand, Yong-rae can't believe it. wondering if he really knocked the student out with a single hit. In a new setting, a muscular man named An berates Yong-rae for getting into a fight, to which Yong-rae nonsensically blames his own weight. Impressed, An asks how Yong-rae blocked the attack with one hand, and if it was intentional. Yong-rae sheepishly denies it, admitting that now that he thinks about it, he has no idea how he blocked the punch. An grins, challenging Yong-rae to show him again and taunting him for failing to block his own attack. "Surprise attack," An yells, lunging at a shocked Yong-rae with a swift punch. Bam! Yong-rae's hand intercepts the punch with incredible speed and force. In a simplified diagram, a confused An finds all of his attacks being effortlessly parried and blocked by Yong-rae. Yong-rae is suddenly overwhelmed by a strange sensation, feeling as if multiple hands are patting him all over. The feeling is revealed to be the memory of An sobbing like a baby alongside a crying toddler. Whoosh! Using An's momentum against him, Yong-rae expertly flips the larger man over his shoulder. Wham! An is slammed hard into the ground, defeated by Yong-rae's surprising move. Yong-rae stands panting over the fallen An, having won their sparring match. Back in the present, Garam and the remaining delinquents stare in stunned silence at what just happened. A different delinquent rushes to the muscular man's side, frantically calling out the name Lee Ji-hoon. A close-up shows the unconscious face of the man just identified as Lee Ji-hoon. The delinquent checks on the knocked-out Lee Ji-hoon, whose spirit is comically shown floating away from his body. Bruised but resolute, Yong-rae warns the remaining delinquents to back off now if they don't want to get hurt. Enraged, the gray-haired boy charges at Yong-rae, shouting at him for being so full of himself. As the delinquent attacks, Yong-rae calmly thinks to himself that he's never actually fought before. Filled with newfound confidence, Yong-rae decides there's no way he can lose to a high schooler, seeing their attacks is obvious. Yong-rae skillfully dodges and weaves through the gray-haired delinquent's flurry of punches. Wham! Yong-rae lands a devastating counterpunch squarely on the delinquent's back. With his opponent now defeated on the ground, Yong-rae stands over him, clenching his fist in victory. A wild, triumphant grin spreads across Yong-rae's face as he has a startling realization. I'm strong. The heavy-set delinquent makes a run for it, claiming his mom is calling, while his friends accuse him of running away. The breakdancing boy shivers in fear, realizing Yong-rae is not a normal person, and that powerful people stick together. Garam approaches Yong-rae, acknowledging his fighting skill, and admitting he now believes Lahan could have defeated Jae-wook. Garam challenges Yong-rae to a match, as the breakdancing boy dramatically declares him to be the last hope of humanity. In a rapid sequence, Garam attacks, but Yong-rae blocks his first punch before being struck by a second, powerful blow. Staggering back, Yong-rae clutches his face, reeling from the force of Garam's punch. Yong-rae realizes Garam is on a completely different level, as the breakdancing boy notes that this is understandable because Garam confirms with a smirk that he's not just strong, but really strong, cracking his knuckles as his aura flares. Clutching his bruised cheek, Yong-rae grimly accepts that no matter what, he's gonna get hurt fighting this guy. With the breakdancing boy watching nervously, Garam prepares his next move, thinking he should strike first while Yong-rae is off guard. Thump! Suddenly a hand violently grabs Garam's face, catching him completely by surprise. Stunned, Garam's eye widens in shock from the unexpected, forceful grip. With a furious expression, Yong-rae slams Garam backward with incredible force, holding him by the face. A brutal impact is shown as the attack connects with devastating power. Yong-rae stands panting and trembling over the collapsed Garam, who groans in pain on the ground. Clutching his head, Yong-rae feels suddenly dizzy and nauseous, his vision swimming. As Yong-rae's vision blurs, Garam gets to his feet and taunts him to just lie down now as he stumbles forward. On his knees, Yong-rae grimly reflects that he's never fought before and has always run away. Defeated on the ground, Yong-rae resigns himself to the fact there was no way he could win, yet still feels a lingering resolve. Seeing Garam trying to wake the unconscious Lahan, Yong-rae's resolve hardens. Thinking he wanted to protect at least one person, Garam looms over Lahan, mockingly telling her to sleep well on the ground before demanding she get up. Enraged, Garam grabs Lahan's face and screams at her to get up. Leaning over her, a frustrated Garam desperately yells for her to get up, damn it. The scene shifts abruptly as Garam wakes up confused in a hospital bed. In a special illustration, a chibi version of Lahan in a fancy dress thanks everyone for their support. Garam sits up in his hospital bed, looking weak and disoriented by his new surroundings. Still dazed, Garam stares blankly ahead, a trail of drool escaping his lip as he remains speechless. Looking at his bruised hand, Garam clenches his fist, trying to understand what's happening and why he is in the hospital. URK. A sharp pain makes him wince as he clutches his face. As his stomach throbs painfully, Garam wonders why it hurts so much, while Yong-rae appears at the door holding a drink. Yong-rae shouts in relief, exclaiming that Garam is finally awake. Gasping, Garam turns his head toward the familiar voice, still looking groggy. Looking at Yong-rae with a dazed expression, Garam mistakenly asks if he's his grandma. Yong-rae frantically shakes Garam, telling him to snap out of it, and that his dead grandma can wait. Smack. An elderly woman suddenly hits Yong-rae, telling him to move over and asking her grandson Garam if he got into another fight. A memory flashes of Lahan thinking about sad memories and a tragic love while watching stylized figures drink. In the memory, Lahan stares intently at her phone with a serious expression. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, where are you? The scene shows Lahan snoring peacefully while a battered and exhausted Yong-rae struggles to pull himself up. On a narrow bed, Yong-rae is curled up uncomfortably beside the sprawled-out, snoring Lahan. Creak! Yong-rae cautiously peeks through a doorway. Lying in bed, a weary Garam tiredly tells him to come in. Yong-rae nervously asks if Garam's grandma is gone, then quickly stammers that he meant if she went home. Annoyed, Garam demands an explanation for what happened and why he's in the hospital. Yong-rae explains that a lady kicked him in the gut and he fainted, but Garam looks at him with tired disbelief. Sobbing, Yong-rae insists that he's telling the truth and tries to explain more. A flashback begins, showing Garam leaning over the unconscious Lahan, trying to wake her up. In the memory, Garam continues to press Lahan, ordering her to get up. Thwack! With surprising force, the sleeping Lahan's foot slams directly into Garam's stomach. Yong-rae continues his story, recalling the moment Lahan kicked Garam. The memory shows Garam being sent flying through the air like a firework from the force of the kick. Furious and disbelieving, Garam threatens Yong-rae to stop spewing nonsense and tell him what really happened. Yong-rae insists that's what happened, but Garam tells him to stop joking and asks where his friends are. Another flashback shows a menacing Lahan with glowing red eyes looming over someone. In the memory, Lahan looks down at a defeated figure, demanding to know if they were behind this. The delinquent who is with Garam is shown on his knees, trembling as he begs Lahan for mercy. A confused Lahan wonders why everyone is so scared and sprawled on the ground when all she wants to do is sleep. Back in the present, Yong-rae nervously claims he sent them all home, hiding the fact that he actually begged for his life. As a sharp pain throbs in his stomach, Garam pulls up his hospital gown to reveal a severely bruised and reddened six-pack. Rub? In his hospital bed, Garam rubs his sore stomach, wondering how he could have been knocked out and forgotten everything from a single blow. Yong-rae, peeling a banana, casually explains from the side of the bed that getting hit in the stomach can indeed make you faint. With a dark, vengeful expression, Garam vows that Lahan is dead the next time he sees her, but Yong-rae begs him not to, fearing Garam will be the one to die. Garam menacingly orders Yong-rae to tell everyone that he beat Lahan up, threatening to kill him if he doesn't comply. Yong-rae cheerfully agrees, thinking to himself that Garam is asking for it and will surely get killed if he fights that scary lady again. The scene shifts to a sunny city street, where a man in a beige suit walks as a woman with brown hair approaches him. Rustle. A close-up shows a man's intense, focused eye. Swish. A woman with long, flowing pink hair is seen from behind as she slips on a white shirt. Glance. The pink-haired woman looks over her shoulder with a sly smile, announcing, "Ah, you have awoken." Spring, a man with black hair, tied up and sitting on the floor, jumps in surprise as the pink-haired woman tells him he should wake up earlier to set the tone for his day. Gasp. The man, now identified as Yong-rae, frantically realizes it's morning and asks Lahan what happened to the thugs from the previous night. Jolt. Lahan calmly replies that they left when she asked them to, adding that sincerity works on people, much to Yong-rae's disbelief. Sigh. Yong-rae lets out a breath of relief, admitting he was worried. Lahan turns to him, questioning if he was the one who fought the others, and scolding him for fighting when he's weak and forcing her to carry him out. Haha. Yong-rae laughs awkwardly, claiming he was just fighting back, as Lahan thinks to herself that it was obvious. Lahan coldly warns Yong-rae to learn some self-awareness, or he might die a pathetic death, leaving him shaken. Suddenly remembering, Yong-rae grabs his phone and anxiously calls out for Sujin. His phone screen displays several worried messages from Sujin, making him realize with dread, "I'm so dead." Step. Walking with Lahan, Yong-rae anxiously wonders how to find out if he killed anyone, worried he was too drunk to control his powers. Mutter. Lahan dismissively mutters that no one cares about a couple of deaths these days, and that she'll confirm it soon, as Yong-rae smiles obliviously beside her. Pop, a male colleague, appears, commenting with surprise that it's unlike Yong-rae to be at work so early. Yong-rae and Lahan greet their colleague, who praises their good work before asking if they've seen the news. He shows them a news report on his phone about a speeding couple on a motorcycle who recklessly evaded police, with the authorities vowing to catch them. Realizing the report is about them, Yong-rae and Lahan stare in shock as Yong-rae panics about having made the news. Their colleague remarks on reckless people before asking Yong-rae for coffee, while Yong-rae nervously whispers to Lahan about being monitored. A woman with long black hair steps in, whispering a grave warning to Yong-rae that if his identity is exposed, his entire past will be revealed. The black-haired woman glares intensely, her face framed by a menacing red and black aura. With her arms crossed, the woman sternly states that she'd like a word with Mr. Kim. As Yong-rae panics about his past being exposed, Lahan seems to innocently question what that even means. Yong-rae now stands alone in a hallway with the black-haired woman, Sujin. Sujin crosses her arms, asking if the incident was why he couldn't make it to their meeting last night. Sweating, Yong-rae puts the pieces together, realizing the delinquents Lahan had scolded must have come for revenge. Gulp. Sujin recaps his ridiculous-sounding story, which he nervously confirms while thinking how unbelievable it sounds. Sigh. Sujin dismisses his story as a joke, but Yong-rae desperately wishes it was. Ramble. Yong-rae nervously insists his story is true, claiming he defeated a few of the 5 attackers before passing out and telling her to ask Lahan for confirmation. Lean. Sujin gets uncomfortably close, questioning his story's fakery and his sudden closeness with Lahan. A desperate Yong-rae insists it's true, even offering to find the delinquents by name at local high schools to prove it. Flinch. Sujin recoils, asking if he just shouted at her, causing him to immediately apologize and deny it. Sujin lays out her disbelief, questioning why he'd fight delinquents, and pointing out that he looks completely unharmed. Touch! Yong-rae touches his face, stunned to realize she's right. There isn't a single bruise on him. Sujin tells Yong-rae that she's not as clueless as he seems to think. Teary. Sujin tearfully explains how worried she was, only to find he was sleeping with Lahan, but she still wanted to hear his side before breaking up. Jolt. After hearing his unbelievable tale, Sujin looks him in the eye and calmly decides, "All right, let's break up." Blink. Sujin stares at him with wide, shocked eyes, a bead of sweat on her face as she processes her own words. Defeated, Yong-rae looks down and quietly agrees, saying he thinks it's for the best. Sujin angrily confronts him, asking if he's leaving her for Lahan, and demanding to know the real reason, since he's the one at fault. Yong-rae clenches his fist, admitting he did something wrong, and that she's never been happy with him, so he wants to end it. Angry and confused by his resolve, Sujin asks if he can't just try harder, or if he's simply given up on them. Yong-rae and Sujin stand in tense silence, facing each other in the hallway. Looking down with a mix of sadness and resignation, Sujin finally relents with a quiet okay. With a sharp smile, Sujin declares they're breaking up, and warns that she'll find out his real reasons, making it clear it's all his fault. Turn. Yong-rae looks on in stunned silence as Sujin turns her back on him. Click-clack. Sujin walks resolutely up the stairs, leaving a distraught Yong-rae behind. Clack. Yong-rae watches her go, his expression a mixture of worry and defeat. The scene shifts to a classroom, where a young man with black hair and a face mask scrolls through his phone. Glance. The masked student looks up, his eyes sharp and focused on someone off-screen. A student named Byung-yeon sits at his desk, observing the noisy classroom around him. Scribble. Byung-yeon diligently writes in his notebook, ignoring the commotion. The masked student, Zhaok, leans over and asks Byung-yeon if he's actually studying. Byung-yeon's notes reveal a wild conspiracy theory, identifying Lahan and Yong-rae as lizard people with danger levels and world domination plots. Confused, Zhaok asks what he's doing, and Byung-yeon explains he's taking notes on the 2 new people, prompting Zhaok to ask why. Byung-yeon confidently tells Zhaok not to worry, believing he's lost his memory from her brainwave attack and promising to find a cure. Ha ha ha. Joke thinks to himself that her strength wasn't human and that he'd already suspected she had superpowers. Jolt. Joke suddenly asks what happened to the delinquents who went after her yesterday, startling Byung-yeon. A flashback shows a student nervously recounting Yong-rae's lie to his friends that Garam found Lahan and beat her up badly. Haha. Joke smirks knowingly, clearly not believing the fabricated story. Slurp. The scene changes to a delighted Lahan, sipping her iced coffee with hearts floating around her. Phew. A female colleague smiles as Lahan happily declares that iced Americanos are the best. Perk. Lahan's senses suddenly sharpen as she overhears something. Annoyed, Lahan complains about someone crying loudly and ruining her coffee, while a confused Yong-rae says he can't hear anything. Lahan sits patiently at her desk, coffee in hand. Creak. Hearing the noise again, Lahan gets up from her desk with a serious expression. Erg. On the rooftop, Yong-rae sobs, leaning over the ledge in despair. A close-up shows Lahan's eyes glowing with an intense, predatory light. Sniffle. As Yong-rae wipes his tears, a footstep sounds behind him. Raise. He lifts his head to see Lahan standing there watching him. Slurp. Lahan casually sips her coffee, observing Yong-rae's tear-streaked face. Tears continue to stream down Yong-rae's face as he cries his heart out. PF it. Lahan spits out her coffee, desperately trying to stifle a laugh at the sight. Bahahaha. Unable to contain herself, Lahan bursts into roaring laughter at Yong-rae's expense. Cough. Lahan chokes on her coffee from laughing too hard, as an embarrassed Yong-rae tells her to stop being so rude. Wiping away a tear of laughter, Lahan exclaims that it's been centuries since she laughed so hard and that his crying face is ridiculous. Hurt, Yong-rae asks why she's so amused, insisting that he's truly sad. After composing herself, Lahan comments that a dignified person looks elegant, even in tears, before asking why he was weeping. Yong-rae explains that he broke up with his secret girlfriend because she didn't believe his story about the previous night. Lahan looks surprised, asking if the relationship was illegal, but Yong-rae clarifies it was just against company policy. Awkward. Lahan looks away with her arms crossed, a bead of sweat on her cheek. Sigh. Yong-rae resigns himself to the breakup, admitting they weren't getting along anyway and it was bound to happen. Lahan tries to console him by saying it wasn't his fault, but Yong-rae quietly admits it partly was. Yong-rae turns the tables, asking Lahan what it was like for her when she broke up with a boyfriend. A quiet moment passes as the question hangs in the air. Lahan looks utterly baffled by his question. Her expression shifts to one of pure, flustered shock. Wait, Yong-rae notices her strange reaction and pauses. Lahan puts on a bright, slightly panicked smile. She walks ahead of Yong-rae, trying to avoid the topic. Flustered, Lahan wonders why he's asking about her dating life and panics over how to answer. Yong-rae walks beside her with a gentle, knowing smile. Awkward. Lahan bashfully admits that she's never actually had a lover before. Yong-rae finds this unsurprising, saying she's still young, while a note reveals she's over 1,000 years old as she sips her drink. Flustered, Lahan insists she's different from Yong-rae and has no need for a lover, claiming it's a choice, not an inability. Yong-rae simply offers a smug, knowing smile in response. Annoyed by his calm demeanor, Lahan feels utterly humiliated, as if she's lost their little squabble. Her expression turns somber as she quietly recalls parting ways with someone precious she can't forget. A flashback reveals a younger Lahan in armor on a battlefield, concluding that time only serves to dull pain, not erase it. Yong-rae listens intently, his expression now serious and thoughtful. Misunderstanding completely, Yong-rae cheerfully concludes that time heals all wounds, as Lahan internally calls him a simpleton. Lahan angrily asks why he's smiling and boasts that seducing a man would be a piece of cake for her, but Yong-rae calmly explains he smiles by habit. Swish. Lahan strikes a deliberately seductive pose, confidently asking him what he thinks. A flustered Yong-rae asks what she's doing, and though Lahan explains it's seduction, he bluntly says she just seems like her normal self. Task, annoyed, Lahan gives up, blaming his terrible taste in women, while he chides her for being disrespectful to her elder. Lahan admits she's never had a friend because she was too strong to need one, adding that she did have a horse, which Yong-rae finds incredibly sad. Yong-rae starts to say something but cuts himself off, deciding to just forget it. Glance. Lahan's sharp eyes suddenly fixate on someone off-screen. She focuses on a handsome, dark-haired man who is looking down at his phone. The dark-haired man looks up, calling out, "You there!" Lahan instantly turns on the charm, asking the man for tea, leaving him stunned and speechless. Yong-rae panics, internally scolding Lahan for her reckless move and recalling that the man, Yang-yan, has notoriously high standards for women. Lahan's eyes narrow with determination, undeterred by the challenge. To Yong-rae's shock, Yang-han agrees and asks Lahan for her number. Shock! Yong-rae is completely stunned that her bold move actually worked. Confused, Lahan asks what a number is and admits she doesn't have a phone, while Yang-yan asks for her phone number so they can connect. Yang-yan expresses his disbelief, but Yong-rae quickly steps in, making an excuse about complications from her time abroad. Yang-yan tells Lahan she needs a phone for work and instructs her to use the Office Messenger app to contact him in the meantime. Lahan agrees, but then innocently asks where she can hire a messenger for this app, revealing her complete technological ignorance. As Yang-yan stands speechless, Yong-rae quickly tries to cover for her, nervously laughing that she's just kidding. Nod, Yang-yan tells Lahan he'll be waiting for her to contact him before turning to leave. Yong-rae watches Yang-yan walk away, a look of stunned concern on his face. Lahan, however, looks on with a pleased and sparkly-eyed grin. Yong-rae mutters that he supposes Yang-yan has a type, prompting Lahan to question his tone before he asks if Yang-yan is her type. HMPH. Lahan proudly states she only asked him out to prove to Yong-rae how alluring she is. Yong-rae asks why she would care what he thinks, a question that catches Lahan completely off guard. Her eyes widen in panicked realization, a question mark hovering as she processes his words. Lahan defensively claims it was because he was being cocky, which he denies, before she snaps that he's the one who got dumped. Mutter. Yong-rae sighs that she can't empathize with his pain, which proven into angrily boasting that she could get a boyfriend anytime. Yong-rae seriously asks what kind of man she even likes, admitting he can't imagine it. The question catches Lahan off guard, making her blush as she wonders if she actually likes anyone at all. A faint, glowing image of a man in a red cape appears, a memory of someone from her past. Lahan bashfully tells Yong-rae that whatever her type is, it isn't him, leaving him to think he's been rejected yet again without even trying. A cheerful, portly man in a purple jacket waves at them, but they both seem confused about who he is. The scene transitions to the modern office buildings at sunset. While walking with Lahan, Yong-rae asks if she's really never used a phone, and she muses that the world is full of things she's never seen. Vroom! The sudden roar of a motorcycle engine startles them both. Screech! A motorcycle wheel with distinct red accents stops abruptly. Vroom! A rider in a black helmet pulls up, stopping directly in their path. Vroom! A close-up shows the rider's imposing, dark helmet. Vroom! Yong-rae wonders aloud if the loud rider is a delivery person or someone visiting the office. Flinch. Lahan recognizes the rider as the masked person from before, shocking Yong-rae, who asks how she can tell from a distance. Lahan praises Yong-rae for turning into a hero, or rather, a man, and tells him to leave this to her, as he internally insists he was always a man. Lahan confidently calls out to the helmeted figure, "You there, boy!" With a menacing smirk and glowing red eyes, Lahan challenges the helmeted rider, asking if he's come for another fight. The rider thinks to himself, vowing not to go easy on her this time. Vroom! As the rider speeds away, a confused Yong-rae asks why he's leaving, but Lahan smugly insists he's just scared of her, a notion Yong-rae doubts. Vroom! Lahan waves cheerfully, taunting the departing rider by shouting, "Adios, coward!" When Yong-rae asks what she said, Lahan flashes a mischievous grin and claims she simply wished him a safe drive. Click-clack, a dark-haired woman named Sujin walks past, bidding farewell to Yong-rae and Lahan, startling a man named Jaewon as she passes. Click-clack. As Sujin leaves, Yong-rae stammers her name in dismay, while Lahan waves a cheerful and thankful goodbye. The scene transitions to a brightly lit phone store with multiple signs advertising sales and free phones. Ta-da! A friendly employee in an orange shirt beams at them from inside the store. A display case shows a wide variety of modern smartphones. Lahan, completely bewildered, asks if all the phones are the same, while the employee explains there are subtle differences. Misunderstanding their relationship, the employee teases that this is how love starts, but Yong-rae quickly clarifies they're just coworkers. Yong-rae impatiently urges Lahan to choose a phone, reminding her that it's getting dark. His attention drifts outside, where he spots his colleague Sujin walking with the man from earlier, Jaewon. A closer view shows Sujin and Jaewon laughing and enjoying their time together. Yong-rae stares after them, quietly wondering why Sujin and Jaewon are together after work. Fed up with the choices, Lahan glances at the departing pair before telling the employee to just give her the best phone he has, to which he agrees. Done, the employee dramatically presents the Galaxy SA4885, a sleek, sparkling new phone. The employee praises the phone's popularity and reliability, prompting Lahan to ask for the price, and he surprises her by saying it's free. Lahan's eyes sparkle with delight at the word free until the employee adds a condition, a 24-month contract. A completely baffled Lahan asks how that could possibly be free, as the employee laughs and tries to explain the convoluted logic of phone contracts and discounts, comparing the monthly fee to a few cups of coffee. Glance. Yong-rae watches the exchange with a serious, observant look. Hesitate. Lahan looks torn, blushing as she considers the confusing offer. With a sly look, Yong-rae asks the employee about the exact installment costs, momentarily stumping him. Now outside with her new phone, Lahan asks if they should have shopped around, but Yong-rae explains government regulations make all the prices similar. Yong-rae laughs, amused that she asked for his help, while Lahan internally scoffs at his smugness, musing that one can learn even from small creatures. Slump. Dejected, Yong-rae complains about her backhanded compliment as Lahan examines her new device, observing how everyone seems to use one. The street is filled with faceless people, each one engrossed in their own phone. Yong-rae explains that phones are essential these days, and admits he's amazed she's lived so long without one, which makes Lahan ponder. Yong-rae holds out his hand, offering to put his number in her new phone. Lahan questions his offer, and he confirms he's giving her his number so she can contact him when needed. She gives him a sharp, calculating look, considering his offer. Yong-rae offers to find her a cheap room for the night, secretly planning to make her pay him back later. Lahan innocently suggests staying at his place to save money since he's single, leaving him flustered by her blunt and improper logic. The scene shifts to the exterior of the Gold Motel. Lying on the motel bed, Lahan looks in the mirror and thinks to herself that it's a little too big. She sits up with a bright smile, ready to explore her temporary room. Glance. Barefoot, she begins to walk around and investigate her new surroundings. She correctly identifies the television, proudly thinking that she knows what it is. Thunk. Opening the mini-fridge, she recognizes it as a temperature-regulating machine and finds cans inside. Grab. She picks up a blue can, ready to try its contents. Yay! Delighted with her find, Lahan holds the can up in triumph. Turn, tilt. Her joy fades to confusion as she inspects the can, having no idea how to open it. Bite. She resorts to brute force, attempting to bite the metal can open. Her super strength works, piercing the can and causing the drink to spray from the new opening. Glug, glug. Undeterred, she happily chugs the beverage straight from the hole she created. Phew. After wiping her mouth, she declares the drink delicious but then pauses, a question dawning on her. The camera focuses on a tray of complimentary toiletries, including hairspray and lipstick. Rummage. While looking through the items, Lahan finds something related to love and seems completely perplexed by the word. Perk. Her senses suddenly sharpen as she hears something, her expression instantly becoming alert. From her motel room, Lahan presses her ear to the wall, listening in as she tells herself Sujin shouldn't hesitate since she's single now. In the room next door, Jaewon holds on to Sujin, who insists it's too soon while he suggests they sit and talk things over. Sujin tries to leave, explaining she only came because he was drunk, but he pleads with her to start dating him officially. Blushing, Sujin confesses she broke up with her boyfriend because she liked Jaewon more, but feels taking things so fast is a little scary. Jaewon looks momentarily surprised as Sujin asks for his understanding, and he quickly stammers that of course he does. Hug. Sujin suddenly embraces a surprised Jaewon. Swish. Looking up at him with a happy, blushing face, Sujin declares that he's really different from other men. Jaewon is completely flustered and flattered by her sudden change in affection. Sujin cheerfully waves goodbye, promising to text him later and leaving a stunned Jae-won to stammer his farewell. Jae-won stands alone in the hallway, watching her walk away. Grin. He smirks to himself, confidently thinking that she's completely fallen for a bad boy like him. Back in her room, Lahan smiles knowingly, thinking that this drama will make for a very entertaining story. The scene shifts back to Lahan and Yong-rae, who is showing her MyTube on his phone, explaining it's full of fun things to watch as she decides to check her own phone. Flump. Oof. Lahan happily plops onto her bed, ready to explore her new phone. Her phone screen displays the time as 8:58 p.m., showing apps for maps, cafes, and MyTube. Lahan looks at the device with a fanged grin, condescendingly thinking that only they would live their lives relying on such small objects. Browsing MyTube, she sees a video of the top 7 male celebrities good at fighting, and admits the machine is quite interesting. Swipe. She dismissively scrolls past a video of a man making a fuss. Yeah, swipe. She cringes at a video of a woman singing a dramatic song, thinking, yikes, as she swipes past it. Swipe. She continues scrolling, passing a video about a food critic and a retired Special Forces chef. Swipe. Finding none of the content to her liking, she lies back and thinks it's not particularly entertaining. She continues to idly browse her phone while lying on her bed. Dazed. Hours later, Lahan is completely engrossed, her eyes red and wide from staring at the phone in the dark. Gasp. The sound of birds chirping startles her, and she sits up in a panic, realizing it's already morning. Swipe. Annoyed at herself, she keeps swiping, realizing she was up all night watching videos. Standing up, Lahan concludes that thanks to the phone, she was able to learn a lot about modern culture. Pause. She stops for a moment, an idea dawning on her. Hazy. A video about achieving a stylish and elegant look for work catches her eye, giving her inspiration. Click-clack. The next morning at the office, Lahan walks past a stunned Yong-rae. Click-clack. A female colleague also stares in shock as Lahan walks by. Lahan reveals her dramatic makeover, a stylish blouse, skirt, heels, and sunglasses, looking like a completely different person. With a confident smirk, she lowers her sunglasses, revealing her glowing, fanged eyes. Bottom? Yong-rae is completely smitten, wondering if this is love and thinking, I love her, while his deskmate remarks on the classic line. Wow. 2 female co-workers admire Lahan's confidence and great look, with one resolving to ask where she got her sunglasses. Lahan strides confidently through the office, turning heads with her new style. The portly manager watches her approach with a stern, unimpressed expression. Lahan, now with her hair in a ponytail, questions the manager's disapproving stare. Flinch. The manager is visibly startled by her direct confrontation. Whisper. Other employees gossip about the impending battle between the manager and the fiery new hire, while a man wonders why sunglasses are an issue. Done. The manager explains that there's a dress code to maintain the work atmosphere, and sunglasses create disharmony. Lahan listens silently, her expression concealed behind her dark sunglasses. Lowering her glasses, Lahan concedes that he's right and she should bow to his authority, leaving the manager to wonder if he's being insulted. Throb. As a coworker whispers that she might need them for laser eye surgery, the manager's stress level increases, and the narrator notes that Lahan has shortened his lifespan by 1 day. Bow. Yong-rae and a colleague bow respectfully as they greet someone with a cheerful, "Good morning!" Yong-yan smiles brightly, calling out a friendly, "Hi, Lahan." Lahan turns to him with a cool, detached gaze, surrounded by an aura of cherry blossoms. Flinch. Her icy stare makes a blushing Yong-yan recoil in surprise. Lahan maintains her cold, unimpressed expression as cherry blossoms fall around her. Frown. Lahan bluntly tells Yong-yan not to be so casual with her, leaving him to defensively mutter that she's the one who talks to him that way. Dagger. As she turns to leave, Lahan bumps into the manager, Mr. Ryu, and sharply tells him to straighten his back. In the office washroom, a dark-haired female colleague looks off to the side with a tired, pensive expression. Schwa. Lahan turns on a faucet, marveling at the convenient well with a fanged smile. Click-clack. Lahan cheerfully washes her hands under the running water as her annoyed colleague looks on. The dark-haired colleague scolds Lahan for wasting water, to which a clueless Lahan turns with a questioning, "Huh?" Jolt. After her colleague explains the water bill will be expensive, A shocked Lahan apologizes, mistakenly thinking her colleague has to pay for it. Chua, the dark-haired colleague, now washes her own hands at the sink. As the water runs, Lahan watches her colleague's reflection, thinking she must have paid a lot. The dark-haired colleague turns, defensively asking Lahan why she's staring at her. Lahan hesitates, stammering as she asks where she can pay the water bill, leaving her colleague to wonder if she's being mocked or is just genuinely clueless. Believing she is being challenged, the colleague thinks Lahan is feisty and pointedly asks if she used to live abroad. Continuing her pointed questioning, the colleague implies that Lahan must have also gone out with foreign men. Taking the question literally, Lahan innocently confirms she's gone out with countless men, since they are everywhere. PFFT, the colleague mockingly praises Lahan's supposed ability to make men fall for her, and asks if she cares whether they're single or taken. The colleague internally dares Lahan to snap back, planning to tell everyone she stole someone's boyfriend. Lahan coolly faces her blushing colleague, calmly offering to tell her the truth if she wishes. The colleague nervously agrees, while Lahan smirks and cheekily confirms that she is more perceptive than she thought. Lahan proudly proclaims that men of all kinds, single, attached, of any race or status, have fallen to their knees before her, revealing she interpreted the phrase as defeating them in battle and always gives her all in a fight. A cartoonish rendering shows the dark-haired colleague standing completely stunned and bewildered. The colleague's simple, shocked expression is frozen in disbelief, cackle. As Lahan laughs maniacally, her horrified colleague thinks she's not normal and wonders why she's so proud of her conquests. The flustered colleague realizes with a blush that she thinks Lahan was having affairs. Lahan asks why she would feel remorse, explaining that she simply accepted challenges without discrimination. As Lahan smiles, her colleague internally calls her shameless for seducing Yong-rae, while Lahan asks if she seems strong. Hee. With a sly, fanged smile, Lahan leans in to add another detail. Jolt. Lahan reveals she also made women fall to their knees, leaving her colleague speechless as Lahan declares it's only natural. With a smug grin, Lahan explains that there should be no discrimination when it comes to battle. Her colleague stammers in complete shock, barely able to process the idea of women too. Rush panicked, the colleague flees the bathroom, screaming that she needs to get out of there. Lahan watches her go with a self-satisfied smile, concluding that she was too intimidated. The scene cuts to a terrified Yong-rae, who asks someone if they're joking. Raise. Mr. Ryu, the manager, looks up from his work and calmly states that he is, in fact, working. A shocked Yong-rae drops a stack of papers. Mr. Ryu sternly tells Yong-rae that they are trying to sign a contract with a company and orders him to go get their signature. Done. Yong-rae protests going with Lahan, who stands behind him looking thrilled about her first work trip. The manager dismisses Yong-rae's concerns, reminding him that Lahan is an employee and he, as the more experienced one, should guide her. Yong-rae frantically argues that he's still learning and worries Lahan will make a huge mistake, while she cheekily thinks he's right to feel that way. Grin. Mr. Ryu tells him to stop worrying, assuring him that since he personally scouted Lahan, she must have skills and asks for her confirmation. As Lahan flashes a confident, fanged grin, Yong-rae complains from off-screen, telling her to take off her sunglasses already. The scene transitions to the exterior of a large, modern industrial building on a sunny day. Gulp. A man with wavy brown hair and a beard, Amin Baek, nervously asks if they want his company to sign the contract, as Lahan looks on. Yong-rae enthusiastically confirms their intent from behind the CEO, who thoughtfully considers the contract. The CEO strokes his chin, lost in thought. Leaning back in his chair, the CEO asks with a tired, unimpressed look if they came empty-handed. He is identified as Amin Baek, CEO of Bakem Electronics. Yong-rae breaks into a cold sweat, panicking because he was so nervous he forgot to bring drinks as a courtesy. Jolt. Amin Baek leans forward intensely, startling Yong-rae by saying he is absolutely correct. Lahan steps forward, explaining with a sparkling smile that any gift will come after the contract is signed, as they take the partnership too seriously to use petty gifts for persuasion. CEO Amin Baek listens to Lahan, his expression unreadable. Impressed, Amin Baek smirks to himself, thinking that Lahan, the new recruit, is clearly the more experienced one. Lahan casually asks for some coffee, causing Yong-rae to panic about the big gift she promised and whether she can take responsibility for it. Lahan bluntly tells a sweating Yong-rae that workers do the work and leaders handle the rest, so she doesn't care about the details. CEO Amin Baek holds up an electric razor, stating he's already spoken with their manager and is gifting them their factory's product. Sip! Lahan sips her drink, thinking it's amazing, as Yong-rae enthusiastically promises they will advertise and sell the razor well. Amin Baek skeptically asks if they know anything about razors, worried that their company handles too many different products. Yong-rae nervously tries to reassure him about their company's PR and online sales capabilities, but the CEO interrupts, saying that's not his point. Amin Baek clarifies that ultimately, success depends on how much the person in charge knows about the product. At a loss for words, Yong-rae can only stammer nervously. Turn. Lahan suddenly speaks up, listing the razor's durability and ability to give a close shave, surprising Yong-rae. Lahan continues to expertly detail the razor's features. Its ultra-fine blade, 5-layered system, and water resistance, while thinking how ergonomic it is. Glance. Yong-rae is amazed, wondering how she memorized everything, and realizes she seems to be reading it from somewhere. Ooh. He sees she's reading from a glowing script only she can see, as the impressed CEO listens to her ramble about patents. Amin Baek laughs, satisfied, and says that's more than enough information. Grin. Impressed by Lahan, Amin Baek says he likes her and invites them both to dinner after he signs the contract. Overjoyed, Yong-rae celebrates his first contract while Lahan gets excited at the mention of something delicious. The scene transitions to a restaurant where the three are seated for dinner. Amin Baek offers to pay for dinner, but Yong-rae politely refuses. Meanwhile, Lahan impatiently asks where the delicious food is. Amin Baek insists on paying, refusing to let office workers use their salaries, as a chibi Lahan pouts, still waiting for food. He presents a bottle of liquor, revealing this is what he meant by, quote, something delicious, to Lahan's confusion. Glug glug. As whiskey is poured, Yong-rae politely asks if the CEO enjoys it. Amin Baek encourages them to try the tasty and different drink, and a hesitant Yong-rae admits it has a nice flavor. Yong-rae stares in shock, realizing that Amin Baek is now completely ignoring him. Lahan says she doesn't need a razor because she doesn't have a beard, but the CEO slyly asks if women don't shave other areas. Sip. Yong-rae takes a nervous drink, thinking the conversation is taking a weird turn. Lahan asks Yong-rae why he's so quiet, and he quickly denies disliking the alcohol, privately fuming about being excluded from the conversation. Whisper. Amin Baek discreetly calls for Mr. Yong-rae on his phone. Yong-rae looks at the message he just received. He is shocked by the contents of the message, wondering what help the CEO could possibly want from him. Amin Baek offers to order another bottle for Lahan, who asks if that would be all right. He assures her it is, but mentions her boyfriend might worry, prompting Lahan to clarify she doesn't have one as she feels the alcohol's effects. Hee. Amin Baek acts surprised she's single, complimenting how pretty she is. Lahan smiles slyly, telling him he's different from other tasteless men. Smile. Yong-rae watches Lahan's flattery with a blush, while Amin Baek internally resolves to order her and asks for another bottle. The dinner table is now littered with numerous empty and full bottles of alcohol. Lahan reflects that although the CEO was annoying at first, he's proving to be quite a useful human. Sitting alone, Lahan wonders why the men are taking so long in the bathroom, worrying they might have run off without paying. Elsewhere, Yong-rae and Amin Baek face each other with tense expressions. Amin Baek pointedly asks Yong-rae to help him get a girlfriend and to go home already. Yong-rae nervously cites company policy as an excuse, thinking that there is something fishy about this guy. With a dark expression, Amin Baek pressures Yong-rae, saying he can't turn his back on him now that the contract is signed. Amin Baek insists this is how they'll get closer as business partners, leaving Yong-rae horrified. A terrified Yong-rae stares, sweating and speechless at the CEO's proposition. Creak. Lahan peeks around a corner, having overheard the entire sordid conversation. As the men return, Lahan steps out and announces that Yong-rae has to leave. A stunned Yong-rae furiously objects, shouting that he never said that. Lahan looks back at him with a wide-eyed, innocent expression. The CEO dismisses Yong-rae and tells Lahan to say her goodbyes so they can return to their table. Lahan turns with a cold, piercing glare. Yong-rae suddenly grabs Lahan's wrist, stopping her from following the CEO. He desperately begs Lahan not to keep drinking with him and to just leave together. Lahan turns to him with a genuinely baffled expression and asks, "Why?" Yong-rae desperately explains that it's dangerous for a woman to be alone with a man at night who might have bad intentions. Lahan looks down at his hand on her wrist and coldly asks, "So what?" questioning what right he has to stop her. Her sharp rebuttal leaves a sweating Yong-rae completely stunned and at a loss for words. Defeated, Yong-rae stands stiffly, watching her go. He stands alone, surrounded by the purple phantoms of other men who have likely been with Lahan. The scene lingers on the ornate doors of the restaurant, marking a point of decision. Yong-rae tries to convince himself that he has no justification to interfere since Lahan is just a colleague. He concludes that if he gets involved in their business, he's the only one who stands to lose. His feet remain planted, showing his internal conflict despite his decision. Turning his back, Yong-rae resolves not to get involved for no reason and begins to walk away. He strides away purposefully down the corridor. Wham! He abruptly stops and slams his hand against the doorframe, unable to leave her. He bursts back into the private room, surprising Lahan. A panicked Yong-rae finds Lahan just outside the room and asks why she's out there. Lahan angrily reminds him that he said he'd come with her, finding his question infuriating. As she shoves him away from the door, he worriedly asks about the CEO, but she tells him not to worry. She angrily declares she's not drinking anymore because of his constant worrying. With arms crossed, Lahan scoffs at the idea she'd fall for the CEO, revealing she heard everything Yong-rae said outside the door. Lahan announces that because he dragged her out and made her miss more drinks, he now owes her and must take responsibility. Outside the restaurant at night, he suggests that if that's the case, she should just go back inside. Pat, a cheerful manager, claps Mr. Ryu on the back, congratulating him on an excellent job. Mr. Ryu, holding a cup of coffee, looks utterly bewildered by the praise. The other manager laughs, admitting he was clueless since Yong-rae and Lahan handled the contract themselves. The cheerful manager praises his decision to hire Lahan, while Mr. Ryu explains the CEO called to compliment her passion and request her as the lead for future projects. The cheerful manager offers to buy Yong-rae coffee and asks where Lahan is. Mr. Ryu adds that he sent her for coffee an hour ago and she still isn't back. The manager cheerfully dismisses their concern, saying she's probably just getting fresh air, and congratulates them again. Yong-rae tells Mr. Ryu that Lahan is good at her job despite being rough, but Mr. Ryu scoffs, calling CEO Baek Amin a womanizer just trying to impress them. As the men decide to get back to work, the camera focuses on their brown-haired female colleague sitting nearby. A close-up reveals the thoughtful expression of the colleague, who is now wearing glasses. Yong-rae questions Lahan's late return with coffee and missed calls. She explains the coffee shop had too many options and that she saved her number in his phone. He complains that the music from his phone was too noisy, so he hid it, prompting a chibi Lahan to explain that the music is a ringtone for a call. Yong-rae asks where she buys her clothes, while she internally thinks he should be paying her back instead of shopping. Heh, Lahan grins, revealing she doesn't buy her clothes and can just wear whatever she wants because it's a kind of magic. She asks if he needs some magic clothes too, but he suspiciously asks if her method is even legal. They both stop, looking at their female colleague with glasses standing before them. The colleague, holding her hands demurely, notes they have a lot of coffee for just 2 people. Lahan bluntly asks who this person is, earning a quick reprimand from Yong-rae for pointing. He introduces her as Miss Ban Si-eun from accounting, who gives a shy hello. Ju Lahan, beaming, Lahan suddenly hands all the coffees to a startled Ban Si-eun and says she'll leave it to her. Flustered, Yong-rae scolds Lahan for dumping the load on their colleague, explaining that her offer to help was just a figure of speech. Lahan glances back dismissively, saying it's fine. Ban Si-eun, however, blushes happily as she holds the drinks, thinking that Lahan really is different. Ban Si-eun nervously tells Lahan she's cool, while her thoughts betray her confusion, wondering if she's being mocked. Lahan puffs up with pride, saying she hears that often, as Yong-rae mutters behind her that she's selfish, not confident. Overjoyed, Lahan internally celebrates. She said, "I'm cool." The scene shows the wide variety of drinks Lahan purchased, from iced coffees to elaborate blended drinks. In a flashback, Yong-rae is exasperated, asking what Lahan brought back since he specifically told her to get coffee. Lahan stands proudly with her arms crossed, completely unbothered. Another colleague corrects Yong-rae, clarifying he said Americano, not figure it out, while a third colleague asks someone named Jaewon if their drink is nicotine-free. A colleague informs the bewildered manager, Mr. Ryu, that he picked the sparkling jewel frap. Lahan cheerfully encourages her colleagues to try new drinks, handing out the various beverages she brought back. Ban Si-eun blushes, thinking to herself how amazing and bold he is for making such a mistake. Yong-rae stares with a dark expression, internally remarking that Lahan is really something else. The scene transitions to a city street at night, filled with glowing signs. Walking with Lahan, Yong-rae finds it curious that CEO Baek-min praised him so highly. Lahan proudly suggests it must be because she's cool, but Yong-rae dismisses it, saying Seyun was just being polite. Lahan teases Yong-rae, asking if he's jealous he's never been called cool. He retorts that Seyun is a good person who wouldn't lie. Yong-rae seriously asks Lahan what she said to the CEO to get such a positive reaction, wondering if she used her looks to charm him. Lahan insists she only said she was leaving, then defensively asks why he keeps prying into her business. Annoyed, Yong-rae says he's leaving for the weekend, reminding her to pay him back for lodging by payday as he walks away. Lahan slowly processes his words, realizing it's Saturday, a day of rest. A cheerful Lahan decides she'll take it easy and explore the world tomorrow. In a purple tracksuit, Lahan runs frantically through a park in daylight. With a face contorted in terror, she screams for someone to save her. The scene shifts to a quiet city street on a bright day. Lahan stretches her arms out with a satisfied yawn. Now wearing her work clothes again, she strikes a confident pose and wonders where to begin her day. A lone figure in a hoodie and headphones sits on a bench near a ghostly purple figure. A man with glasses walks confidently down the street, passing purple phantoms of a couple. Lahan observes the variety of human fashion and decides to go check out some outfits for herself. Her hand reaches out to touch clothes hanging on a store rack. A friendly shop assistant approaches as Lahan insists she's just browsing for now. When the assistant asks about her preferred style, Lahan admits she's unfamiliar with current trends. The assistant then asks what she usually wears, and Lahan confesses she only has her current outfit. The shop assistant realizes, with wide-eyed excitement, that this is a prime opportunity to boost sales. The assistant shows her a floral dress, but Lahan finds it too bright. The assistant pivots to suggesting a clean tone. Next, she's shown a short black dress, which Lahan likes but finds too short, prompting an offer for pants instead. Lahan tries on a shoulder-bearing top but rejects it for revealing too much of her stomach. A large pile of discarded clothes sits on a chair, showing the extent of her unsuccessful shopping attempt. A yawning shop assistant asks Lahan if she has decided on anything yet. Lahan gives a bright, cheerful wave goodbye, leaving the store. The shop assistant waves back from the doorway as Lahan walks off empty-handed. Lahan smirks, thinking she can't buy anything anyway since she's borrowing the hero's money. Walking down a dark alley, she concludes that she doesn't really need to buy clothes after all. Her body begins to glow with a crackling purple energy. The energy engulfs her, transforming her outfit completely. A small girl with a ponytail and backpack stares up in amazement, saying, "Wow." Lahan freezes in shock and panic, realizing she has been spotted. Lahan panics, worrying her identity will be revealed, and contemplating whether she should just knock the girl out. The little girl innocently looks up and asks Lahan if she's a magical girl. Flustered, Lahan grabs her collar, just as the magical girl keychain on the child's backpack becomes visible. The girl excitedly explains she's like a warrior from comics who uses magic, and asks how she transformed, concluding Lahan must be a magical girl. Lahan tries to brush her off, but the girl persists, pointing out that she used magic, transformed, and is a girl. The girl calls her a liar, but blushes and promises to keep her secret, leaving Lahan looking uncertain. Deciding to play along, Lahan agrees as the excited girl makes her promise to keep the secret. The little girl eagerly asks how she can become a magical girl too, and Lahan gives her bland advice before asking why she is wandering alone. The girl details her packed schedule of English, math, and piano lessons, making a chibi Lahan marvel that the child is busier than she is. The little girl strikes a pose, excitedly asking Lahan if she has a special spell for her transformation. Lahan internally groans at the hassle, starting to deny having a magic chant while the girl watches eagerly. Giving in, Lahan strikes a dramatic pose and reluctantly shouts, "Transform!" The little girl claps with delight, her eyes sparkling with adoration for the magical display. A flustered Lahan asks if that's enough, feeling pathetic as she tries to leave, but the girl asks for her phone number. What? Lahan is stunned by the request, but the girl earnestly explains she wants to be her helper in times of danger. Sighing at the troublesome kid, Lahan gets hungry but worries that warrior guy will fuss if she buys expensive food. Ring! Her phone buzzes with a text from Ban Si-yoon, who cheerfully reintroduces herself from the company. Lahan vaguely remembers that woman and puzzles over the odd emoji at the end of the message. She stares at the text from Ban Si-yoon, tapping her phone thoughtfully. Lahan critiques Ban Si-yoon's unusual typing, deciding to just reply that she's currently out. Si-yoon's text bubble suggests dinner, noting her amazing typing speed, but Lahan prefers to be alone until Si-yoon offers to treat her. The scene shifts to Lahan and Ban Si-yoon sitting across from each other at a cafe table. Ban Si-yoon thanks her for meeting on short notice and insists on paying, while Lahan, eyeing the food, gets straight to the point and asks why she called. Ban Si-yoon nervously confesses that she struggles with anxiety, expressing herself and saying no, which has only worsened at her first job. She explains that seeing Lahan's confidence makes her feel like she can change, admiring her assertiveness and competence. Lahan positively beams, overjoyed that someone finally understands and appreciates her true nature. She laughs, preening under the praise, and agrees that it takes a special person to recognize another's strengths. Lahan offers her assistance with any problems, internally vowing to keep this insightful admirer close, which moves Ban Si-yoon. Ban Si-yoon's eyes sparkle with hope as she asks, "Really?" Thinking how nice this is, Ban Si-yoon asks if Lahan would like some alcohol too. Lahan smiles, telling Si-yoon that she feels strangely familiar, as if they've met before. Pondering this, Ban Si-yoon suggests they probably just passed each other at the office. Sipping wine, Si-yoon recounts how her team leader scolded her for a mistake that wasn't even her fault. She continues, sadly explaining that the colleague who made the error just laughed it off, leaving her feeling isolated. Lahan tries to compose herself, thinking humans are weak, and admitting she has no idea how to comfort someone. A chibi Lahan is startled, as a soft glow suddenly emanates from Ban Si-yoon. Sob! Ban Si-yoon breaks down, tears streaming down her face. Lahan is completely shocked, panicking as she wonders, is she crying? Ban Si-yoon continues to cry softly, wiping tears from her eyes. Panicked, Lahan overhears two women at another table whispering about them, wondering if it's an affair. Lahan freezes in horror as she hears the women conclude that the one in the purple tracksuit must be a shameless homewrecker. Tap. Mortified and desperate, Lahan tells her to calm down and nervously taps the table. Her frantic gesture sends her wine glass tumbling over the edge of the table. Oh no! The wine splashes all over a passing waiter's arm, causing him to gasp in shock. Kya! The startled waiter stumbles backward into another table, where a woman shrieks, "Sweetheart!" Bang! He crashes into the table, sending the man with the blonde hair flying backward. A wine glass soars through the air, dousing another woman directly in the face with red wine. The entire patio descends into chaos, with tables overturned and wine splattered everywhere. A glass smashes against the back of a large, bald man's head. The bald man glares menacingly, demanding to know who's responsible, and asking if they're with the Yun-Yul gang. Lahan stands amidst the pandemonium as the terrified waiter kneels before the enraged man. The trembling waiter pleads that he's just an employee, but the bald man suspects he's a disguised gangster. Lahan and Ban Si-yoon watch in confusion as the disasters pile up, with Lahan fearing she's the cause. Lahan's face contorts in pure distress, overwhelmed by the chaos she's unleashed. Lahan bolts from her seat as a blushing Ban Si-yoon calls after her, asking where she is going. She flees into the women's restroom, with a worried Ban Si-yoon following close behind to check on her. Leaning against the wall and catching her breath, Lahan has a sudden realization. She knew she'd seen Ban Si-yoon before. A close-up reveals Ban Si-yoon's shocked and blushing expression, as the truth dawns on her as well. Lahan recoils, realizing with dread that Ban Si-yoon is the one person she truly feared in her past. In a flashback, a red-haired warrior, identified as Banshee, stands ready for battle beside an armored knight. Back in the present, Lahan's eyes widen in terror, sweating as the memory overwhelms her. The flashback continues, showing a grand, imposing demon castle against a mountain range. In her demon queen form, Lahan sits bored on her throne amidst skulls and treasure. She asks why her visitors have come, musing that humans only ever want her treasure or her head. A series of challengers appear. One demands treasure, while another, a prince, declares he's here for fame, lauded by his subordinate. Lahan stands victoriously over a defeated foe, boasting that no one could ever rival her power. The defeated prince, now kneeling, insists he never meant to fight and then stuns her with a marriage proposal. Lahan laughs, dismissing the weakling but offering to spare him if he surrenders his entire country to her. As her fearsome reputation spreads, she sits alone on her throne. A new challenger arrives, Liam, the hero of Ireland, drawing his sword and shouting for her to bring it on. His purple-haired wizard companion unleashes a legendary spell, Bulia, as Liam watches in awe. A massive inferno erupts from the spell, engulfing the throne room in flames. Caught in the blast, a shocked Lahan wonders if this is truly top-tier fire magic. Panicking for a moment, she cries out as the flames seemingly consume her. The wizard holds his stance, confident in the power he has unleashed. Liam eagerly asks his companion if the Demon Queen has been defeated. Emerging from the smoke completely unharmed, Lahan playfully admires the new curls the fire gave her hair. She thanks the wizard for the new hairstyle, leaving the entire hero party speechless with shock. The heroes stare in frozen, wide-eyed terror at her nonchalant display of power. The wizard collapses in despair as Liam urges him to cast another spell, while Lahan mockingly laughs from above. Enraged, a bearded warrior charges forward, vowing to avenge his fallen comrade. Lahan effortlessly stops his attack, musing that he's attempting a headbutt, which she easily deflects. Another companion joins Liam, calling for a combined ultimate rapid-fire attack, much to Liam's confusion. Lahan gracefully dodges their frantic attacks, laughing with amusement at their futile efforts. She easily sidesteps Liam's lunge, mocking his slow speed. Whoa! Liam swings his sword wildly, but Lahan ducks under the blow with a taunting expression. A frustrated Liam yells insults at her for running, but Lahan's expression hardens, clearly unimpressed. Her eyes glowing with malice, Lahan declares she's bored and commands him to die. From her perspective, the terrified heroes are shown fleeing in a comical panic. The bearded warrior calls back, urging someone named Banshee to run and save herself. Lahan scoffs with her arms crossed, thinking to herself that escape is not an option. A lone, fully armored warrior with an axe and shield appears, and a voice acknowledges their arrival. Lahan questions if the warrior truly intends to fight alone now that her companions have fled. The warrior silently hurls an arrow crackling with purple magic. Lahan watches the enchanted arrow fly toward her with a grimly focused expression. She swiftly dodges as another magical projectile is launched at her. An arrow strikes Lahan's side, drawing a trickle of energy. The armored warrior stands firm, weapon ready, as Lahan watches from a distance. A flicker of surprise crosses Lahan's face as she assesses her opponent. The formidable warrior stands her ground, axe in hand, ready for the next move. A brief interlude showcases a collage of various powerful heroes and intimidating villains. Lahan compliments the warrior for her bravery, offering a special chance to live as a sign of respect. Rejecting the offer, the warrior stands firm. Lahan scoffs, gathers her power, and challenges her to bring it on. Lahan lunges forward, kicking up a cloud of energy as she begins her attack. She unleashes a massive wave of purple power, which the warrior braces to receive head-on. Tears well up in the warrior's eyes, but her expression remains unshakably determined. Lahan closes the distance, her face inches from her opponent's in a tense, climactic confrontation. In a blur of motion, Lahan dashes past her opponent, concluding her swift attack. Lahan stares in utter confusion, whispering, "Huh." The red-haired warrior Banshee breaks down into loud, wailing sobs. Exasperated, Lahan demands to know why her opponent is suddenly crying now. She dismisses the display as ridiculous, pointing out that Banshee had just frozen in fear. Lahan scolds the red-haired warrior, questioning if she truly came to fight with such a weak heart. Crying, Banshee screams for her to shut up, vowing to defeat her to protect her village and family, while Lahan mockingly tells her to wipe her tears first. Banshee claims she can't move her hands, prompting a disappointed Lahan to think she'd overestimated her strength. Seeing her opponent's determination, Lahan smirks and agrees to indulge her, asking if she has any last words. Between sobs, the warrior tearfully accepts the challenge, crying, "Come at me." Lahan clutches her head and screams in frustration, begging her to stop the noisy crying. Crack! The ceiling of the throne room begins to fracture under the strain of the wailing, and Lahan looks up, wondering what's happening. As the room crumbles and debris falls, Lahan wonders aloud if it's an earthquake. A silhouette falls through the collapsing ceiling, plunging into the throne room. Lahan looks up in shock, her face dirty with soot, as she asks what is going on. Amidst the dust and rubble, the red-haired warrior lies in a heap. The warrior looks up from the wreckage, her eyes wide with confusion. A frantic montage recalls the painstaking labor Lahan invested in building her castle, now reduced to ruins. Enraged, Lahan confronts the warrior, accusing her of using earthquake magic to destroy her castle. But the warrior stammers that she did nothing. The air hangs heavy over the silent, smoldering ruins. A bolt of lightning suddenly arcs through the air with a brilliant flash. Zap! The lightning strikes a skeleton as the warrior shrieks in terror. A singed and furious Lahan accuses the warrior of striking her with lightning, but the warrior denies it, blaming Lahan's horns. Lahan stands in stunned, soot-covered silence. Clutching her throbbing head, Lahan demands to know what the warrior has done. The red-haired warrior looks on, sweating with worry. Lahan lunges, but the warrior shouts back, "You bitch," as they clash. Lahan's hand closes around the warrior's face. Lahan sneers, questioning how her opponent dare speak her name so casually, and reminding her that her previous survival was only due to Lahan's poor condition. Surrounded by a maelstrom of dark energy, Lahan vows that this time, she will truly kill her. Ah! The warrior lets out a terrified scream. Lian's castle continues to collapse into ruin. Blurg. Lahan vomits a rainbow of energy as the narration describes the effects of physical damage and natural disasters. Sitting in a newly formed crater, Lahan wonders why the ground collapsed, as text explains there is no escape from a banshee's disaster. A furious, chibi-sized Lahan orders the warrior to get lost and disappear from her sight. Lahan panics, her world turning red with terror and frustration. Lahan grabs the warrior, who can only manage a startled, "Huh." A tiny Lahan demands the warrior leave her alone, while the warrior asks why she's being tormented for just sitting there. The warrior tearfully asks how Lahan, the demon queen, could be so cruel. In the distance, yet another castle crumbles to the ground. Lahan stares in absolute, shell-shocked horror. The red-haired warrior approaches with a grim expression, announcing that she has some bad news. A defeated Lahan, now wearing a grim reaper's cloak, resolves that if she doesn't die, she can come back, seeing this as a temporary farewell. The flashback ends, and in the present, Lahan is frantically running away in her purple tracksuit. Banseon chases after her, calling Lahan's name and asking why she's running, begging her to explain if she's done something wrong. Lahan screams for Banseon not to follow, declaring she doesn't want to be with her anymore as she pants for breath. A heartbroken Banseon watches her go, her voice trailing off. Lahan clutches her stomach, feeling nauseous again, and blaming that woman's abilities for her sickness. As Banseon calls her name, Lahan flees down the street, crying for someone to help her. Her escape is cut short as a man in a black shirt and face mask steps into her path. Lahan freezes, recognizing the man with a jolt of fear, thinking, that human?" A terrified Lahan points accusingly, shouting at the man dressed in black. She grabs the startled man's arm, pleading with Mask Boy to help her in an emergency. Hiding behind him, Lahan begs him to use his body to block the terrifying thing chasing her. The man glances back in confusion as Lahan begs him for help, claiming she can't drive away her pursuer alone. He dismisses her, saying she's strong enough to handle it herself, but Lahan insists that woman is far more frightening than she is. The man's expression hardens as he questions how anyone could be stronger than Lahan, wondering how he could possibly help. Flinch. Banseon stops in her tracks, looking up with a start. Bow. She bows politely, introducing herself as Seon Ban, and explaining she was with Lahan, who is still hiding. The man scoffs, thinking she's just an ordinary woman, but Lahan desperately warns him not to be fooled, claiming Banseon has tormented her entire life. Lahan peeks out from behind the man, her eyes narrowed with suspicion and fear. Stepping in front of Lahan, the masked man tells Banseon that she should leave. A startled Banseon stammers that she was only trying to talk to Lahan. With a menacing glare, The man coldly orders her to get out of there. Flinch! A cartoonish Ban Si-yoon recoils in fear from his intimidating command. Sob, Ban Si-yoon bursts into tears, apologizing and crying that now she looks like a stalker. While the man feels awkward, Lahan pops up with a beaming smile, congratulating her masked boy for a job well done. Whack! She smacks him on the head, questioning why he fell for Ban Si-yoon's act, and thinking this man is more frightening than she thought. Wobble! A loose screw on a nearby sign begins to give way. Lahan's eyes widen in alarm as she looks up at the unstable sign. Shove. With a powerful push, Lahan throws the surprised man to the ground. Crash. A massive grilled shrimp sign smashes onto the spot where the man just stood. Lahan glares, realizing the near-fatal accident wasn't rust, but the result of Ban Si-yoon's dangerous ability. She pats the man's shoulder, explaining that Ban Si-yoon causes disasters whenever she cries, a frightening power even Lahan can't avoid. The man scoffs at the unscientific claim, but when Lahan effortlessly lifts the massive sign, he retracts his doubt. Lahan explains that because he made her cry, the disaster targeted him, and she urges him to run to safety. She waves goodbye, telling him to take care, but he shouts in a panic that he could actually die and she cannot just leave. The man, now alone, regrets helping her and wonders if the woman with glasses is also a psychic. Whack! A scooter rider collides with him from behind, apologizing for not seeing him stop so suddenly. Glug, glug. Back in his room, the man chugs a bottle of water. Phew. Now changed into casual clothes, he sits on the floor, finally able to relax after the chaotic day. Flump, he flops onto his bed with a yawn, bored on a Sunday with nothing to do. Lying on his back, he stares at the ceiling, lost in silent thought. In a flashback, the man complains to his girlfriend about a long line while a phantom of Lahan watches over his shoulder. The man criticizes his girlfriend for not arriving early and for not wearing contacts, but she just apologizes and suggests they go somewhere else. Squeeze. He takes her arm gently. The girlfriend smiles, saying it's fine as long as she's with him, and offers to get them drinks. Back in the present, the man recalls how nice his girlfriend Sujin was to him. Chirp, chirp. Lying alone in his room, he feels a wave of sadness. Knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door breaks the silence. Creak. He opens the door with a tired expression and asks, "Who is there?" His landlady greets him as Yong-rae, chiding him for staying home in the dark on a weekend. Yong-rae explains he was sleeping and asks why she's here. She reminds him his contract is running out. The landlady praises the apartment, and Yong-rae agrees that finding such a nice place is difficult. When she mentions a rent increase, a shocked Yong-rae asks by how much, and she blames it on inflation. Landlady cheerfully informs him he'll need to deposit an extra 20 million won. Stunned, Yong-rae learns from the landlady that she convinced her husband to keep the rent increase minimal for him. Yong-rae walks down a paved path, followed by the shadowy purple form of Lahan. Sighing, he walks on, wondering how he'll ever come up with 20 million won. Beep! He scans his items at a convenience store checkout. To save money, Yong-rae politely declines a plastic bag after the clerk states his total. Beep, beep. The convenience store clerk glances at Yong-rae and informs him that his card has been declined. A flustered Yong-rae questions the clerk, who explains he has insufficient funds. Yong-rae then asks to remove the gimbap from his purchase. After another failed attempt, the clerk informs him it still won't work, prompting Yong-rae to ask to remove the drink as well. When the card is declined yet again, Yong-rae silently requests to remove the instant noodles, leaving him with nothing. Nom! Having only been able to afford a single piece of gum, Yong-rae leaves the store as the clerk waves goodbye. A profile introduces Yong-rae by his actor name, Ui Jong-byeon, revealing he's a struggling actor trying to remain optimistic about his future. Scroll. Checking his phone, Yong-rae discovers Lahan's extravagant spending is the reason his account is empty. Chew, chew. Frustrated and having only gum for lunch, Yong-rae stares at his phone, deciding he must put a stop to Lahan's spending. Ring! Stealing his nerves, he makes a call, determined to be firm with her. Do. His phone screen shows an outgoing call to Yong-rae Kim, which is Lahan's contact for him. A hand with long nails reaches to answer the incoming call from Yong-rae Kim. Yong-rae introduces himself over the phone and asks Lahan to meet, while she expresses surprise that she can hear his voice so clearly. He asks for her location to discuss something important, and she tells him she's at an accommodation near his house. Worried about upsetting her over the phone, Yong-rae insists they speak in person, while a panel shows Lahan lying in bed. Whoosh! A startled Lahan bolts upright in bed phone to her ear with a shocked expression. Lahan wonders aloud why it's so important that he needs to see her in person, and questions if he hung up. Hello, I am an American toad. I am native to the eastern and central United States and Canada. I like to eat insects and other small invertebrates. I am a nocturnal animal, which means I am most active at night. I am a solitary animal, which means I prefer to live alone. I am a carnivore, which means I eat meat. I am a cold-blooded animal, which means my body temperature is regulated by the temperature of my surroundings. I am an amphibian, which means I can live in water, and on land, I am a vertebrate, which means I have a backbone. I am a chordate, which means I have a notochord, a hollow nerve cord, pharyngeal slits, and a post-anal tail. I am a deuterostome, which means my anus develops before my mouth. I am a coelomate, which means I have a true coelom, a body cavity completely lined with mesoderm. I am a bilaterally symmetrical animal, which means I can be divided into two equal halves along a single plane. I am a member of the class Amphibia, which includes frogs, salamanders, and caecilians. I am a member of the order Anura, which includes frogs and toads. I am a member of the family Buffonidae, which includes true toads. I am a member of the genus Anaxyrus, which includes North American toads. I am a member of the species Anaxyrus americanus, which is the American toad. Yong-rae waits for Lahan in a park, standing out amongst purple silhouettes of other people. VRRR. Wondering if she'll find him in the large park, his phone vibrates as he places a call to Ms. Lahan Ju. Speaking into his phone, he asks Lahan if she has arrived yet. Yong-rae scans the area, still on the phone, looking for her. Lahan gracefully walks into view, holding her phone to her ear. Now face to face, Lahan looks at him expectantly and asks why he called her here. Yong-rae nervously begins to speak, trying to find the right words. Gulp. Lahan suddenly panics, fearing he's discovered the presence of the small skeletal creature Victor floating beside her. Thump. Yong-rae's heart races and his mind goes blank as he struggles to speak. Flinch. He suddenly blurts out a comment about her outfit, catching Lahan completely off guard. In a chibi-style panel, he awkwardly compliments her, saying her outfit looks good on her. The simplified Lahan stares back blankly and quietly thanks him. An awkward silence settles between the two of them. Lahan asks if that's all he wanted to say, while Yong-rae internally panics that this isn't what he meant to do. Lahan's imagination runs wild, picturing a man named Sang-yeon confessing his feelings to her in a dramatic scene. In her fantasy, she asks if this romantic confession was the important thing he needed to say in person. The fantasy concludes with onlookers giggling at the sweet moment. Jolt. Misunderstanding the situation, Lahan asks if that's what he's about to do, causing a horrified Yong-rae to vehemently deny any romantic interest. Finding his denial a bit harsh, Lahan listens as he finally explains that he needs her to be more careful with money due to his financial struggles. Lahan confirms that he wants her to be more frugal, and he agrees with a nervous laugh. He tries to reassure her, but Lahan proudly states she knows when she is a burden and promises to cut back, boasting she once survived on grass alone. Lahan's comment about tasty grass makes Yong-rae feel guilty, thinking she must have endured very hard times. After holding her hand, Yong-rae tells her that's all he wanted to discuss. Lahan gives him a sidelong glance. Tisk. Her eyes narrow with a blush of irritation. She turns away from him with a blush, and he's surprised by her reaction. Ring. Their moment is interrupted as a young boy on a bicycle comes to a halt right in front of them. The boy on the bicycle smiles cheerfully. Lahan asks what the bicycle was, and Yong-rae offers to buy her a coffee instead. Finding the bicycle intriguing, Lahan shows interest, while Yong-rae wonders if she's just pretending to be ignorant and offers to let her try it. Lahan scoffs at the idea of spending money, but is intrigued when he mentions renting is cheap. She then suggests having Victor transform into one instead. Yong-rae helps her onto a rented bicycle, telling her to put her feet on the pedals and asking if she's ready. Lahan rides the bicycle with a look of pure delight, as Yong-rae happily pushes her from behind. Lahan loses control of the bicycle, sending her and Yong-rae crashing to the ground. Gasp! Yong-rae rushes to a blushing Lahan, asking if she's all right, but she insists she is fine. Swoosh! Undeterred, Lahan gets back on the bike, excitedly shouting for another blast-off. Zoom! She speeds away so quickly that a shocked Yong-rae marvels that he can't even see her feet. Skid. Yong-rae watches with as Lahan's bike skids out of control. Wobble! Panicked, Lahan cries out that she can't steer the wobbling bicycle. Swoosh! The scene blurs as Lahan speeds past in a flash of pink hair. Thud Lahan is thrown from the bike, and a horrified Yong-rae screams her name. Bystanders murmur as Yong-rae looks on in shock, noting that the bicycle went flying, while one woman asks if they are okay. A crowd gathers around Lahan's motionless body, with one person worrying that she might be dead. While a voice from the crowd asks if she can stand, Lahan plays dead on the ground, thinking, "Curses! Get away from me, all of you!" Yong-rae pushes his way through the concerned onlookers, telling everyone to stand aside. Grab! He pulls a startled Lahan to her feet by her arm. Holding her steady, Yong-rae worriedly asks if she's all right and if she's hurt anywhere. The two share a tense, close-up moment, their faces just inches apart. Lahan shoves Yong-rae back, telling him to stay away as the relieved crowd disperses. Pat, pat. As Lahan brushes herself off, Yong-rae asks why she pushed him, and she complains that riding a bike is harder than it looks. Yong-rae explains kids use training wheels, but Lahan scoffs, refusing to use more wheels and vowing to ride the bike properly. Ring! Their conversation is interrupted by the sight of a father helping his young daughter ride a bicycle. Lahan and Yong-rae stare blankly after the child, their expressions unreadable. With renewed spirits, Yong-rae pushes a laughing Lahan as she successfully rides the bicycle. Whoosh! Lahan laughs maniacally, thrilled to finally be riding the bike and asking Yong-rae for confirmation, who smiles warmly. Ha ha ha! As the father and daughter watch, Lahan joyfully shouts that she did it. Their lesson complete, Lahan and Yong-rae walk hand in hand down the park path. As they walk, they both complain about being hungry, admitting that neither has eaten all day, with Yong-rae only having had gum. Lahan calls Yong-rae a cheap bastard for eating alone and demands some gum, but he tells her to go eat grass again, which earns him a furious, "How dare you?" Sniff, sniff! Lahan's anger is replaced by curiosity as she picks up a delicious smell, causing Yong-rae to turn. They spot a corn dog stand, and after explaining what they are, Yong-rae asks if she'd like one. Yong-rae cheerfully orders 2 corn dogs, deciding to use his credit card. While a shy Lahan peeks from behind him, the vendor smiles, saying he can take a card payment. Glare! The vendor's expression darkens as he scolds Yong-rae, stating that street stalls don't take cards and demanding a bank transfer instead. Rummage! Yong-rae panics, realizing he only has 1,000 won, while Lahan asks what's wrong and how much money they need. He sheepishly presents a single 1,000 won bill, admitting it's all the cash he has. Stare. Lahan glares at the single bill, before asking Yong-rae if he's sure he doesn't have any more cash. Taking his last bill, Lahan tells him to wait there and runs off, ignoring his panicked shouts for his money. Done! Lahan returns and proudly presents 2 handfuls of 1,000 won bills, asking how many corn dogs they can get now. Jolt Yong-rae freezes in shock, a gum stick hanging from his mouth. He demands to know where she got the money, but she just asks what he's holding. Offering her gum, Yong-rae wonders if she found an ATM but dismisses the thought, remembering she doesn't have a card. Nom! As Lahan tries the gum, Yong-rae's mind races with the terrible thought that she might have robbed someone. Chew, chew. Lahan savors the gum, asking Yong-rae if he thinks it's good. Gulp. After she swallows it, Yong-rae looks on in disgust as she complains it's too tough. He has to tell her she's supposed to spit it out. His expression turning serious, Yong-rae asks her again, where did she get that money? In a flashback, Lahan places Yong-rae's single 1,000 won bill on a park bench. She holds her hands over the banknote, preparing to use her power. Growl. Remembering past failed attempts, she admits copying pictures is hard but resolves to try again, closing her eyes in concentration. A wave of purple energy flows from her hands as she successfully duplicates the money. The flashback ends with her holding a fan of freshly counterfeited bills. Back in the present, Lahan dodges his question, saying she just picked it up and thinking he wouldn't understand the truth anyway. Yong-rae stands dumbfounded as Lahan floats, holding her fistful of cash, and rationalizes that she must have just found the money on the ground. At the corn dog stand, Yong-rae calculates they can buy 3, but Lahan, ordering them, dismisses his concerns about being frugal, saying she can get more money anytime. Step, step. They walk down the park path, each enjoying a freshly bought corn dog. Nom, nom. Lahan happily remarks on how delicious the corn dogs are, and Yong-rae agrees. Noticing a crumb on her cheek, Yong-rae gets Lahan's attention, and she asks where it is. Hesitating to wipe it himself, Yong-rae points to his own cheek to show her where the crumb is. Leaning in closer, Lahan tries to find the spot he's pointing to, asking, "Here?" Yong-rae uses his own corn dog to gently wipe the crumb from her face, confirming right there. Shout. A flustered Lahan yells at him for being rude, demanding he use his hands next time. Yong-rae slyly asks what she means, explaining that using his hands would be a little. Lahan angrily asks if he thinks she's dirty, proudly declaring that her skin is incredibly clean. The scene focuses on other couples in the park, holding hands and being affectionate. Lahan frowns, stating she doesn't want to watch such displays of affection. As Yong-rae explains, that's why he didn't use his hand. They would have looked like those couples. With her arms crossed, Lahan questions if he means people would assume they're a couple, and he nervously agrees they might. Lahan looks at him incredulously, insisting that no one would ever mistake them for a couple. Elsewhere, the furious corn dog vendor fumes, remembering the couple who paid him with fake money. The vendor reports the incident to 2 police officers, angrily stating that the couple just left and couldn't have gone far. A close-up reveals the counterfeit 1001 bill, which features Lahan's face instead of the historical figure. Dun. Taking the report, one officer asks his partner if the description of a couple sounds familiar, while the other asks how long ago they left. The vendor angrily points down the path, telling the officers it was 15 minutes ago and that the couple went that way. The senior officer tells his partner, Minsu, to find them some plain clothes so they don't alert the suspects. Shout Minsu and his senior officer pump themselves up, vowing to catch the counterfeit money couple no matter what. Now in hoodies, the officers walk down the path as one recalls the vendor's description of the suspects. The senior officer states the description is enough and asks Minsu if he knows the most important part of police work. He taps his temple, explaining that the key is pure animal instinct, the ability to sense a person's guilt just by looking at them. Wow, Minsu looks at his partner with starry-eyed admiration, understanding that criminals must have a different presence. Minsu notes that it will be hard to find the suspects just by randomly running into them. The senior officer internally pieces together the clues: dyed hair, a brash woman, a polite man, and 3 corn dogs, as he observes Lahan and Yong-rae ahead. Whisper Minsu spots Lahan and Yong-rae, whispering to his partner that they match the vendor's description. Glance. The senior officer looks back at the pair. He dismisses the idea, telling his confused partner that they look like upright citizens, not criminals. Rush. The senior officer suddenly runs toward Lahan and Yong-rae, leaving a confused Minsu behind. Raise. He gets their attention by calling out, "Excuse me!" and a puzzled Yong-rae turns around. With a bright, blushing smile, the officer asks if they happen to be a couple. A flustered Yong-rae denies it, explaining they're just co-workers, while a confused Lahan peeks out from behind him. Minsu approaches, noticing the 3 corn dog skewers in Yong-rae's hand and asking where he can buy some. Lahan panics and shouts that they didn't eat corn dogs but were just picking up trash, leaving Yong-rae stunned. Playing along with her lie, a confused Yong-rae asks what a corn dog is, baffling the junior officer. The junior officer bows apologetically as the senior one points them toward the bathroom. Lahan grabs Yong-rae, urging him to flee, explaining that she saw a police uniform under the man's jacket and realized her counterfeit money was discovered. As they watch them leave, Minsu gets a weird hunch, noting the similarity in hair color and size to the speeding couple from the bicycle incident. The senior officer dismisses it as unrealistic, saying that while he wants to catch that couple too, they can't expect to just run into them. Minsu admires his senior's intelligence, getting a little too close for his partner's comfort. The senior officer's eyes widen with sudden certainty, as his instincts tell him he's found his culprits. Done! He spots a completely different couple and confidently declares that they totally look like criminals. The scene shifts to the exterior of a modern school building. Inside, a student holds a Spanish conversation for beginner's notebook with doodles on the page. A voice calls out the name Jacques as a close-up shows a piercing red eye. A young woman with short dark hair and a uniform coolly instructs someone to show me. A smug young man named Juke, with his hair in a small ponytail, pulls down the collar of his hoodie. In a classroom, Jacques sits at his desk while the woman with short hair stands over him, prompting him to ask why she cares. The woman, now identified as his ex, asks if she isn't allowed to question him, but he coldly tells her she's making him uncomfortable. Nearby students react with shock to the tense exchange. The woman asks if a fight he had was with a certain woman, questioning if she was the cause. Jae-uk dismisses her concern, stating his injuries weren't from the woman she's thinking of. In a flashback, a woman with pink hair and a purple hoodie explains that her opponent has the ability to cause disasters whenever she cries. The chaotic flashback continues, with a masked man getting barked at by a small dog before thwack, a soccer ball hits him in the head. Back in the classroom, the woman remarks that she's never seen Jae-uk study before. Reach! As Jock says he isn't really studying, she reaches for the drawstring on his hoodie. She questions why he's suddenly studying Spanish, and he explains he's trying to interpret something for someone he knows. Flip, looking at his Spanish textbook, she suspiciously asks who this person is. Jack angrily tells her that it's none of her business. The other students munch on popcorn, enjoying the unfolding drama like a movie. His ex observes that for someone as aloof as him to be studying, the person he's helping must be very important to him. Jae-uk denies this, claiming he hasn't even known the person for long. His ex gives him a sharp, knowing look. As his ex, Ga-yeon, offers him lip salve, two classmates whisper about why the student council president and the delinquent broke up. The scene shifts to the exterior of a large, modern office building in the city. Click-clack. Inside, employees are silhouetted, diligently working at their desks. Click-clack. Yong-rae warns a slouching Lahan that her neck will start hurting if she maintains such bad posture. Lahan sharply tells him to be quiet, explaining she doesn't want to stand out today, which he finds harsh. A male coworker overhears and laughs, joking that it's impossible for Lahan to ever blend in. A red-haired female colleague looks on with a flustered expression. Lahan hides her face behind a document as her male coworker looks on, puzzled by her behavior. Flinch. Lahan looks up, startled by something. Gasp. The red-haired woman startles Lahan, asking if she got home safe and mentioning she never answered her text. Panicked, Lahan claims she isn't used to texting yet and recoils, telling the woman to stay away. Step. Sneak. Someone's feet are shown carefully approaching the interaction. The red-haired woman looks down, her expression filled with shame. She apologizes for getting drunk and acting pathetic the night before. Flinch. Lahan's eyes widen in shock at the woman's apology. Shout. Lahan grabs her coworker, desperately telling her not to cry and reminding her she wanted to change. Done. With her arms crossed, Lahan lectures the woman, stating that people think she's a pushover because she acts so weak. Whoa. Lahan celebrates internally, realizing she successfully stopped her coworker from crying and averted a potential disaster. With newfound resolve, Lahan decides to fix her coworker's character, instructing her to act confident and remember she's a good person. The red-haired woman looks up, her eyes sparkling with inspiration from Lahan's words. Hick. Sob. The woman begins to cry again, this time with gratitude, calling Lahan wonderful, much to Lahan's exasperation. Yong-rae arrives, offering a cup of coffee, startling Lahan and causing the red-haired woman to cover her mouth in embarrassment. The scene changes to a corporate meeting room, where a manager is leading a presentation. The Sales Team 1 manager explains their performance is lacking compared to Team 2 because of poor overseas sales. An older colleague expresses his worry about their stagnant performance and suggests they also pursue overseas clients. The manager clarifies that Team 2 was specifically created for overseas work, while their team should focus on domestic sales. Another coworker points out that Lahan, who lived abroad, just joined, questioning if her purpose was to help them expand overseas. Frown. The older colleague dismisses the idea, stating Lahan will focus on domestic clients for now. Tap, tap. The older colleague ends the meeting, suggesting a team dinner to discuss matters further. The team excitedly agrees, suggesting a new pork rib place that recently opened nearby. Yong-rae looks uneasy while a delighted Lahan eagerly anticipates the meal. Sizzle. Delicious-looking cuts of pork rib cook on a grill at the restaurant. During the team dinner, they brainstorm new ideas, with one colleague suggesting pet-related products, which Yong-rae agrees to research. Raise. A long-haired female co-worker offers Yong-rae a drink, asking if he'd like a glass. Yong-rae accepts the drink, grimacing as he thinks that their breakup doesn't seem to have affected his coworker, Sujin, very much. Sujin tells Yong-rae that drinking helps her feel better since she's been feeling down, prompting him to ask why. With a sad expression, Sujin confesses that she broke up with a boyfriend she really liked. Flinch. Yong-rae looks shocked by her sudden revelation. As Lahan gobbles food in the background, Sujin explains she broke up with her boyfriend after finding out he spent the night with another woman, despite his claims that nothing happened. Looking down, Sujin blames herself, wishing she had trusted him more. The male coworker, Jae-won, angrily calls her ex trash and asks Yong-rae for his opinion on the matter. Yong-rae forces a smile and agrees that her ex-boyfriend sounds like a terrible person. Flinch. The older colleague scolds Jae-won for his harsh words, and Jae-won nervously laughs it off, saying it slipped out because he and Yong-rae are close. Frown. Lahan stares blankly at the empty grill, wondering where all the meat went. Chua. Creak. In the men's restroom, Yong-rae splashes water on his face at the sink as a door opens behind him. Stagger. A coworker finds Yong-rae and asks if he's okay, but Yong-rae insists he's fine. Pat. Jae-won puts a hand on Yong-rae's shoulder, noting they all drank a lot to cheer up Sujin, and Yong-rae hesitantly agrees. Zip. As Jae-won finishes up, he tells Yong-rae he'll see him back inside. Halt. Yong-rae stops just before Jae-won can leave the restroom. Snicker. Jae-won turns around with a sly, knowing look and asks if Yong-rae wants to hear something funny. Yong-rae stands silently, waiting for the punchline with a serious expression. Leaning in with a tipsy smile, Jae-won casually confesses that he was actually seeing Sujin. Jae-won continues, smugly revealing that they went to a motel together the very day she broke up with her boyfriend. Done! Yong-rae's eyes widen in absolute horror at the shocking confession. Smirk. Jae-won maintains his smug, unbothered expression, enjoying the reaction. A stunned Yong-rae asks who else knows about their affair. Pat. Jae-won pats Yong-rae's chest and wishes him good luck. Wave. Jae-won waves goodbye, telling Yong-rae to hurry up as the team is moving on to the next place. Thump. Clack. Yong-rae stares at the closing door, completely stunned. Jae-won runs a hand through his hair, his expression turning cold and determined. The scene shifts to a row of bowling pins, indicating the team's next destination. At the bowling alley, the team discusses the game. The older colleague says the loser pays, a coworker explains the rules to Lahan, and Lahan mentions seeing humans play in Egypt. The older colleague, Mr. Ryu, wonders how to split the teams, so Jae-won suggests pairing Mr. Ryu with Lahan. Mr. Ryu agrees, pairing Jae-won with himself and Yong-yeon to even things out. Glance. Yong-rae looks over at Sujin, his mind reeling with the realization that she was cheating on him with Jae-won. Sujin, oblivious, smiles warmly, saying it's been a long time since they've bowled together. Yong-rae forces a smile, desperately trying to convince himself that Sujin would never do such a thing. Done. A coworker announces that Mr. Ryu and Lahan are up first. Mr. Ryu and Lahan stand ready, holding their bowling balls with determined expressions. Shevnaj Lahan aggressively insists on going first, pushing Mr. Ryu aside, who argues that she should watch him first since she's never played. Sulk. Mr. Ryu gives in, challenging her to show him what she's got. Flash. Mr. Ryu's eyes narrow in concentration as he prepares to throw the ball. Snort. He throws the ball with an exaggerated, ridiculous pose, causing Lahan to burst out laughing. Clatter. The blue bowling ball speeds down the lane. Jae-won cheers from the side, complimenting Mr. Ryu on a great throw. Proud step. Mr. Ryu walks back confidently, admitting he's a bit rusty, while a puzzled Lahan looks on. Stare. Done. Next up is Yong-yeon, and Lahan watches him, wondering how one is supposed to play this game. Whoosh. Yong-yeon winds up and releases the ball in a powerful, clean motion. Crash. He knocks down most of the pins, and while Jae-won cheers for a spare, Lahan is pleased he didn't get them all. Step. Lahan angrily asks why he's going again, and Yong-yeon calmly explains that each player gets 2 chances. Clatter. His second ball heads straight for the remaining pins. As Jae-won's team celebrates, Lahan panics about losing money, and Sujin turns to Yong-rae, asking if he'd like to go first. Sujin giggles as Yong-rae asks what she's so distracted by. As Lahan wishes him luck, Yong-rae holds a bowling ball and worries internally that it also has no money inside. Whoosh. Lahan's inner voice commands Yong-rae to display his heroic athletic skills, while he just stares ahead blankly. Thunk. Yong-rae releases his bowling ball with a clumsy push. Lahan watches his attempt with a look of utter disgust and disbelief. Clunk! The ball drops into the gutter, and Lahan's inner voice groans at the failure. Clunk! Yong-rae watches his ball go straight into the gutter, simply muttering, "Oh." As Jae-won laughs, asking if he's trying to lose, Yong-rae insists he's not, while Lahan internally calls him pathetic for failing to hit a single pin. Loom! As a coworker notes how serious Lahan looks, she stares down the lane, holding a pink and purple ball with intense focus. Crack! Done. Lahan declares the ball a weapon and envisions the pins as an army of soldiers she must defeat. With a demonic grin and glowing eyes, Lahan winds up, vowing to knock down every last soldier. Her eyes blaze with purple energy as she unleashes her powerful throw with a ferocious yell. Crash! The ball obliterates the pins in an explosive impact as a stunned Sujin and Yong-rae look on. Thunk! As Lahan throws the ball, a coworker points out that she's using the wrong lane. Lahan tries to cover her mistake by claiming she was targeting the ringleader, but her coworker tells her to stop talking nonsense and move. Lahan looks mortified as the short-haired coworker awkwardly offers her another ball. Roll! Lahan's second ball only manages to knock over one more pin, according to a nearby observer. Crash imbuing her ball with purple energy, Lahan scores a strike, leaving her coworker completely baffled. As the team leaves the bowling alley, Mr. Ryu declares it was fun and wishes everyone a safe trip home. Mr. Ryu asks a smirking Lahan how she managed to get so many strikes, but she just deflects and tells them all to get home safe. Yang-yan compliments Lahan on her impressive bowling skills and says goodbye as he heads off. Lahan waves goodbye to Yang-yan, thinking to herself that she should try playing without magic next time. Jae-won and Sujin say their goodbyes as well, announcing that they're leaving together. As Yong-rae also says goodbye, Lahan watches him and Jae-won, wondering if they live in the same direction. Yong-rae surprises Lahan by announcing he's also going her way, and she awkwardly agrees. Yong-rae heads off in one direction, while Jae-won and Sujin walk away together, side by side. Jae-won and Sujin walk together intimately down the street at night. Sneak, Yong-rae secretly follows them, keeping his distance. He agonizes internally, telling himself Sujin wouldn't cheat but unable to shake what Jae-won said. Raise. His fears are realized as he watches Jae-won put his arm around Sujin, wondering if this was his plan all along. As Yong-rae watches from afar, Sujin reminds Jae-won to be careful near the office, but he tells her they're far enough away, prompting her to threaten him. Yong-rae's hand trembles with rage before clenching into a tight fist. His face contorts in anguish as tears stream down his cheeks. Yong-rae stands perilously on the ledge of a tall building, looking down at the street below. With tears in his eyes and a look of utter despair, he decides to end it all. Leaving his backpack behind, he stands on the railing, gazing out at the city at night. Whoosh! A gust of wind blows past as he prepares to let go. Drip! He finally accepts the devastating truth that Sujin was cheating with Jae-won, and wonders how long she was unhappy with him. Crying, he questions his own appeal, bids Sujin a final goodbye, and declares he's leaving. Whoosh! He pushes off the railing, beginning his descent. Panicked, he realizes it's too scary and sweats, desperately thinking there must be an easier way. Flailing in midair, he desperately reaches back toward the rooftop he just jumped from. He continues to fall, his body arcing away from the building. Reaching a hand out into the empty air, he screams that he wants to live. Suddenly, another hand firmly grabs his. Whoosh! Hanging in the air, a tearful Yong-rae looks up, startled by his sudden rescue. Lahan holds his hand, smirking down at him as she asks if he's incapable of reading. In absolute shock, a tearful Yong-rae screams Lahan's name. Lahan sighs, asking why he ignored the warning sign, while he trembles and begs to be pulled up. She questions his change of heart, and he screams at her to just save him. Tremble, he continues to cry and plead for his life. Lahan looks down at the pathetic man, internally debating whether she should just let him go. Yong-rae musters his remaining strength and lunges back toward the railing. He manages to get a secure grip on the railing, pulling himself closer to safety. Huff! Exhausted and leaning over the railing, Yong-rae thanks a silent Lahan for saving him. Yong-rae reflects tearfully that those who wish for death don't realize the true fright lies in what comes after. Dun Lahan fiercely orders him to treasure his life, declaring it will make killing him that much more satisfying. Yong-rae's eye widens in shock and fear at her terrifying declaration. He nervously agrees with her, while internally vowing that he can't let his life end so easily. The scene transitions to a modern, glass-fronted office building, suggesting a new day. Inside, Jaewon and Soojin share a coffee and a pleasant conversation, acting like a couple. Yong-rae watches them from a distance, his expression pained and heartbroken. Lahan observes Yong-rae's pained expression, and a caption reveals she feels nervous. Lahan watches with concern, worried he might try to kill himself again and wondering if he can endure seeing his treacherous ex daily. As they walk with coffees, Lahan tells Yong-rae there's no need for thanks, and he apologizes for his behavior. Lahan wisely advises him that if he can't control his negative thoughts, they will take control of him. Droop. Yong-rae looks down sadly, quietly agreeing with her words. Stare. Lahan sternly asks if he's thinking of dying again, and he frantically denies it, asking to change the subject. Sip. The moment turns awkward, as Yong-rae feels embarrassed she saw him at his lowest, wondering how she found him. Lahan takes a thoughtful sip of her coffee, looking pensive. As they stand on a balcony, Yong-rae asks a bewildered, huh? Their feet are shown as they walk side by side. Jolt. A stunned Yong-rae asks Lahan how she knew about his situation. Lahan explains she figured out Soojin was his girlfriend and overheard his bathroom confrontation with Jaewon, where the affair was revealed. Whisper. Yong-rae looks around anxiously, but Lahan reassures him that no one else can hear them. He realizes she followed him for that reason, and she encourages him to see this as the start of a new life. Yong-rae looks away, thinking to himself that it's not so easy to just move on. Step. Lahan quiets him as they walk up a flight of stairs together. He looks down into an empty, silent stairwell with a questioning look. Creak. Yong-rae enters a room from the stairwell, admitting that the emptiness spooked him. Jaewon appears from behind the door, casually greeting Yong-rae. Soojin smiles brightly from beside Jaewon, asking if Yong-rae was just with Lahan. Thump. Visibly panicked, Yong-rae forces a smile and stammers that they were just getting coffee. Thump. Thump. His mind races in panic as he questions why this is happening to him. The scene shifts to that evening, with Lahan and Yong-rae walking down a sidewalk together. Lahan chides him for sighing all day, but he admits he just can't calm down. Thump. Thump. Clutching his chest, Yong-rae explains his heart pounds whenever he sees Soojin, and Lahan notes that his heart is beating faster again. Thump. Thump. Surprised, he asks how she knew, and she bluntly replies that she can obviously hear it. Haha. Yong-rae laughs it off as a joke, but a seed of doubt is planted in his mind. He recalls her strange prescience and incredible strength from the night before, while she quietly tells him to quiet down. Halt. Yong-rae stops her, seriously asking if she can actually hear his heartbeat. Lahan panics internally, quickly trying to cover her slip-up by saying it's normal to hear a very loud heartbeat. With a playful smile, Yong-rae points a finger at her, clearly suspicious. Lahan grows nervous, wondering if he suspects her true nature and resolving not to let him find out. Yong-rae playfully presses her to prove it, and she internally groans that he won't let it go. Lean. Lahan leans in, feigning difficulty hearing and thinking she has to pretend to need to be close. Tap. Thump. Thump. She rests her ear on his chest, smugly claiming she needs to be this close, and correctly states his heart is beating slowly. Thump. Thump. Her eyes widen in shock as his heartbeat changes unexpectedly. Turn. Lahan spins around, looking genuinely surprised. Thump. 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 As his heart suddenly races, she asks why it's beating so quickly all of a sudden. Thump. Blushing and flustered, Yong-rae admits he was reminded of Soojin again. Lahan scolds him for dwelling on bad memories, reminding him that he's the only one suffering. As she walks away, she worries about his weak-mindedness, hoping he won't try to end his life again. Step. Lahan grabs his arm, insisting she will escort him home to make sure he rests, much to his surprise. Jolt. As Yong-rae prepares a drink in the office break room, Lahan peeks around the corner in shock. Lahan slaps a cup from a coworker's hand, fiercely accusing him of trying to use poison. Raise. Lahan holds up a bottle of vitamin C as Yong-rae notes her speed. She explains its benefits and offers him one. Pour. Gasp! Lahan downs the entire bottle of vitamins as her panicked coworker shouts that she's only supposed to take one a day. Schwa. Walking away, Lahan thinks to herself that the massive dose of vitamins still felt like poison. Done. Lahan confronts Yong-rae on the roof, demanding to know why he's there. He nervously claims he's just getting fresh air. Lahan scolds him for overworking late into the night, warning he could die from it, while he meekly explains he's still on the clock. He closes his eyes, thinking to himself that, while he's grateful for her concern, something still weighs on his mind. Lahan stands outside the men's bathroom, telling two coworkers that she's waiting for Yong-rae. Droop. After she declines the coworker's offer to get him, Yong-rae feels her protectiveness is becoming too much. Sip. Two female coworkers gossip about Lahan and Yong-rae being together so often, speculating that something is going on between them. As they walk home together, Lahan asks Yong-rae about his weekend, claiming she just wants to know what he does. He nervously laughs, worried she might spy on him, then quickly invents an excuse that he'll be busy moving to a new place. Lahan realizes she also needs a place to live and naively asks him how one goes about finding a house. Pause. He starts to explain about realtors but stops himself, suddenly worried about what might happen if he sends her alone. Yong-rae offers to look for a place with her, which she accepts, while he privately thinks about getting his credit card back from her. The scene shifts to a bright day in the city, suggesting their house hunt is about to begin. Yong-rae waits outside on the street, checking his phone before looking up. Raise! He raises his head with a subtle, self-assured smile. His smile vanishes as he spots his old high school bully Ji-hoon approaching with a woman. Yong-rae is stunned to see Ji-hoon young, who greets him warmly while the woman with him asks who Yong-rae is. Grin. Ji-hoon cheerfully explains they were high school friends who often played pranks on each other. A flashback reveals the dark truth. Ji-hoon menacingly bullied a terrified younger Yong-rae. Haunted by the memory, Yong-rae can only weakly agree with Ji-hoon's fabricated story. Lean, the black-haired woman with Ji-hoon, asks Yong-rae what he was like back then, confessing that she hates delinquents. Forcing a smile, Yong-rae downplays their past and tells himself to let go of resentment, hoping Ji-hoon is a better person now. The woman expresses her relief, but Ji-hoon gets defensive, insisting to her that he never bullied anyone. Glance. Ji-hoon internally notes Yong-rae's attempt to cover for him, mockingly thinking that he's all grown up now. Sniff! Sniff! Lahan suddenly appears and begins sniffing Ji-hoon intensely. The woman angrily demands to know who Lahan is and why she's sniffing her boyfriend, as a shocked Yong-rae calls out Lahan's name. Haha. The woman defensively stammers that she quit something ages ago, appearing flustered and confused. With a menacing smile, Lahan points out a strong smell coming from Ji-hoon's right pocket and demands he show her its contents. Ji-hoon and the woman stare back in absolute wide-eyed terror. Stomp. The woman, Mina, accuses Ji-hoon of always lying and storms off as he pleads his innocence, leaving Lahan utterly confused. Lahan wonders aloud why they fled from a simple question, complaining to Yong-rae that city people are so cold. Grin. As a strange figure does parkour in the background, Yong-rae asks Lahan what she is grinning about. Lahan seems to snap back to the present, explaining to Yong-rae that realtors help people find houses and sign contracts. Yong-rae remarks on how long house hunting must take, while Lahan consults something on her phone. At a real estate office, the agent smiles apologetically, informing them that the place they wanted was just rented out. A shocked Yong-rae protests that the advertisement only came out yesterday, but Lahan seems unfazed by the news. The realtor explains that popular listings go quickly and agrees to review the other options Yong-rae found. The realtor checks his phone and regretfully informs them that all the places Yong-rae researched are already taken. As Yong-rae confirms the listings are gone, the realtor explains other clients were faster, much to Lahan's visible disappointment. Slump. A dejected Yong-rae slumps in his chair but eagerly accepts the realtor's offer to show them some similar places. Done. They view their first apartment, and Yong-rae comments that while the kitchen is small, it's not bad. The realtor details the renovated half-underground apartment's price and fees, which Yong-rae considers to be a good deal. Next, he shows them a larger, cheaper ground floor option, but reveals it's ineligible for a loan, making it unattainable. As the realtor waits for a decision, Yong-rae leans toward the first option while Lahan senses the complexity of the situation. An elderly man with a cane appears, asking if they're looking at his house, and the realtor politely explains their purpose. Bow. Yong-rae bows and greets the landlord politely, while Lahan offers a simple, unceremonious, "Hello" smile. The elderly landlord beams, saying that seeing young married couples trying their best always warms his heart. Mistaking them for a couple, the landlord asks if they're married and offers them a discounted place to live. He leans in with a hopeful smile, pressing them again on whether they are married. Lahan and Yong-rae look at each other in pure, synchronized shock at the landlord's assumption. A costumed, crying figure appears, reflecting a moment of awkward despair. Yong-rae stands frozen, completely stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Internally, Yong-rae weighs the tempting offer against the absurdity of living with Lahan, completely torn. With a confident, sly smile, Lahan leans forward and confirms that they are, in fact, recently married. The landlord is delighted, while Yong-rae panics internally, wondering what Lahan is possibly thinking. The cheerful landlord enthusiastically invites the newlyweds to view the apartment, which is right next door. As the flustered realtor scrambles to handle the contract, Yong-rae stammers his agreement to see the place. The scene transitions to the interior of a bright, clean, and empty apartment hallway. Peak. Yong-rae is stunned by the amazing apartment, questioning why it's empty, while the landlord explains his son and wife used to live there. The landlord looks away with a sad smile, cryptically adding that they moved on at a young age. Yong-rae breaks into a cold sweat, looking horrified as he misinterprets the man's words to mean they died. The landlord clarifies his strange son simply wanted to live closer to nature, much to Yong-rae's relief. Yong-rae hesitantly asks about the rent, and the landlord offers an unbelievably low price for the deposit and monthly payment. Both Yong-rae and the realtor shout in disbelief at the incredibly cheap offer, pointing out the much higher average lease in the building. The landlord simply adjusts his glasses, unfazed by their shock. He firmly states that since it's his house, he can set whatever price he wants. With a somber expression, the landlord confesses he's old, and his doctor told him he doesn't have much left. Gasp Yong-rae looks on with wide-eyed shock bracing for a tragic revelation. "Of my teeth," the landlord finishes, advising them to take care of theirs, leaving Yong-rae mentally exhausted by the bait and switch. Later, Lahan and Yong-rae stand together at a bus stop, the city lights behind them. Yong-rae asks Lahan for her decision, pointing out the dilemma of accepting a cheap offer based on a lie. Lahan privately considers that living together would make watching him easier, while Yong-rae worries about the strange arrangement. Yong-rae expresses concern about it being uncomfortable, but Lahan argues it would solve their housing search. Lahan states she's used to harsh conditions but has never lived with anyone. Yong-rae admits the same, but notes they'll at least have their own rooms. Jingle. The realtor interrupts their deliberation, asking if they have reached a decision. Yong-rae and Lahan exchange a serious, determined look, having made up their minds. Done. Lahan confidently takes Yong-rae's arm as he announces their decision with a firm yes. Sitting at a cafe, Yong-rae reflects on the reality that he and Lahan are now moving in together. He tries to rationalize the situation, telling himself it's fine since they'll have separate rooms. Lahan reassures him it will be like they are just neighbors, and he hesitantly accepts her logic. Yong-rae starts planning his next steps, needing to notify his landlady and begin packing. Lahan asks for suggestions on things to do alone, admitting she doesn't know where to go. Feeling he can't leave her by herself, Yong-rae suggests they go see a movie to pass the time. Lahan looks at him with genuine confusion, asking what a movie is. The scene shifts to the brightly lit, modern interior of a movie theater lobby. As they walk, Yong-rae explains what movies are, wondering how she's so clueless, while Lahan says she may have seen something similar online. Lahan desperately asks if lightsabers are real, and Yong-rae has to break the news that such technology doesn't exist. She is devastated to learn that Vader, Obi-Wan, and Yoda aren't real, prompting Yong-rae to explain that humanity hasn't even found aliens. Lahan despairs that it was all a lie, while Yong-rae starts to seriously wonder if she might be an alien herself. Dismissing his own suspicion as absurd, Yong-rae chalks it up to her strange humor and asks what genre she wants to watch. Annoyed and disillusioned, Lahan declares she has lost all interest now that she knows movies are fake. Suddenly, Lahan's expression shifts to one of blushing, captivated wonder as she watches the screen. Cough. On screen, a masked man kneels, begging an enemy named Anderson for help. Clack. The man named Anderson coldly aims a pistol, refusing to help his foe. Slip. The kneeling man begins to remove his mask, revealing his reason with a single word. Because. Done. The mask is off, and a young man with orange hair makes the shocking declaration, "I'm your son." Lahan screams "no" at the screen, completely captivated, while Yong-rae thinks to himself that he's glad she's enjoying the movie despite its bad ratings. Whisper, a man with glasses sitting behind them, critiques the movie to his friend, and Lahan overhears with a flash of annoyance. Lahan silently analyzes the plot, concluding that the main character's revenge target must have been a MacGuffin. The man with glasses continues his unsolicited, detailed movie analysis. Realizing he's overdoing it, the man with glasses blushes and sheepishly thinks he's using too much jargon. HMPH. Lahan turns away in irritation, thinking the man is incredibly distracting. Hug! On the movie screen, the son tearfully embraces his father, Anderson. Pat. The father pats his son's head, affectionately telling him not to call him Anderson anymore. Lahan is moved to tears, gasping in delight that the character's made up. Crunch. A loud, crunching sound abruptly shatters the emotional moment, drawing Lahan's sharp attention. Munch munch. The man with glasses is now loudly and happily eating popcorn. Lahan's face darkens as she turns with a menacing, angry smile. Internally, Lahan fumes at how vexing the man is, while Yong-rae tries to calm himself down, also finding the man distracting. Tap. As they sit, Lahan's hand lightly touches Yong-rae's on the armrest. Lahan glares at their hands, immediately assuming he's trying to take over the whole armrest. She furiously glares at him, internally declaring that it's her side of the armrest. Shove. She aggressively shoves his hand aside to claim the space. Swish. Rub. Yong-rae moves his hand back, inadvertently rubbing against hers in the process. Tremble. Convinced he's challenging her, Lahan begins to tremble with pure rage. Badum. Yong-rae blushes, completely flustered and confused about why she keeps touching him, as a caption notes their different perspectives. The scene transitions to Lahan and Yong-rae walking out of the movie theater. Yong-rae asks Lahan if she liked the movie, still confused by her earlier actions, and she confirms it was enjoyable despite the chatty people behind them. Haha! Yong-rae laughs, commenting on how well she followed movie etiquette, but Lahan defensively retorts that she's not a fool and read the rules. Yong-rae realizes he might have been too condescending and backpedals with an awkward laugh. Lahan abruptly reverses her opinion, stating bluntly that the movie sucked. Elsewhere, the critic from the theater tells his friend he found the movie's directing and melodrama to be forced, while his friend argues it was fun and popular. The critic dismisses it, concluding it was a generic and predictable movie. A nearby woman asks her partner for his opinion, and he replies that it wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. Another couple agrees the movie could have been better, noting that movie critics also gave it low ratings. Lahan and Yong-rae stand quietly, overhearing the conversations around them. Yong-rae is surprised that everyone seems to have disliked the movie, wondering if it was really that bad. Lahan turns to him with a bright, sparkling smile, her previous annoyance gone. The couple who previously liked the movie stands together outside the theater. Murmur. The man admits to his partner that he honestly liked the movie, and she agrees, saying it was fun, which explains its popularity. Smile. Yong-rae smiles, thinking that all that matters is that Lahan enjoyed herself, as she announces it's time to leave. The critic from the theater looks on with disgust, thinking it's exasperating that an audience with such low standards makes the movie industry suffer. Halt! An enraged Lahan suddenly charges forward, and a startled Yong-rae calls out her name. The critic flinches as Lahan stops in front of him, looking utterly drained and furious. Lahan furiously demands the critic take back his words. Yong-rae defends her internally, while the critic misinterprets her intense stare as romantic interest. Yong-rae comments on how outspoken Lahan is, while she internally scolds herself for almost being swayed by one man's opinion. The critic's friend announces he's going to the bathroom, leaving the critic alone. Lahan glares at the critic and tells Yong-rae to wait for a moment. Done. She approaches the startled critic, blocking his path. Lahan stands before the critic with her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. Smile. She suddenly flashes a bright, charming smile at him. Nervous. The critic becomes flustered and blushes, nervously asking if she wanted to talk to him. Lahan calmly reminds him of his earlier statement that the audience has low standards. Oh, the critic brightens up, eagerly assuming she wants to hear his full in-depth movie review because he is more analytical than most people. Lahan's eyes glow with fury as she asks if his high standards are the reason he was so noisy while everyone else was trying to enjoy the movie. The critic is rendered speechless, his face frozen in pure, wide-eyed shock at her comeback. Float! Using purple magic, Lahan lifts the flabbergasted movie critic into the air as he screams in terror. Gallahan smirks, offering him a taste of her high standards of magic, and demanding he take back his insult while ensuring no one can hear his screams. The terrified critic refuses to retract his statement, declaring himself a cinephile protecting the movie industry and questioning if he's being tricked, while Lahan thinks he's a stubborn fool. Lahan furiously commands him to say the movie was entertaining, but he struggles and defiantly shouts that it wasn't. Swish. Whoop! With a simple gesture, Lahan sends the critic spinning helplessly in mid-air. Ta-da! She playfully forces him into a strange pose while he's still suspended by her magic. HMPH. Unimpressed by his defiance, Lahan remarks that since he won't change his mind, she will respect his opinion. Swish. Thud. She unceremoniously drops the critic to the floor, where he lands with a pained expression. With purple energy crackling from her hand and her eyes glowing red, Lahan declares she will curse his tongue with her magic instead. The terrified critic looks on as Lahan explains he will be forced to add a particular phrase to everything he says. Swish. Feeling satisfied, Lahan smugly states that this is what he gets for looking down on her tastes. The critic sits bewildered on the floor, thinking it felt like a movie scene, when his friend returns and asks why he's on the ground. The critic frantically asks his friend if he heard him scream, but the friend confirms he didn't hear a thing. Shout! The critic yells, trying to explain that a woman he calls the great demon Lord Dullahan put a curse on him. Huh? The critic pauses, confused, wondering why he keeps saying the great demon Lord Dullahan as the curse takes effect. His friend dismisses his rambling, asking if he's talking about another movie. A look of dawning horror crosses the critic's face as he realizes the curse is real. Sometime later, Yong-rae and Lahan walk down the street, with him noting her great mood, which she attributes to the movie. Yong-rae smiles, happy that she enjoyed herself, and privately wonders what other activities she might like. Yong-rae spots something and points, enthusiastically asking Lahan if she wants to try it. He gestures toward a shop called The Crimson Sun Teller, asking if she's ever had her fortune told in Korea. Lahan looks intrigued, silently pondering the concept of her own destiny. The scene shifts to inside the shop, where a fortune teller declares that two people must have been nemesis in their past lives. Lahan and Yong-rae stare in wide-eyed shock at the fortune teller's pronouncement. Rattle! Yong-rae and a quiet Lahan enter the shop, and he cheerfully greets the fortune teller. The fortune teller welcomes them with a calm smile, asking if they're there to test their compatibility. As they sit down, Yong-rae clarifies they're just there to have their fortunes read, and the woman invites them to take a seat. Glance. The fortune teller and Lahan share a brief, assessing look. Glare. The two women lock eyes in a silent, intense stare-down. Sit. With a knowing smirk, the fortune teller sits down, commenting that Lahan seems quite strong-willed. Yong-rae laughs and says he'd call Lahan weird instead, prompting her to correct him, stating she is simply strong. The fortune teller asks for their names and birth dates to begin the reading. Yong-rae gives his name as Yong-rae Kim and his birthday, while Lahan coolly provides her name, Lahan Ju, and birthday, privately thinking the woman is just a fortune teller. Yong-rae realizes Lahan is a year younger than him, while the fortune teller asks for their birth times. The fortune teller begins with Mr. Kim, stating his life has been full of strife and that his gullible nature has led to many losses. Yong-rae blushes, stunned by her accuracy, as she predicts great misfortune for him this year, but assures him it will pass. Lahan wonders what the great misfortune could be as Yong-rae looks terrified, and the fortune teller moves on to Ms. Ju. Chuckle. The fortune teller tells Lahan she is so strong-willed that she pushes others away, making enemies and trusting almost no one. Stunned by the accurate reading, Lahan wonders if the woman can truly see her fate. The fortune teller leans forward, pointedly asking about their relationship. Sitting before them, the fortune teller repeats her earlier bombshell. They must have been nemesis in their past lives. Jolt. A shocked Yong-rae points at himself, asking if he is destined to harm her. The fortune teller clarifies it won't be physical, but that his fortune shows he will crush her and use her as a stepping stone to success. She explains their fates are in complete opposition, meaning one of them must metaphorically die for the other to live. The fortune teller remarks how strange their fortune is, as it's typical only of sworn enemies, leaving Lahan looking worried. Yong-rae turns to Lahan, his face a mask of sweat-drenched horror. The fortune teller reassures them it's metaphorical and says if they were dating, she'd advise them to break up, then asks if they are. After Yong-rae explains they just work together, the fortune teller advises them to be careful not to clash at work. Lahan's eyes glow with red fury as she darkly contemplates whether killing Yong-rae would lead to her own happiness. The scene comically simplifies, showing Lahan and Yong-rae looking shocked and bewildered by the fortune teller's words. Lahan's eyes glow red as she smiles menacingly, clarifying that her thoughts of killing him are metaphorical, of course. Chills. The fortune teller gets a sudden shiver, looking utterly terrified by the aura she just felt. The fortune teller nervously backpedals, explaining that while their fates are opposed, it's Yong-rae who is destined to kill Lahan. She admits she cannot read what the outcome would be if Lahan were to act first, as she can only see their predetermined fates. Lahan quietly processes this revelation, while a terrified Yong-rae looks on in the background. After they leave, the fortune teller calls her mother, sounding exasperated. While on the phone, she asks her mother if she remembers a specific warning from their grandmother. Her mother laughs it off, saying the family's psychic calling skips a generation, and that the warning was probably just about drunkards. The fortune teller insists it was a family saying about someone with red eyes, but her mom, busy with a fan club meeting, dismisses her and hangs up. Annoyed by her mother's lack of concern, the fortune teller ends the call with a frustrated sigh. Glance. She looks over her shoulder, still unsettled by the encounter. Reaching for a bag of potato chips, she's startled as they suddenly float out of the bag on their own. Later, Yong-rae and Lahan walk down a city street as the sun sets. Lahan walks in somber silence, clearly troubled by the fortune teller's words. Yong-rae watches her with concern, regretting his decision to take her to the fortune teller. Trying to break the heavy silence, Yong-rae calls out Lahan's name. He laughs, trying to dismiss the fortune by pointing out the reader didn't even charge them for the nonsense she spouted. Lahan disagrees, stating she found the fortune to be spot on about everything, much to Yong-rae's confusion. Grin. Lahan flashes her fangs, clarifying that while they may be nemesis, it was his ancestor specifically. Yong-rae's eye widens in shock at her statement. He earnestly promises Lahan that regardless of his past life, he would never kill her. Lahan listens to his promise with a quiet, unreadable expression. She skeptically asks if he was planning to kill her to get ahead, which he denies, adding that she doesn't trust anyone anyway. Yong-rae calls her pessimistic, but she retorts that it's just a fact that humans are driven by money and fame. He vows that he would never betray her and asks her to swear on it with a pinky promise. Lahan asks if he is trying to insult her with the strange gesture, so he explains that linking pinkies is how promises are made. She hesitantly raises her finger, uncertainly asking if she's doing it correctly. Yong-rae smiles gently, preparing to link their fingers. With a soft glow, their pinkies link, sealing the promise. Lahan and Yong-rae stand on the sidewalk, their promise sealed. At the office, a dark-haired male colleague angrily confronts Yong-rae for not restocking the coffee. Yong-rae frantically defends himself, saying he already did it, but his colleague accuses him of lying. As the colleague continues to yell, a furious Lahan watches from her desk, seething at the injustice. Lahan sits quietly at her desk, her expression stoic but annoyed. Two female colleagues cheerfully invite Lahan to lunch, asking if she enjoys mala soup. One of the women introduces herself as Yuri Kim and her friend as Yoon-jong, while Lahan asks what mala soup is. Yuri excitedly invites Lahan to try it with them, noting that Yong-rae isn't around to join. Lahan explains that Yong-rae went to the bank, and Yuri decides the three of them will go for lunch. Ding dong! The scene transitions to the interior of a bank. Yong-rae sits alone in the bank's waiting area, scrolling through his phone. A smiling woman with wavy red hair and glasses approaches, and he greets her as Seon. Seon greets him back and asks what he's doing at the bank. He explains he's extending his lease loan. Sit. Seon takes a seat next to Yong-rae. A bit flustered, she asks him what he's at the bank for, forgetting he just told her. They share a laugh over the inconvenience of being office workers who have to skip lunch for bank errands. Seon glances at Yong-rae, thoughtfully considering grabbing some gimbap later. She remarks that he seems to have changed a bit, catching him by surprise. She elaborates, saying he used to be quiet but now seems much more energetic. Blushing, Yong-rae sheepishly wonders if he was acting too much like a loner before. Jolt. Si-eun frantically backpedals, assuring him that's not what she meant and that she was only kidding. Si-eun glances at Yong-rae with a shy, hopeful smile. She smiles warmly, telling Yong-rae that she envies him. Yong-rae asks why, and Si-eun admits that she wishes she was a part of his team. Sigh. Yong-rae grabs her by the shoulders, lamenting that she would have quit by now because his team is so difficult, and she confirms no one else is around. Yong-rae and Si-eun share an awkward glance, trying to move on from the uncomfortable topic. Silence. An awkward quiet settles between Yong-rae and Si-eun as they sit together. Sweat. Yong-rae panics internally, unable to think of anything to say now that work talk is over, just as a bank display calls for customer 107. Rise. Yong-rae stands up, announcing that his number was called and he'll see her later. Si-eun looks up at him with a flustered, "Oh, okay." Yong-rae turns and begins to walk away through the bank. Si-eun watches him leave with a blushing, surprised expression. Pause. Yong-rae stops mid-stride and turns back to her, asking, "Yes?" Si-eun shyly asks him if he would like to get lunch together if they finish around the same time. Later, Lahan complains that her tongue is still burning from the mala soup, and her colleagues tease her for being able to spit fire despite not handling spice. Yuri asks Lahan if she enjoyed the taste of the mala soup. Lahan declares she won't eat it again, as Yuri suddenly spots Yong-rae across the street. The scene reveals Yong-rae and Si-eun happily eating lunch together at a restaurant. Yong-rae and Si-eun chat cheerfully over their meal. Lahan and her two colleagues stare in shock, prompting a confused Lahan to ask why they're looking at her. Yuri admits she's been meaning to ask Lahan something, which she was planning to bring up over lunch. Pop, Yuri and Yoonjung lean in conspiratorially, asking Lahan what's going on between her and Yong-rae. Cornered, Lahan listens as her colleagues point out that she and Yong-rae are always together and having private conversations. Exasperated, Lahan insists that nothing is happening between them and that they simply work together. Unconvinced, her colleagues tease that they must be on the verge of dating and bluntly ask if she likes Yong-rae. Shout Lahan recoils in angry denial. As Lahan begins to retort, her colleagues clasp their hands with dreamy, hopeful smiles. Sigh. Lahan, finding the suggestion damaging to her ego, explains that Yong-rae is just helping her adjust to life in Korea, since they spend so much time together. Her colleagues continue to chatter excitedly, suggesting that spending time together will surely lead to them growing fond of each other and developing something more. Their romantic speculation escalates wildly from bumping lips to sharing a bed and having children, much to Lahan's visible horror. Lahan is left speechless while her colleagues look shocked by how far their romantic daydreaming went. Lahan furiously declares that she is not interested in men like Yong-rae at all. Yuri and Yoonjung are taken aback by her firm denial, simply murmuring, "Oh." The colleagues laugh it off, saying she should have just said so, but one remarks that it's a shame since Yong-rae is a good catch. Yuri cheekily asks Lahan if she would mind if they saw each other then. The scene cuts back to Yong-rae and Si-eun enjoying their pleasant lunch date. Lahan's red eyes narrow as she watches them from afar. HMPH. With a pout, Lahan states it would be better if Yong-rae and Si-eun just got together and found happiness. Lahan grins menacingly, thinking that the higher one climbs, the harder they fall, as her colleagues whisper about her strange expression. Yuri gossips that while Yong-rae is nice, she doesn't find him very manly. Lahan surprisingly disagrees, leaving her colleagues to wonder if she actually likes him or not. At their table, Yong-rae kindly uses his chopsticks to place a piece of pickled radish on Si-eun's plate. Lahan watches blankly as her colleagues gasp, shocked by the intimate gesture of him sharing food from a common plate. Lahan asks her colleagues if there's something special about his action. Yuri excitedly explains the popular sesame leaf debate, which questions if you'd be okay with your partner being overly considerate to others. Lahan looks on thoughtfully as her colleagues gossip, noting it's the first time they've seen Si-eun lunch with just one person, and wondering who asked whom. Lahan scowls, clearly annoyed by the developing situation. Across the restaurant, Si-eun smiles brightly, enjoying her meal with Yong-rae. Yong-rae says the lunch was great and Si-eun agrees, privately thinking she finally found the courage to ask him. Sci-Fi suggests getting coffee, feeling proud that she acted confidently, like Lahan told her to, and made a new friend at work. Yong-rae happily agrees to buy coffee since she paid for lunch, pleasantly surprised by how well they get along. Tap. A hand places a cup of coffee on Lahan's desk, and she looks up from her work. Yong-rae smiles, offering Lahan a coffee he bought for her while getting his own. Lahan starts to thank him but pauses, her expression turning thoughtful. Her eyes follow Si-eun, who is walking away in the office while sipping her own coffee. Sip, Si-eun takes a drink from her iced coffee, unaware she's being watched. Lahan peeks over her cubicle wall, watching Si-eun with a blank, unreadable expression. She asks Yong-rae if he also got coffee with Si-eun. He's surprised she knows, and she explains that she saw them having lunch together. Lahan's eyes widen slightly in surprise at her own admission. Yong-rae cheerfully encourages her, guessing she can hear his heartbeat, but Lahan is consumed by a dark aura, thinking she wants to kill him. Yong-rae explains that he and Si-eun didn't talk about much, and that she just wanted to chat more since she was too shy to ask earlier. Lahan is surprised, realizing that Si-eun was the one who mustered up the courage to ask him out. He continues, explaining that they have similar interests in comics and movies, and that he had a good time talking with her. Stare. Lahan looks at him intently and asks bluntly if he likes Si-eun now. Yong-rae laughs awkwardly and denies it, insisting they're just co-workers. Lahan pushes further, asking what he would do if Si-eun expressed interest, but he deflects, questioning why Si-eun would ever like him. Lahan looks shocked, seemingly about to yell in protest. Yong-rae turns back from his desk, asking her what's wrong with the puzzled expression. Lahan simply glares at him, her expression hardening with frustration. Crumble. As she sips her coffee, Lahan's resolve breaks, and she thinks that this isn't what she wants. The scene transitions to a noisy company dinner with the entire team gathered around a large table. Lahan suddenly shouts at Yong-rae, demanding to know when she can move into the house. She complains that her previous lodging was horribly noisy and she couldn't sleep, gritting her teeth in annoyance. Swoop. Just as Lahan is about to loudly announce they agreed to live together, Yong-rae quickly shoves food into her mouth to silence her. Shh. Yong-rae furiously whispers for her to be quiet, because it's a secret, explaining they have to wait until someone takes over his place. Munching angrily, Lahan thinks about how dare he push food in her mouth, but concedes she'll let it slide because it's delicious. The dark-haired male colleague from the coffee incident watches them interact with a thoughtful expression. Raise. The colleague struggles to pick up a sesame leaf with his chopsticks. A second colleague helps him by supporting the leaf with his spoon. Lahan watches the two men help each other with the shared side dish. The first colleague politely thanks the other for his help. The helpful colleague looks on with a serene expression. Lahan continues to watch them with a serious, observant gaze. Smirk. Lahan flashes a scary grin, startling her male colleagues who ask why she's smiling like that. A colleague remarks that Lahan and Yong-rae seem close, which flusters Yong-rae while Lahan asks why he thinks so. A black-haired female colleague listens as Yong-rae and another man discuss something at the table. The dinner table erupts into a furious argument between Lahan and her male colleagues. The black-haired female colleague looks on in shock, surrounded by a dark, ominous aura. Slither. A strange purple energy sparks around her as she stares. The scene shifts to the outside of a brick apartment building at night. Snore. Inside, Yong-rae is fast asleep in his bed. A knock at the door wakes Yong-rae. He scratches his stomach, wondering who it is so late and guessing it might be Bangkol. Creak. Yong-rae cautiously peers through the cracked open door. He's surprised to see a glowing, dark-haired woman standing in the hallway. The woman, Sujin, smiles brightly with a blush, reaching for him. Yong-rae stares in shock, seeing Sujin standing right outside his door. Sujin giggles, expressing her relief that he wasn't asleep. A flustered Yong-rae stammers, wondering why his ex-girlfriend Sujin is at his place so late at night. Sujin cheerfully asks if she can come in, leaving Yong-rae completely stunned. Yong-rae looks at her, realizing she's been drinking and reminding himself that they broke up. Sujin smiles wistfully, a hint of sadness in her expression. Yong-rae looks away from her, a bead of sweat on his temple, clearly uncomfortable with her presence. Sujin, however, beams at him with a hopeful, blushing smile. Gulp. A nervous Yong-rae offers to call Sujin a taxi, telling her she can wait inside until it arrives. Sujin's smile fades into a look of slight disappointment at his offer. Entering his apartment, Sujin brightly asks if he is going to be living here from now on. Yong-rae nervously explains that he'll be moving soon, to which Sujin replies, I see. Her eyes land on an iced coffee cup inside his refrigerator door. Spotting beer, Sujin excitedly asks for one, and Yong-rae agrees while she offers one to him as well. Tap. Declining her offer, Yong-rae opens a can of beer and hands it to her, Sit! Sujin takes the beer and sits on his bed, sighing that it's nice to be back. Yong-rae opens his own can with a grim, unreadable expression. Sujin sits on the bed, watching him with a soft, blushing gaze over her can of beer. Flinch. She asks him why he looks so glum and isn't smiling, causing him to startle. Forcing a smile, Yong-rae blames his tiredness while internally frustrated that he can't be cold toward his ex-girlfriend. Taking a sip of her beer, Sujin pointedly remarks that she supposes he has Lahan now. Jolt. Startled by her comment, Yong-rae quickly insists that it's not like that between him and Lahan. With her eyes glowing a terrifying red, Sujin asks with a chilling smile if she can kill her. Chills. A wave of pure terror washes over Yong-rae. Surrounded by a menacing aura, Sujin cryptically suggests that if there's nothing between them, then there's no problem. Thump! His heart pounding in fear, Yong-rae stammers that he'd be sad since he knows her from work. Swoosh! He hastily clarifies that it's not because he likes her, as Sujin is enveloped in a dark energy. Pat. Sujin laughs it off as a joke and pats the bed, inviting him to sit down, but he flinches away. Sigh. Sitting beside her, Yong-rae wonders if her strange jokes are because she's drunk, as he's never seen her act this way. Taking a nervous sip of beer, he decides he needs to call her a taxi immediately. Lean. As he drinks, Sujin suddenly leans in very close to his face. In a shocking move, Sujin shoves Yong-rae down onto the bed, leaving him stunned. Pant. She pins his shoulders, panting and blushing as she looms over him. Sujin smiles seductively, asking how about it since it's been a while a terrified Yong-rae shouts, asking what is happening. Yong-rae struggles beneath her but finds himself completely overpowered, wondering how she's become so strong. Lower. She suddenly lets go and sits beside him on the bed, nonchalantly stating that since they're both single, their breakup doesn't matter. Sujin coyly says it's getting hot and begins to unbutton her shirt, prompting a panicked Yong-rae to yell for her to stop. Flail. He desperately protests that this is wrong, and there's a reason they can't, but she simply asks why. Ignoring his pleas, Sujin leans in and kisses a shocked Yong-rae. Thump! A strange, powerful energy flows into Yong-rae's mouth from the kiss, glowing with a purple light. Thwump! Sujin suddenly goes limp and collapses onto him, and he worriedly calls out her name. Mumble. She simply mumbles in her sleep, completely passed out. Ha! Yong-rae sighs in relief, realizing she's finally unconscious. Dizzy! He flinches as a wave of dizziness hits him, his body now surrounded by the same purple aura. Thump thump. Yong-rae clutches his chest as his heart begins to pound violently. Thump thump thump. His mind flashes with images of Lahan and other people as he feels his emotions going haywire. A single, glowing, pink eye reveals his profound inner turmoil. Later, Yong-rae and the unconscious Sujin are seen sleeping in the same bed. Yong-rae sleeps fitfully, turned away from her. Flinch. He suddenly twitches violently in his sleep. Yong-rae slowly sits up, his expression dazed and unfocused. Fumble. He clutches at his shirt over his heart, looking confused. A sinister, to the grin spreads across his face as his eyes glow with purple energy. Glance. Now possessed, Yong-rae confidently strides down a city street at night. He looks to the side with a smirk, expressing his awe at his newfound state. Fumble. He suddenly stumbles, clutching his chest in confusion as if his own consciousness is fighting back. Beam. Possessed by a gleeful spirit, Yong-rae cheers, "Yay!" as a ghostly, octopus-like creature celebrates above him. An older couple spots him, and the man asks why the young man is walking around barefoot. With glowing purple eyes, the possessed Yong-rae smirks back, shocking the older couple. The man angrily accuses him of picking a fight, while his wife tries to pull him away, realizing the young man won't stop. Mumble. The spirit thinks about how he can now speak human language and introduces himself as Victor, addressing his master. Smirk. Victor recalls how he took over Yong-rae's body after Sujin's magic-infused kiss filled the hero with power. Sniff! Sniff! He sniffs the air excitedly, overjoyed that he can finally see his master in a human body. Grinning, Victor senses his master's location and excitedly declares she is this way. Elsewhere, a dark-haired girl is confronted by a red-haired woman who accuses her of giving her group the stink eye and calls her a pathetic drunkard. The girl calmly looks up at the city lights, telling the woman she's just imagining things. Shout! The red-haired woman erupts, taking offense, while a male companion tries to de-escalate, asking the girl what she's doing out so late. Glare. The girl flatly rejects the man's offer to take her home, and he complains about her irritating attitude. Thwack. The red-haired woman smacks the girl on the head, complaining about kids these days, and telling her companion to teach her a lesson. The group surrounds the girl, who stands her ground defiantly. Doo-doo. Victor suddenly appears, sternly telling them that ganging up on someone is wrong. The group turns to Victor, with the women noting he's barefoot, while the man tells him to move along because they're teaching the girl a lesson. Victor smirks, asking if he can participate in their lesson. Enraged, the man from the group shouts at Victor to get out of there. With a swift motion, Victor dispatches the two men, leaving them beaten and kneeling on the pavement. Tremble. The terrified red-haired woman watches in disbelief, as Victor sternly demands the beaten men promise not to do it again. Victor tells the woman to take her friends and stop hitting people, nonchalantly remembering he hit someone too, as she threatens him. Beam. Victor beams with joy, thinking he's fulfilled his dream of being a knight rescuing a maiden, as the confused girl looks on. Bow. She thanks him for his help, but cheekily remarks that he sounds a bit like a boomer. Rush. The girl quickly runs off down the street as Victor watches her go. Victor imagines a queen knighting him as Sir Boomer, and chuckles to himself, honored by the title. He eagerly runs off barefoot, excited to tell his master about his heroic deed. The scene shifts to a close-up of Lahan sleeping peacefully. Done. Lahan's eyes snap open, sensing a presence. She sits up in her pajamas, looking around her room with a concerned expression. Knock knock. A knock sounds at her door. Lahan gets out of bed, looking surprised by the late-night visitor. Teary. She opens the door to find Victor, in Yong-rae's body, looking at her with tear-filled eyes as he calls out, "Master." Pet. Victor collapses, hugging her legs and crying that he missed her, while Lahan's colleagues from next door peek out, wondering if they're role-playing. The dark-haired male colleague blushes as the woman playfully teases him, calling him a slave. Back inside, Lahan pieces together that Sujin's magic allowed Victor to possess Yong-rae's body after the kiss. Victor confirms he isn't sure how long he can stay, but supposes it's until the hero, Yong-rae, recovers. He gives a soft, blushing smile, content with the situation. PFFT. Lahan smirks, telling Victor she's glad to speak with him, but reminds him she can read his mind anyway. Kneel. Victor kneels respectfully, thanking Lahan for taking him in all these years. Lahan sits on her bed, arms crossed, with a stern and unimpressed expression. A memory flashes to a field where a sickly, dark-colored horse is being shunned by others. Clip-clop. The herd runs off, leaving the lone, different-looking horse behind. Step. Snort. A cloaked Lahan approaches the isolated snorting horse. Lahan stands before the creature, her pink hair visible beneath her dark hood. Snort. A close-up reveals the horse's sickly and pained appearance. Lahan surmises the horse was abandoned by its herd for looking different. Wobble. She notes its severe skin disease, realizing it won't live long as the poor creature stumbles weakly. She kneels beside the collapsed horse, reaching out to it with a gentle expression. Grin. Continuing the memory, Lahan tells the dying horse it's hardy and offers to let it live on, despite its misfortune. She instructs the horse to close its eyes, promising to grant its wish. As a single tear falls from its eye, the horse is enveloped in a powerful purple light. Back in the present, Lahan smiles gently and says, "All right then, whoosh." She opens her arms wide, inviting the possessed Yong-rae to come and hug her. Victor gleefully licks Lahan's face, crying out, "Master," while she laughs that it tickles. Chirp. As they snuggle in bed, Yong-rae's terrified inner consciousness watches in horror. Yong-rae's true self looks on, deeply troubled and trapped within his own body. Later, Lahan sleeps soundly, her small fangs visible. Jolt. Yong-rae suddenly wakes up, screaming Lahan's name in shock as he finds her in bed with him. MMH. Lahan groggily mumbles for him to keep sleeping. Badum. His heart pounds as she sleepily murmurs that he must be tired from all their activity last night. Panicked, Yong-rae wonders what activity she means, insisting he was at home. He flashes back to being at his place, having a beer with Sujin. Remembering the kiss, he frantically questions why he woke up in Lahan's bed. He stares in confusion at Lahan, who now gazes back at him, fully awake. A quick sketch shows Yong-rae forcing a very awkward smile. He nervously asks for a minute, promising that he can explain the situation. He stands by the bed where Lahan is sitting, ready to explain himself. Lahan drowsily rubs her eye, still waking up. Fred. Yong-rae gestures frantically, trying to explain that he has amnesia about what happened after a certain point. Yawn. Lahan yawns and teases that he must be too weak for even one beer, to which he defensively asks what she means. Raise. Holding his phone, Yong-rae questions how he even got to her place since he didn't call her. Flash. A memory of Victor's intense, glowing purple eye flashes in his mind. He's hit with another flash of Victor's startled, glowing eye. Lahan mentally frets that he nearly figured it out, while Yong-rae looks at his call history and realizes he called Lahan many times. Sweat. He stares at the lengthy call log on his phone, sweating in complete confusion. Lahan calmly explains that she had fun, and they played all night because he was drunk. As Yong-rae stands in shock, Lahan confirms that they played all night, just as she said. Blushing furiously, a nervous Yong-rae asks if he did anything he shouldn't have. Lahan pauses. Before telling him that he didn't do much, he just sobbed. Yong-rae drops to his knees in shame, wishing he'd jumped from a rooftop. While Lahan wonders what he's doing, Lahan smiles reassuringly, telling him it was fun playing with him and that he shouldn't concern himself with it. Touched by her kindness, a blushing Yong-rae looks up at her and whispers her name. Lahan smirks wickedly, thinking that she has won him over and will relish his despair when she eventually betrays him. While Yong-rae looks at her with adoration from the floor, Lahan's sinister inner thoughts reveal her manipulative plan. The scene shifts to the office, where Sujin stands with a serious expression. At his desk, Yong-rae looks up and sees her approaching. He greets Sujin with a nervous smile. Sujin walks up to Yong-rae and apologizes for her behavior the day before. A flustered Yong-rae looks over his shoulder as she walks past. Tap. Sujin sits down at her desk and begins to focus on her work. A new female colleague approaches Lahan, explaining that she's still not used to writing in the language. Lahan praises her improvement, but cheekily advises her to stop confusing public with pubic as a male colleague peeks over the partition. Clack. Meanwhile, Sujin clicks her pen, trying to figure out how to bring up a sensitive area she and her colleague have in common. Misunderstanding, the colleague cheerfully suggests it must be a nice area and that they should discuss it over drinks. Whoosh. A sudden, intense pink aura explodes from Sujin as she grips her pen. Lahan and her other colleague stare in shock at the sudden confrontation. Smirk. Unfazed by the drama, Lahan smirks to herself, making a mental note to look up the definition of pubic. Sujin stares in shock, her eyes glowing with an intense, uncontrollable pink magic. Her colleague, a girl with a ponytail, looks on in confusion, thinking that Sujin's aura looked familiar. Lahan stands with her arms crossed, her expression stern and calculating. Lahan mentally notes that she managed to stop Sujin's outburst, but worries that at this rate of aggression, Sujin will soon become a demon. An illustration explains that those turning into demons are often consumed by their strongest emotions, like anger or greed. Pondering from a rooftop, Lahan wonders what powerful negative emotion is causing Sujin's transformation to progress so quickly. Lahan rules out jealousy, since Sujin has Jaewon, but her thoughts are interrupted as Yong-rae opens a door behind her, calling her name. Yong-rae looks distressed, stammering an apology for his drunken behavior and admitting he's in a bit of trouble. The two sit at a small table on the rooftop, Lahan listening with a neutral expression. He nervously apologizes to Lahan, explaining that his parents insisted on coming to meet her. Lahan's eyes narrow as she thinks to herself that Yong-rae's parents are still alive. Yong-rae explains he told them he and Lahan are just roommates living together for cheap rent to avoid any misunderstanding. Lahan realizes the strong hero sent from Yong-rae masked his parents' presence, but now sees them as a useful tool for her revenge. Yong-rae smiles nervously at an annoyed Lahan as his parents watch from the doorway. Turn. Lahan whips around in shock, realizing she's face to face with another of the hero Leonard's descendants. An older couple smiles warmly, introducing themselves as Yong-rae's dad and mom. Lahan stares, completely stunned by the sudden appearance of her targets. Lahan formally introduces herself as Lahan Ju, while Yong-rae explains her language skills are still developing, but his mother insists it's fine. Lahan internally panics, thinking she didn't expect them to look so ordinary and laments that neither seems to possess the hero's aura. Lahan asks Yong-rae if there was a hero in his ancestry, prompting him to think she's being weird again. Yong-rae's father mentions his own grandfather was in the military and asks Lahan why she's curious. Lahan quickly dismisses her question, while internally concluding his mother must be the true descendant. Yong-rae's mother simply thinks she's a curious person. Yong-rae's father cheerfully tells Lahan that their son must really want them to like her. While Yong-rae flusters, Lahan wonders if his mother simply aged without her powers awakening, realizing Yong-rae would have suffered the same fate without her. Yong-rae's mother kindly invites Lahan to join them for dinner. At a restaurant, the family sits around a hot pot, and Yong-rae tells his parents to wait as he's just added the meat. Bubble. Bubble. His parents cheerfully ask if it's her first time eating hot pot, telling her she can eat the meat as soon as it's cooked. Lahan politely says she was taught to let elders eat first, though she secretly considers them babies, but the mother laughs and insists she start. Raise. As Lahan decides to eat, Yong-rae watches nervously, knowing she can't hold chopsticks properly yet. Yong-rae's parents watch her with kind, accepting smiles. Lahan takes a bite of meat, her small fangs subtly visible. Yong-rae's parents admit they were worried when he said he was living with someone, fearing a strange person had forced him into it. His mother expresses relief that Lahan is so cheerful, adding it would be great if she and her shy son started dating. An embarrassed Yong-rae tells his father to stop talking. Lahan thanks them politely, but her inner thoughts reaffirm that the hero's descendants are nothing but targets for her revenge. Yong-rae's mother points out a smudge on Lahan's face. Lahan blushes with surprise as Yong-rae's mother gently wipes her cheek. Smile. The mother gives Lahan a warm, loving smile. A flustered Lahan decides to focus on Yong-rae for now, while his mother notes her good appetite and offers to get more vegetables. Wham! The scene shifts abruptly as a man is slammed into a wall by another person. Splash! A balding man in an orange shirt is jolted when Yong-rae's mother bumps into him, spilling a drink. He yells at her as she apologizes profusely. Frown. Yong-rae's father tells the rude man that his reaction is excessive. The man scoffs, blaming Yong-rae's mother for glaring, while she takes the blame and tells her family to stay out of it. URK. Yong-rae and Lahan watch uncomfortably as his mother continues to apologize for the incident. Lahan coldly assesses the situation, concluding that her gentle, conflict-averse nature is why Yong-rae Kim grew up to be so timid. Yong-rae's mother bows her head meekly, ending the confrontation. Lahan watches the scene unfold, her eyes filled with cold calculation. Click, click. The rude man steps outside into an alley to light a cigarette, his expression hard. Lahan appears behind him, standing silently and ominously in the dark alley. The man turns around, belligerently asking if she has something to say to him. Outside a soju room, Lahan coldly states that she is not that woman's daughter. The rude man walks away, dismissing her, and stating he has nothing to say to her. URK. Grab. With startling strength, Lahan grabs the rude man by his collar and lifts him. Grip. The man chokes in disbelief, protesting that they were at fault while wondering how she is so strong. Her eyes glowing menacingly, Lahan warns him that being a victim doesn't grant him freedom to act as he pleases, threatening to snap his neck. Drop. She releases him, and as he coughs on the ground, she explains she'll refrain from violence out of respect for another's judgment. Enraged, the man scrambles up, screaming a curse at her. He swings to strike her, but she effortlessly catches his hand midair. Crack! As his bones audibly break, she calmly repeats her promise not to use violence. Gah! The man writhes in agony on the ground as Lahan crouches and coolly asks if it hurts. Kurg. Clutching his hand, the man sputters that she won't get away with this. A swirling vortex of dark, cosmic energy appears before Lahan. She transforms, crouching with dark horns sprouting from her head as a powerful aura envelops her. The man stares in utter terror, stammering in shock that she has horns. Kneeling opposite her, the terrified man fearfully wonders if she is the devil. Done. Lahan dramatically corrects him, declaring that she is the Grim Reaper. Convinced she's the real Grim Reaper, the man understands her strength. As Lahan informs him, this means he's now headed for hell. Tremble. The terrified man begs for another chance, desperately trying to prove his worth by mentioning his past donations. Her fangs showing, Lahan leans in and asks if he truly wishes to go to heaven. The scene shifts back to the restaurant, where the now reformed man bows deeply, apologizing for his incredible rudeness. He addresses Yong-rae's family, admitting he was thoughtless, and offers to buy them soda as an apology. Glance. Yong-rae looks on in complete confusion, wondering about the man's sudden change in behavior. In the background, Lahan smirks with satisfaction as the terrified man maintains his polite facade. Outside, Yong-rae explains to Lahan that his parents drove, so they can't accept the man's offer. Yong-rae looks down, a thoughtful and slightly troubled expression on his face. He turns and hesitantly calls out Lahan's name. Later, at a small table, Lahan happily offers Yong-rae some chicken gizzard, prompting him to marvel at modern cuisine. Yong-rae takes a small drink, still processing the evening's strange events. He observes that the rude man's demeanor changed drastically after she spoke with him outside for a moment. Lahan coolly sips her drink, claiming they simply had a civil conversation. Yong-rae sincerely thanks her for defending his mother, explaining he held back to avoid seeming entitled. Lahan asks for a definition of entitled, and Yong-rae describes it as someone rude and shameless who acts like the world revolves around them. Haha, Lahan laughs and points, teasing that the description sounds just like her, and a weary Yong-rae can only agree. Lahan reassures him his decision was also valid, pointing out that, if he thinks about it, the man was a victim as well and not completely in the wrong. Raise. As they toast, Lahan shares her philosophy that morality is a human invention, and majority opinion is simply what has been considered right. Yong-rae is stunned by her profound vocabulary, while Lahan internally boasts about the wisdom gained from her many lifetimes. He thoughtfully concludes that one must simply live in the way they believe to be right. Changing the subject, Yong-rae awkwardly asks if Lahan's parents live abroad. Lahan's expression hardens slightly as she takes a sip of her drink. Gasp! Realizing he may have crossed a line, Yong-rae panics, but Lahan simply demands he pour her some more. He quietly wonders if her parents have passed away, speculating that might be why she helped his mom. A memory surfaces of a warm, smiling woman with long brown hair, reaching out her hand amidst bright flowers. The scene shifts to a hotel lobby, where Lahan delightedly eyes a luggage cart, asking if Yong-rae can really afford such a pricey place. Yong-rae reassures her it wasn't too expensive, though he admits he'd never spend so much on himself. As Lahan cheerfully waves, Yong-rae wishes her a good night. Yong-rae watches her leave, his expression turning serious once more. His serious look softens into a slight, knowing smile. At the front desk, Lahan imperiously demands the key for a reservation under Yong-rae Kim, startling the receptionist. The scene shifts to a large, modern office building downtown. Beam. Inside, Sujin beams at her phone, excitedly announcing that she's just received her paycheck. Sujin giggles after loudly celebrating her paycheck, happily thinking she can finally afford an expensive meal. A male colleague with a goatee notes how happy Sujin looks, while another coworker with short, dark hair daydreams about buying capsule toys. Sujin eagerly asks a pink-haired woman if there will be a company dinner for payday, admitting she loves them because the food is free. Burst. The pink-haired woman, Lahan, furiously storms into an office, shouting for her boss. A short, cheerful boss practicing his golf swing greets Miss Lahan and offers to show her how to play. Thwack! Lahan furiously strikes her boss with the golf club, demanding to know why her salary is less than promised and asserting that she can read numbers. Her boss, strangely impressed, compliments her great swing before asking her what the most terrifying thing in the world is, leaving her stunned. He dramatically reveals that the most terrifying thing is taxes, explaining all the deductions from her salary. Unconvinced, Lahan holds the club to his throat as he weakly suggests her salary might be lower because she's still in her training period. Lahan stares in disbelief, her fangs showing in a moment of pure shock and anger. Slump. Defeated, Lahan collapses in her chair, admitting she did sign the contract but complaining the fine print was deliberately tiny. Lean. Yong-rae leans over and congratulates Lahan on her first paycheck as she resolves to be frugal. Yong-rae gives her a warm, blushing smile. Jolt. Slump. Lahan collapses on her desk and asks Yong-rae for a loan, shocking him as she explains he doesn't need to repay his own debt to her all at once. Lahan mutters that Yong-rae is a bastard for still owing her nearly 2 million won, wondering how she spent so much money. Yong-rae clarifies that she only spent money on food and expensive hotels, which she frequented often. He excitedly whispers to a delighted Lahan that they can finally move into the new place they found next week. A nearby female colleague with long, dark hair and tired eyes observes them silently. Tap. Tap. The woman glances over as a male colleague with short, dark hair. Jaewon cheerfully taps his phone. Her eyes glow with a menacing purple aura as she glares intently at her own phone. A different colleague with her hair tied back calls for Yong-rae to discuss a project, and he readily agrees. Jaewon suddenly looks serious, deciding to pass on goofing off for the day. The scene shifts to Jaewon at home, bruised and drinking alone on his couch. He fumes, thinking his colleagues have no idea how much he has done for the company, and just assume he slacks off. He scoffs bitterly, thinking that Yong-rae, by contrast, has contributed nothing at all. In a flashback, Yong-rae is praised by colleagues for a great idea they plan to implement, complimenting his rapid learning. A flustered Yong-rae deflects the praise, but his colleagues insist such talent must be properly rewarded. A coworker with glasses watches from his desk as Yong-rae leaves the room. Later, Jaewon stares at his reflection in the men's restroom mirror with a grim expression. Done. He looks down at his reflection in the sink water, horrified to see small, dark horns sprouting from his head. Back in the office, the boss is on the phone, telling someone to get some rest. Yong-rae overhears and assumes Mr. Jaewon is taking a day off, while Lahan leans back, agreeing that sick people should rest. When Yong-rae asks why she is relaxing, Lahan claims she is also ill because her head hurts from planning her grand plan. Yong-rae nervously wishes her good luck, assuming she must be joking. Lahan sits up, contemplating her next move. Thump! A flashback shows Jaewon's panicked discovery of his horns while looking at his phone's screen. Worried, Jaewon searches online, wondering if it's skin cancer and concluding he needs to see a doctor. He puts on a baseball cap to hide the horns. Trudge! A dejected Jaewon walks down the street, trying to stay inconspicuous. Step. He accidentally bumps into a large, muscular man. Jaewon mutters, "Geez," in annoyance at the collision. The muscular man turns and aggressively yells at Jaewon to watch where he's going. Unintimidated, Jaewon retorts that the other man should watch where he's going too. The man gets in his face, calling him a scrawny shrimp and challenging him to a fight. Jaewon looks back, surprised at the man's sudden hostility. The muscular man's face is a mask of pure confrontational anger. With surprising speed, Jaewon grabs the aggressive man by the face. Crash! He effortlessly slams the man onto the pavement. Rise. The muscular man pushes himself up, utterly shocked that he was thrown with just one hand. Jaewon looks down at him, his expression cold and imposing. Muscular man stares up in terror from the ground, demanding to know what just happened. As he struggles to his feet, the man asks Jaewon in disbelief if he is even human. Crack a flashback shows Jaewon effortlessly stopping the man's punch, breaking his fist in the process. Thwump. Defeated, the man collapses to the ground, crying out in pain over his hand. Thump! Thump! Jaewon stares at his own hand with a flushed, exhilarated expression, wondering at his incredible new power. Huff. Muscular man looks on in fear as an ecstatic Jaewon pants, reveling in his strength. Murmur. The man lies unconscious on the tiled floor. As Jaewon walks away, a bystander announces he's calling the police, while a shocked woman notes she heard bones snapping. The scene shifts to a hospital entrance, as Jaewon considers that his horns might not be a disease after all. He smirks, realizing he's been blessed with a special power. A bystander grabs Jaewon's arm, telling him he can't just leave after assaulting the man and needs to wait for the police. Crack, crack. Surrounded by a menacing purple aura, Jaewon turns with an unnervingly calm expression and asks, "What?" The bystanders who had gathered recoil in absolute horror. Rush. They flee in a panic, screaming that Jaewon is a monster. Jaewon raises his hand, revealing newly formed claws as he smiles wickedly. Boom! Rumble! He slams his fist into the ground, creating a shockwave that sends the unconscious man flying. Eek! Ard. The powerful shockwave sends the fleeing bystanders tumbling through the air as well. Fizzle! Jaewon kneels amidst the shattered pavement, a crazed grin on his face. Huff. A close-up reveals his wide, fanged smile and wild eyes. Elsewhere, a young girl with a ponytail and a pink backpack exits a building. Below. A car engulfed in a mysterious purple aura drives down a street at night. Back in the office, Lahan looks at her phone, annoyed that a kid is calling her, while a coworker mentions a recent unprovoked assault. She answers the call, curtly asking what the caller wants. The young girl on the other end of the line declares that she has a case for Lahan. The girl explains her intuition tells her a bad guy is nearby, and since he has powers similar to Lahan's, she's better suited to handle it than the police. Lahan's eyes widen in shock as she wonders how the girl could have sensed her power. Halt! The girl stops short, starting to give her location. Her view reveals Jaewon, his back to her, surrounded by dark, winged energy. Jaewon turns with a sadistic, glowing-eyed grin, holding a terrified victim by the head. Lahan, looking at her phone, casually asks her colleague what's up. Yong-rae asks Lahan who she got a call from. Lahan smirks, teasingly asking if he made another friend. Yong-rae asks why she wants to know about Habak Elementary School, but she dismisses his question and just asks for directions. Stare. Yong-rae explains it's a 15-minute drive but an hour walk, as Lahan glares with determination. A concerned Yong-rae asks if she's really going, reminding her it's too far and they have an important meeting in an hour. Grin. Lahan flashes a fanged smile and confidently tells him not to worry, because she will fly like the wind. She strides out onto the building's rooftop, her coat and hair blowing in the wind. Standing with her arms crossed, Lahan prepares herself on the edge of the roof. BZZT. Flare. Her eyes glow as dark. Demonic wings erupt from her back, crackling with purple energy. Flap! She leaps from the rooftop, soaring over the city with a jolt of surprise. Flap! As she flies, she wonders if her wings are stiff from disuse. Whoosh! She focuses, determined to spread her wings wider and fly faster. Rumble! With a fierce expression, she pours more power into her flight. A glint! Screaming with effort, Lahan accelerates into a brilliant streak of light. Swoosh! She becomes a tiny, winged silhouette speeding through a radiant sky. Flap, flap, flap! Aw! She screams again, struggling against the intense speed. BZZT! As she hurtles forward, she hastily conjures a protective shield in front of her face. Streaking over the city, she thinks that was far too fast, finding it hard to breathe. A massive burst of energy marks her rapid passage through the air. Lahan hovers high above the city, having arrived at her destination. Fully transformed, Lahan stands ready for battle, her demonic wings crackling with purple energy. Whoosh! She makes a dramatic entrance, crashing down onto the street in a massive burst of purple light. Surrounded by crackling energy, a smirking Jaewon looks up, his eyes glowing red as he senses her arrival. Lahan immediately grabs Jaewon by his jacket collar. Boom! With immense force, she slams him face first into the pavement. Raise. The young girl with the pink backpack stares in wide-eyed shock at the sudden takedown. Standing over the defeated Jaewon, Lahan smirks at the young girl and asks if she's happy now. The girl blushes, her eyes sparkling with pure, unadulterated admiration. Hooray! The girl cheers enthusiastically as Lahan chides her for hanging up without giving her location first. The girl explains she was about to give her location when Jaewon spotted her, recalling the terrifying moment before exclaiming that Lahan flew in and saved the day. Lahan sternly warns the young lady to be more careful, explaining that the demon was far into its transformation and could have easily killed her. The girl explains she just knew something was wrong from the chills she got, the same feeling she had when she and Lahan first met. Lahan calls the child perceptive but crosses her arms and firmly warns her never to step in again, regardless of her intuition. Grab! A monstrous clawed hand suddenly seizes Lahan's arm from behind. Kaboom! Jaewon retaliates with a powerful blast, sending Lahan flying. The girl gasps, "Oh no, miss," as a transformed Jaewon rises from the ground, his body steaming. Grr. Enveloped in dark energy, Jaewon snarls with pure rage. Crumble. Lahan stares in disbelief, realizing the monster is her colleague, assistant manager Jaewon. Her red eyes narrow as she thinks that he may have lost his mind. As Jaewon glares back, her thought concludes with a chilling revelation. He cannot attack his own master. Swoosh. To her shock, Jaewon darts past her, heading straight for the little girl. Wham! Eek! He strikes the girl with a blast of dark energy, sending her flying. Lahan whirls around, demanding to know why he's attacking the child, then realizes he must have recognized the girl as her companion and is using her as a distraction. Whoosh! He throws a transformed, clawed fist directly at the terrified girl. Smack! Lahan instantly appears, catching his punch with her bare hand and sternly declaring, enough, surprised he can already transform his body. In a terrifying moment, Jaewon's other hand lunges for the girl, causing Lahan's eyes to widen in horror. Splatter. Blood hits the pavement in a brutal spray. Lahan has fired a projectile, blasting Jaewon's arm as he clutches it in pain, narrowly saving the cowering girl. Lahan stands holding 2 chunks of pavement, admitting to herself that she could have aimed for his head. She glances at the horrified girl, thinking that a headshot would have been too gruesome for a child to see. Shout Lahan yells at the kid to run, and the startled girl quickly agrees. Crackle! Jaewon looks down as his wounded arm begins regenerating in a swirl of dark energy. Sha! In a flash of purple light, his arm is completely restored. As the girl flees, Lahan notes his rapid regeneration and tries a different tactic, yelling for Jaewon to snap out of it and remember who he is. Jaewon hesitates as Lahan's voice echoes in his head, reminding him that he's a human, a regular office worker. The memory of being called Yong-rae's less capable superior fills Jaewon's eyes with furious tears. Crowar. He erupts in a massive surge of power, roaring in defiance, as Lahan realizes her words only made things worse. Whoosh! Jaewon charges at Lahan in a furious, explosive blur. Wham! With a gleeful smile, Lahan effortlessly swats him aside, calling him a petty bastard and a pain. Pow! Bam! Thwack! Lahan unleashes a flourish of punches and kicks, berating him for being an underhanded coward who attacks children. Don't look down on me, Jaewon screams, as Lahan grabs his face, smirking as she realizes she's found his trigger. Crunch, her claws dig deep into his face. Thud. With Jaewon defeated again, Lahan tells the little girl to turn around and close her eyes, which she does immediately. Lahan concludes that humans don't change easily and that removing the magic won't be enough. The only way to stop him for good is to kill him. Huff. Defeated, Jaewon pants on the ground, his demonic form still intact but his energy waning. Lahan watches him with a cold, resolute expression. In a sudden flashback, a man tells a younger Lahan that while he cannot kill her, he can stop her magic from reaching his kingdom to save human lives. Crackle. Back in the present, Lahan's hand crackles with lethal energy as she holds it over Jaewon's head, causing him to flinch. Her hands move with deadly intent, preparing to break his neck and end it all. Shing. A blade of pure purple energy materializes in Lahan's hand. Wielding twin energy daggers, Lahan stands over Jaewon and declares she will spare his life. Jaewon whimpers, tears streaming down his face as he looks up in terror. Lahan swiftly slices off Jaewon's horns with her glowing purple blades. Lahan stands over Jaewon as the last of the demonic energy fades from his severed horn stumps. Bam! His transformation reversed. Jaewon collapses unconscious onto the pavement. The last remnants of purple energy dissipate from Jaewon's body as he lies still. Lahan stands poised and ready, her energy daggers still crackling with power. Spin. She casually twirls one of the daggers as the energy begins to recede. Swoop. The powerful purple energy of her daggers retracts back into her hands. Dash. The little girl runs toward Lahan, cheering that she did it, while Lahan smirks, thinking it was perfect. Hug. The girl embraces Lahan's leg, exclaiming she's the best, causing a flustered Lahan to tell her to stop. Still clinging to her leg, the girl tells Lahan how glad she is that she came. The girl points at Jaewon and asks if he's dead, but Lahan explains she only removed the evil energy, and he's fine. Relieved, the girl explains that heroes are supposed to preserve life, even their enemies, leaving Lahan to wonder why. The girl gushes that Lahan is just like the magical girls she's always admired, calling her amazing. She giggles and thanks Lahan again, admitting she might have been killed without her help. The girl beams up at Lahan with a face full of pure, sparkling admiration. Lahan turns to leave, telling the girl to alert the police, but to keep her out of it. Lahan gives her instructions with a serious, determined look. The little girl gazes up, her eyes wide with adoration. The girl waves enthusiastically, declaring Lahan a real magical girl and hoping to see her again, much to Lahan's visible annoyance. Lahan walks away as the girl's excited farewell echoes behind her. Snap. Later, a plainclothes officer photographs the unconscious Jaewon, reporting to his captain that the suspect is secured. An officer on the phone explains the lack of security footage before asking the little girl if she saw anything, but she simply says nope. Another officer calls out to his colleague, Minsu. Minsu walks over as his colleague informs him that the security cameras caught someone suspicious. The phone screen displays a grainy photo of the pink-haired Lahan. Minsu recognizes her as the woman from the park, the one he thought was part of a speeding couple. The two officers stare at the photo, looking pensive and intrigued. Back at the office, Yong-rae is stunned to see Lahan, exclaiming a taxi would have taken 30 minutes, but she coolly reminds him she flies like the wind. A man in a blue polo shirt arrives on a street, calling out in shock for his son. Done, he's met by a crowd of people with glowing red eyes, one of whom tells him he must be mistaken. Flash! The man erupts in purple energy, insisting they're all family as a red eye watches him. Beam! His own eyes now glowing red. The man grins with crazed delight. At the office, a coworker shows a phone picture of Jae-won's arrest, identifying him as the culprit from the news. Murmur, chatter, clamor. The office erupts in disbelief, questioning if it's really Jae-won. An older manager demands quiet, but a coworker tries to inform him that the assault culprit is Jae-won. Pow! A video of the assault, already at 120,000 views, plays as bystanders are heard screaming. Yong-rae asks Lahan if she thinks it's really Jae-won, but Lahan is unsure, remarking how everything gets recorded now. A woman with black hair and a white streak at her bangs works silently, ignoring the office chaos. Raise. In a comedic thought bubble, a tiny Lahan sits on Yong-rae's shoulder, prodding him to pay attention. Lahan sheepishly asks Yong-rae a surprisingly basic question: how phones work. Yong-rae stares back at her, utterly dumbfounded by her lack of knowledge. Snap, he patiently shows her his phone's camera app, explaining the basic functions for photos and videos. As he explains how to stop a video, Yong-rae thinks he can't believe he's teaching her this, feeling like he's instructing a child. Lahan asks a hypothetical question about how to avoid being filmed, prompting Yong-rae to ask if she did something wrong, which she quickly denies. Yong-rae glances at his phone, thoughtfully considering the prevalence of security cameras. Lahan fumes about the constant surveillance, but Yong-rae calmly explains that it's for crime prevention, not something good citizens worry about. Yong-rae thoughtfully considers her point about privacy, but ultimately concludes that cameras are for the greater good of catching criminals. Still learning, Lahan watches intently as Yong-rae explains how to use the phone's functions. Raise. He looks up, confused, as Lahan points the camera at him. Startled, Yong-rae flails his arms in panic as he sees himself on the phone screen. Later, lounging in a robe, Lahan practices with her new phone, noting how convenient it is. Her expression darkens as she thinks of the security cameras, realizing she'll need to be more careful in the future. Tap. She thinks she's accidentally pressed the wrong button while trying to figure out the camera. The camera has switched to selfie mode, and she stares blankly at her own reflection on the screen. Rise. Startled, she sits bolt upright as the phone prepares to take a picture. Snap! The phone takes a photo of her, and she looks at the result with surprised curiosity. A devious smile spreads across her face as she realizes she can take pictures of herself this way. Snap! She immediately starts a photo shoot, striking a glamorous pose among a floral background. Snap! She playfully makes demonic horns with her fingers winking for the camera. Snap! She poses again, touching her chin with a confident, sparkling smile. Huh? A tiny chibi Lahan kicks her feet in delight, completely absorbed in her selfie session. Snap! She takes another picture, looking thrilled with her newfound hobby. Her fun is interrupted by a text from Yong-rae, reporting that Jae-won's identity as the culprit is all over the news. Lying on her side, Lahan quietly scrolls through her phone, her expression now serious. Sigh. She sits up, sighing as she realizes Jae-won's demonization was dozens of times faster than any she's seen before. She wonders if her own magic, accumulated over time, has grown so powerful that it's now affecting the world around her more intensely. HMPH. She shrugs with pouty determination, deciding the solution is simple. She just has to get rid of all the demons. The scene shifts to a dark street where a tall, long-haired man with red eyes smirks down at a gray-haired man. Splash at a dock, the gray-haired man remarks on their convenient ability as they watch dazed workers handle fish crates. A third man with glasses joins them as the gray-haired man credits their power to a mysterious head they fished up earlier. The gray-haired man asks if it was truly the legendary demon lord, and the long-haired man agrees it must be, considering their new powers. The gray-haired man grins with malevolent glee, his red eyes glowing. The long-haired man theorizes the head is controlling them to find its body, which is why they have memory gaps. Looking out at the sea, the two discuss how dangerous it would be to encounter the head itself, given its immense power. The long-haired man decides they need to move a nearby fishing boat. When asked if he can do it, the gray-haired man questions why they don't just use one of their brainwashed minions. VMMM. The long-haired man agrees as the gray-haired man summons purple psychic energy to move a large object. Splash! With a surge of power, he telekinetically lifts the entire boat out of the water. His partner compliments his skill, and the gray-haired man replies that he improves with practice. With a sinister smile, the gray-haired man contemplates what they could achieve with their combined abilities. He asks if they can do bigger things, and the long-haired man calls this mere practice, boasting he could become president by brainwashing everyone. The gray-haired man raises the issue of the demon lord, but his partner recalls a legend he heard in Spain. Flash revealing his own horns, the long-haired man explains the demon lord's only weakness is her horns, which can only be cut by other horns. The gray-haired man processes this, realizing that while the demon lord can kill them, they now have the means to kill her too, as both men smirk, their own demonic horns visible. The long-haired man plots to get the drop on her, confident that Korea being their homeland gives them an advantage. Snore. Snore. Back in her room, Lahan is oblivious to the plotting, sound asleep in her bed. A new day begins at the office, the morning light shining on an empty desk. In the office, a nervous coworker tells Yong-rae that the stock market isn't doing well. Two female colleagues cheerfully greet Yong-rae, who gives a simple acknowledgement. One of the women jokes that it must be nicer without Jaewon criticizing him, but Yong-rae looks awkward and disagrees. The women gossip, agreeing it's for the best since Jaewon was a jerk, and mention the company is trying to hush up his assault charge. Woo! Another coworker nods in agreement, thinking of the sweet taste of revenge as his colleagues celebrate Jaewon's downfall. In an interrogation room, a dejected Jaewon is asked why he did it, but he can only repeat that he doesn't remember. An interrogator with glasses smirks, cynically asking if he wants a psychiatric evaluation. Jaewon insists he honestly can't remember, but the frustrated interrogator gives up and tells him to call his lawyer. A furious Jaewon protests his innocence, shouting that it hasn't even been confirmed he's guilty. The interrogator with glasses sarcastically asks if he was possessed, reminding him the crime was caught on video, but a panicked Jaewon insists he doesn't understand what happened. Smirking, the interrogator condescendingly entertains Jaewon's claim, suggesting maybe he was indeed possessed or controlled somehow. He elaborates that while Jaewon's mind knows nothing, his body still committed the crime, implying an external force was responsible. The scene shifts to a man with a goatee and gold chain sitting at a desk, wearing earpieces as he considers a document. Flap. He places a rough sketch of the pink-haired Lahan on the table. The long-haired man, Jiseok, and the gray-haired man, Youngwon, examine the sketch, with Jiseok remarking that if the police can't find her with this, they're incompetent. Twitch. The man with the goatee is visibly irritated by the immature brats and asks if they want him to find the woman in the drawing. The two men, Jiseok and Youngwon, eagerly shout their confirmation in unison. The man with the goatee, Yoonyul-ju, presses for information like her job or location, but Youngwon arrogantly retorts that finding people is his job. Yoonyul sighs, folding his arms to reveal a large koi tattoo and telling them to look here, implying a discussion of payment. Youngwon, glowing with blue energy, scoffs in confusion, questioning why they would ever pay him. Twitch. Utterly dumbfounded by their audacity, Yoonyul can only manage a stunned, "What?" Youngwon explains they came because of an ad, and simply assumed his people-finding services were free. Jiseok smugly tells Youngwon he knew they shouldn't have wasted their time here. Youngwon snickers, enjoying the fun of his target's reaction before his partner uses his power, while Jiseok coolly asks which of the men he should target. Youngwon grins menacingly, informing the old man that he'll be helping them find her one way or another. Yoonyul glares back, his face a mask of rage. Rush. Yoonyul's two bodyguards charge toward the pair. Raise. Jiseok lifts his hand, unleashing a crackling purple energy. With a single word, "Stop," he freezes the charging men in their tracks with his power. Yoonyul watches in stunned disbelief as his men are suspended in mid-air. Now under Jiseok's control, Yoonyul's men stand blankly, their eyes glowing an ominous red. Spring. Yoonyul leaps from his chair, ordering his men to attack the intruders. Raise. One of the brainwashed guards slowly raises his hands in response to a silent command. Drop. Yunyo looks down in absolute horror, realizing his body is no longer under his control. Yongwon erupts in laughter, calling Yunyo's terrified expression priceless and gloating that this is far more entertaining than simply brainwashing everyone. Sweating in terror, Yunyo wonders what's happening, shocked that this kind of power actually exists. Yongwon smugly acknowledges how shocking it must be, and decides introductions are in order. He introduces his partner as Ji-seok Lee, a 31-year-old with the ability of brainwashing. Yongwon then introduces himself as Yongwon Choi, also 31, with the power of telekinesis, before asking for Yunyo's name and ability. Trembling, Yunyo stammers that he is Yunyo Ju, and his ability is finding people, desperately trying to survive, as Yongwon compliments his pretty name, Raggle. Confused, Yunyo looks down at his arm as his koi tattoo begins to move on its own. Arg. An unseen scream of pure agony fills the air. Tremble. Yongwon uses his telekinesis to painfully warp Yunyo's tattoo, coolly remarking that scary tattoos don't suit his pretty name. With Yunyo completely subdued, Yongwon menacingly offers a deal. Since he removed the tattoos for free, Yunyo will find their target for free. Yongwon points to his own red eye, commanding Yunyo to find the woman, revealing that she has eyes just like theirs. Later, Yong-rae proudly shows off their new home to Lahan, who looks on with a surprised, blushing ooh. Sparkle. The living room is immaculate, a sight that makes Yong-rae beam with pride. Glimmer. He boasts about cleaning every day after work, showing off the sparkling kitchen to an impressed Lahan. He reveals the fridge, now stocked with food from his mother, eliciting another gasp of awe from Lahan. Cheer. They both celebrate their new home, with Yong-rae internally gloating about tricking the landlord into cheap rent by pretending they are newlyweds. Halt. Their celebration freezes as they both awkwardly realize the implication of his newlyweds thought. Awkward. Ahem. As they both stand in embarrassed silence, Lahan thinks she just got a little too excited about having her own home. Outside, Yong-rae explains their new neighborhood's benefits, noting its safety and convenience due to the high school right in front of them. He observes the nice students, but quickly backtracks when he spots a pair who look like delinquents. The masked male student turns and asks them, "Why are you here?" Lahan excitedly recognizes the masked boy from the police station and asks if he attends this school, making Yong-rae nervous. The boy introduces himself as Juk Choi, but Lahan brushes it off, introducing herself as Lahan Ju and inviting him to use her first name, an offer he promptly rejects. Lahan smiles slyly, complimenting Joke by saying she knew he'd be handsome under that mask. Flustered and blushing, Joke stammers, "WH, what are you saying?" Lahan wonders why Jek is upset by a simple compliment, while Yong-rae whispers to her that kids his age get embarrassed easily. Meanwhile, Jek internally fumes, "What the hell, dude?" A new female student with short black hair and blue-tipped bangs calls out, "Hey," as she approaches. The student blushes, telling Juke she didn't expect to see him here, and thanking him for the other day. Joke stares back in wide-eyed, sweating confusion. The female student asks if he knows her, worried he's mistaken her for someone else, but Juke clarifies that she saved him from a fight. She replies that it doesn't sound like her at all. Lahan's eyes narrow in suspicion, thinking, "But I don't remember you." Jolt. Lahan pokes fun at Joke for playing the hero while being weak, but he nervously insists he's never seen this girl before. Lahan simply scoffs that she doesn't care if he dies trying. Ahem. The female student awkwardly interrupts, asking if Lahan and Yong-rae are dating. Lahan and Yong-rae shout in unison that they're not dating, explaining that they just work together. Lahan redirects the question to the female student, asking if she's with Juke and congratulating him. The student says they were just talking, but Jag interjects that they used to date until she broke up with him. Yong-rae and Lahan start bickering about their own breakup, with Lahan blaming Yong-rae for his repetitive wardrobe and him questioning her logic. Finding the argument far too childish, the female student looks away as Juke suggests they leave. Halt. Yong-rae stops walking, announcing they've arrived at the residential area. The female student asks if they live near the school, and a smirking Yong-rae internally bets that she and Juke live together. The female student listens with a neutral expression. Yong-rae nervously laughs, explaining to the miss that he and Lahan just moved in. The student smiles, telling him not to be so formal, and introducing herself as Ga-yeon Choi. Yong-rae introduces himself as Yong-rae Kim, agreeing they can say hi when they run into each other again. Lahan glares at Yong-rae, demanding to know why he keeps looking at Ga-yeon that way. Lahan accuses Yong-rae of being unable to restrain himself around younger women, just like with his ex-lover. Panicking, he insists she can't say such things, but she calls him childish, while he defends himself by reminding Lahan she's younger too. Flustered, Lahan asks if he can't restrain himself even in front of her, despite her being older, leaving Yong-rae to shout that she's twisting his words. A single foot takes a deliberate step forward. Lahan waves a cheerful farewell, calling out "Adios pequeños" in Spanish. Ga-yeon watches them leave with a slightly concerned expression. Lahan and Yong-rae walk away down the street together. Beaming with delight, Lahan flashes a triumphant, fanged smile. She walks with a pleased and carefree swagger. Juk lets out a quiet, tired laugh as Ga-yeon looks on. Ga-yeon's thoughts drift to a book titled Learn Spanish with Just One Book. As they walk, Yong-rae finds himself thinking about that boy, Juk. The scene shifts to a red-haired woman with glasses walking alone at night. In a car, the same woman eagerly anticipates eating some tteokbokki. Halt! She stops suddenly, her expression turning sharp and alert. Slip. She watches as someone posts a "looking for this person" flyer with Lahan's sketch on a wall. The woman watches as a blonde man in a suit posts a flyer. The blonde man turns and gets her attention, saying, "Excuse me." Jolt. Startled, the woman stammers an apology, wondering why he's looking at her so intently. Ah ha ha. She laughs nervously, trying to explain that she was just curious about the flyer. Pointing at the flyer, she notes the sketch looks a little like Lahan, and asks why he's looking for her. Scratch. The blonde man admits he doesn't know, only that his boss is looking for her pretty fiercely. The woman echoes, fiercely, and asks what his boss does for a living, but the man evasively says it's hard to explain. Internally concluding they must be gangsters, the woman's thoughts are interrupted as the blonde man asks if she's seen the person on the flyer. Tremble. The woman trembles in fear, frantically denying she's seen her and worrying about their intentions, while the man laments having no leads. He explains that his only clue is that her eyes are red, but dismisses it as unreliable, since she could be wearing contacts. The woman agrees, a memory of Lahan's mischievous fanged smile flashing in her mind. Bow. She bows politely, wishing him luck, and he thanks her, reminding her to call if she sees the woman, as there's a reward. Back in the apartment, Yong-rae sleeps uncomfortably on the couch, having given his bed to Lahan. Tossing in his sleep, Yong-rae lets out a pained groan. Sha. Yong-rae stirs in bed, thinking he could have sworn he'd already fallen asleep. He chalks his restlessness up to the new apartment and resolves to try sleeping again. Opening his eyes, Yong-rae sits up and sees Lahan standing silently at the foot of his bed. Done! Lahan glares down at him, her eyes glowing a menacing red in the dark room. Yong-rae stares back, his expression frozen in quiet shock. Done? His shock turns to pure terror as he realizes he's looking at a sleep paralysis demon. Lean. As Lahan climbs onto the bed, a panicked Yong-rae calls her name, realizing he can't move. Lahan smiles with a fanged glee, asking if he really thinks her joining his company was a coincidence. Jolt. The revelation sends a shock through Yong-rae as he gasps in disbelief. She leans in closer, confessing with a radiant smile that she joined the company just to meet him. Sweat. Yong-rae sweats, acknowledging her story makes some sense, but desperately wonders, why me? Lean. Lahan moves in so close their faces are inches apart, her expression intense. She suddenly bites down hard on his shoulder, making his eyes pop in cartoonish shock. Shout. Yong-rae lets out a piercing scream of agony. The scene pulls back, revealing Yong-rae is actually writhing on the couch, caught in a nightmare as the real Lahan watches from her bed. Lahan looks on, completely bewildered by his nightmare as he cries out her name in his sleep. Shocked that she's the villain in his dream, Lahan lets out an exasperated ugh. In his sleep, Yong-rae pleads, asking what he ever did to her and insisting he was always nice. Lahan watches him with a troubled, slightly pained expression. She turns away and sits down on her own bed, lost in thought. Tap. She rests her chin on her hand, contemplating his pained words. Scritch. She scratches her head in visible frustration. Lahan thinks that she only meant to ask for tissues, but now questions his dream self's accusation of her being mean. A flash of the dream shows a knightly Yong-rae being backstabbed, while a demonic Lahan watches from below. Another dream memory shows Yong-rae smiling warmly at a brown-haired woman. The demonic Lahan floats underwater, watching the memory with a sullen expression. Lahan's inner voice declares that she is the one who was wronged. Glare. She sits on her bed, glaring furiously into the darkness. Fuming, Lahan thinks he should just accept his fate, even if it means being killed in his sleep. She reflects that maybe she should have killed him right away, but now finds herself hesitating after spending time with him. The next morning, Yong-rae brushes his teeth in their new kitchen. Glare. Lahan glares at him from nearby, toothbrush in hand, demanding to know what he's looking at. Brush. Yong-rae recalls his dream and figures they both slept poorly because it's a new place. Lahan furiously denies it, insisting she slept well while spitting toothpaste, leaving Yong-rae wondering about her bizarre behavior. Ponder. Realizing she's acting just like she did in his dream, Yong-rae calmly suggests she go wash up first. Lahan furiously brushes her teeth, her face a mask of frantic energy. Peeking from the doorway, she agrees. As the narration notes, Yong-rae has finally figured out how to handle her. The scene shifts to a subway train pulling into a station at night. On their way to work, Yong-rae asks if Lahan takes the subway often, and she confirms she does. Lahan waits on the platform, arms crossed with a serious expression. As they ride the escalator, Yong-rae muses that Lahan staying near the office makes sense, but asks where the clothes she wore before are. Flustered Lahan insists women have secrets as Yong-rae presses her and thinks that living together makes secrets hard to keep. A man rushes past, coming through, pull. Yong-rae quickly pulls Lahan to safety, earning a thank you from the man who rushed by. Rush. Yong-rae guides Lahan through the surging crowd. He warns her to be careful during commuting hours, calling it the subway from hell, but she seems unfazed. Swarm. They are packed tightly together with other commuters inside the train. Yong-rae looks around nervously, trapped in the press of the crowd. Nudge. The movement of the train presses Lahan against Yong-rae's back. FWIP. She turns her head, looking up at him from the tight space. Clunk. Crowded on the train, Yong-rae braces Lahan with his arm, holding her close to keep her steady. Yong-rae leans in and reassures Lahan, telling her to hold on just a little longer as they're almost there. Lahan looks up at Yong-rae, her expression unreadable but captivated as a sparkle of light gleams beside her. Done! At the office, an iced coffee sits on the counter, as Lahan's inner voice curses, Yong-rae, you bastard! Glug glug. Lahan chugs the iced coffee with gusto. Flushed and fuming, Lahan thinks about how he even bought her coffee, and how it tastes delicious, damn it. Lahan worries that Yong-rae's kindness is getting in the way of her revenge, fearing he might have caught on to her plan. Step. Lahan takes a deliberate step forward with a determined look. Yong-rae leans in with a friendly smile, asking what she's up to, and startling a panicking Lahan. Splash. A startled Lahan shrieks and accidentally flings her entire cup of coffee at Yong-rae. Drip, drip. Yong-rae stands in stunned silence, completely drenched in coffee. Bottom Lahan's heart pounds in shock, wondering what just happened and why she reacted so strongly. Looking up in a daze, Lahan realizes with a quiet, "Oh," that she has sprouted demonic horns. Lahan, with her new horns, stares at the coffee-soaked Yong-rae. A stunned Yong-rae trembles, pointing a shaky finger at her head. Yong-rae stammers, "H horns," but Lahan plays it off with a cheerful "ta-da magic," asking if it isn't amazing. Yong-rae stares back with a blank, deeply unsettled expression. Lahan nervously tries to pass it off as a trick she learned online, laughing about how convincing it looks. Yong-rae continues to stare, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern. Lahan demonstrates how the horns retract when she pushes them down, cheerfully exclaiming how amazing it is. Yong-rae lets out a relieved laugh, saying she's so good at the trick he almost thought she wasn't human. Lahan laughs nervously, agreeing that her trick is pretty impressive. Shuffle. Yong-rae turns to leave, thinking with profound relief that he is so dense and that he himself was almost found out. Tap tap. Back at his desk, Yong-rae gets to work on his computer. Scroll. He stops, leaning back in his chair as he thinks to himself that he knew something was off about her. Yong-rae mentally lists Lahan's oddities, her strange strength, her terrible social skills, and her complete lack of common knowledge. The final piece of evidence flashes in his mind: her horns. As a vision of a grinning, horned Lahan appears, Yong-rae begins to seriously consider a shocking possibility. Clunk. The scene shifts to their apartment building later that evening. Yong-rae and Lahan walk down the hallway toward their apartment door after work. Inside, Yong-rae turns to Lahan and asks her what she's thinking about for dinner. Step. Lahan walks forward into the apartment. An excited, chibi-style Lahan gasps with delight at a plate of pasta, asking Yong-rae what the delicious-smelling noodles are called. As they eat, Yong-rae explains it's aglio e olio pasta, prompting Lahan to wryly comment that even the clumsiest have talents. With a fanged grin, Lahan happily twirls some pasta, eager to try it. Slurp. Yong-rae takes a bite of his pasta, but his expression immediately turns to shock as he chews. Beam Lahan's eyes sparkle with delight as she eats, completely unfazed by the garlic-heavy dish. Nom nom. While Lahan happily eats, a suspicious Yong-rae secretly pulls out his phone under the table. Tap tap. Yong-rae starts a memo titled Vampire X, thinking that Lahan has eaten garlic before without issue. Lahan muses aloud that maybe it's the sun that's a vampire's real weakness. A giant question mark appears over a bewildered Yong-rae's head. Lahan fantasizes about sunbathing on the sun, while Yong-rae updates his memo to Vampire X Alien X, dismissing the alien theory due to her scientific ignorance. Changing tactics, Yong-rae smiles and asks Lahan what her thoughts are on the afterlife. Lahan's cheerful demeanor vanishes, and she looks shocked by his question, repeating, "The afterlife?" Yong-rae is taken aback by her sudden seriousness after he mentioned heaven or hell. Lahan bluntly states she won't answer, leaving a stunned Yong-rae to ask why not. With Lahan sitting silently with a dark aura, Yong-rae internally wonders if her reaction means she's actually a demon. Lahan explains that she was told one should never discuss politics or religion, no matter how close. Yong-rae asks who told her that, and she credits someone named Eun-jung-nam, leaving him to quietly process the new information. Lahan nervously backtracks, deciding it's best to leave such topics alone, while Yong-rae's inner voice concludes he's gotten nowhere with his investigation. Nom! Yong-rae takes a bite of the pasta as Lahan watches. Twirl twirl. Lahan contemplates her health, wondering aloud if she has grown weaker. She resolves to gauge her powers this weekend, since it has been a while. After dinner, Yong-rae clutches his stomach, suddenly feeling unwell. Done! The next day, Lahan stands outside in sunglasses, looking cool and ready. She notes the great weather and decides she needs to go somewhere far away to use her powers. Thinking an alley is empty enough to fly, her plan is interrupted by a small girl with a pink backpack. Beam! Little girl recognizes Lahan, her face lighting up in pure adoration, sprouting demonic wings. Lahan scoops up the girl, now wearing goggles, and launches into the air. Whoosh! They soar high above the city, flying between the towering skyscrapers. Annoyed, Lahan asks why the girl is following her, but the child insists it was a coincidence and exclaims how fun flying is. Swoosh! The girl cheerfully greets a bird as it flies past them. Wham! The bird bounces harmlessly off a protective shield around them, and Lahan reassures the child not to fret. Lahan internally fumes that she only brought the brat along because of her puppy dog eyes and now plots to scare her off. Swish! She performs a series of wild aerial acrobatics, trying to frighten her passenger. With a crazed expression, Lahan asks if she's frightened and wants to get down now. Whoa! To her disbelief, the little girl is thrilled, shouting that this is so much fun. Down below, Yong-rae and another man look up, noticing a strange streak of light across the sky. Slip! Lahan lands with the girl in a desolate, rocky wasteland, noting she chose an isolated spot. The girl asks if it's her ultimate move, and Lahan grimly confirms it will be fatal for its target. Rush. The girl obediently runs for cover, as Lahan internally confirms she placed a shield on her. Whoosh! Unleashing her power, Lahan transforms, surrounded by crackling purple energy as horns sprout from her head. Awed by her horns, the little girl asks for the name of the ultimate move. Crackle Lahan snaps that it has no name, but when the girl insists, she impatiently tells her to name it herself. The little girl concentrates deeply, clutching Lahan's coat as she tries to think of a name. Swoosh! After a moment, the girl shouts, "Magic missile!" leaving Lahan to grimace at the unsophisticated name. Her hands gather a swirling, ominous sphere of dark purple energy. She floats above the barren landscape, holding the condensed orb of destructive power. Pew! She fires the energy, which shoots across the landscape as a focused beam. Her hands frame the spot where a small, dark void now hangs in the air. A massive, blinding explosion erupts in the distance. With her arms crossed, Lahan calmly tells the little girl peeking from behind her to cover her ears. Rumble. A malicious grin spreads across Lahan's face as the powerful shockwave hits them. Elsewhere, a soldier using binoculars stares in shock and curses at the unbelievable sight. Staring at the massive, fiery explosion against a red sky, the soldiers wonder if they are under attack. The lead soldier notes that Area 15 is in that direction and assumes it must be a new military weapon. A subordinate nervously wonders if this could be the rumored weapon known as Jack and the Beanstalk. Looking at the devastating result, one soldier remarks on the power of the weapon and questions if that was Jack or the Beanstalk. Standing alone under the red-tinged sky, Lahan places a hand on her chest, lost in thought. Looking at her hand, she realizes she has actually grown stronger while dormant, as the massive attack barely drained her. She wonders why, if she is stronger, she was unable to sense Yong-rae's presence earlier. Whoosh! Her head whips around as she suddenly senses something approaching. A massive, dark shape appears on the horizon, moving toward their location. BZZT. A pilot in a high-tech helmet reports the target is in sight and moves to confirm if it's an escapee from Area 15. Zoom. The little girl excitedly points up at the approaching fighter jets. Rumble. A column of military tanks appears over a nearby ridge, advancing on their position. Lahan asks what the vehicles are, and the girl explains they are tanks used in wars. With a tired expression, Lahan wonders why humans are always fighting each other. Rumble. Her expression hardens with annoyance as the military forces draw closer. As jets and tanks converge on her position, Lahan has an awkward realization. The entire military is after her. Lahan quickly calls out to the little girl, telling her to come over. Grabbing the child, Lahan urgently announces it's time for her second ultimate move, Pew. With a move ironically named Emergency Escape, a brilliant beam of light shoots into the sky. The soldiers watch from the ground as their commander orders all units to stand by. A subordinate informs the commander that headquarters confirmed the fleeing entity is not one of their test subjects. The commander seems pleased by this news and orders everyone to pull out immediately. Slurp. Elsewhere, Yong-rae eats noodles while watching the news, wondering if the military was brainwashed by a cult. The scene transitions to a spacious, luxurious, modern living room. At a police station, a distressed man and woman gesture frantically. A woman with short, dark hair watches the couple on a monitor, sipping from a glass of red wine. Another man at the police station nervously tells an officer he believes they were all hypnotized and demands their money back. The woman with the wine deduces that Lahan has brainwashing powers, but muses that she wouldn't use them for something so trivial. She stands alone by a large glass door in a pristine, modern office. Out on the balcony, she crosses her arms and stares out at the sky, lost in thought. As she thinks the name Lahan, her hand trembles and she loses her grip on the wine glass. A single black feather drifts down as the glass shatters on the patio below. Back at the apartment, the little girl joyfully proclaims that the instant noodles are delicious. Yong-rae demands to know who the child is, and Lahan introduces her as Yana Kung before he asks why she is even here. Lahan casually explains she ran into a starving Yana and decided to bring her home for a meal. Yong-rae retorts in disbelief that she's a child, not a stray cat. Yana quietly admits that her mom and dad don't know she's there. She then cheerfully adds that her parents don't care much anyway, and won't even notice she skipped cram school. Gulp. Yong-rae swallows hard, disturbed by Yana's casual neglect, while Lahan remains unfazed. Lahan dismisses Yong-rae's concern, lecturing him that children need freedom and must learn through rebellion and hardship. Outraged, Yong-rae calls her philosophy irresponsible, reminding her that she isn't Yana's parent. Done! Lahan retorts that parents are often too close to the situation and are ruining their children with things like cram school. Yong-rae asks Lahan what she knows about raising a child, sparking a heated argument where she vows to raise her future child to be strong, unlike his. Their intense argument comes to an abrupt and awkward halt. Yana looks down sadly, remarking that their fighting reminds her of her own parents. Apologizing for the trouble, Yana gets up from the table to leave. Fumble. She kneels by the door to put on her shoes. Yong-rae gently calls out to the teary-eyed Yana, stopping her. With a kind smile, Yong-rae invites her to stay longer. He reassures her it's no trouble, but suggests they should call her parents so they don't worry. Sniffling, Yana worries her parents will scold her, so Yong-rae suggests she just tell them when she gets home. Nod. Yana tearfully agrees to his suggestion. Ugh. Yong-rae buries his face in his hand, questioning his decision, as a grinning Lahan looks on victoriously. At a roller rink, Yana explains that she always wanted to come with her parents, but they never had time. Yong-rae notes all the families around and asks Lahan if it's her first time at a rink as well. Lahan questions the point of skates, so Yong-rae explains how to use them and advises she wear protective gear. Lahan scoffs at the idea of safety gear, but an excited Yana urges them to hurry up and get skating. Yong-rae patiently helps a wobbly Yana, praising her for doing a good job. She beams with happiness while holding his hands for support. Yong-rae encourages Yana to try skating on her own, but she panics, afraid she will fall. He reassures her, promising to catch her if she starts to fall. He lets go, and after a moment of flailing, Yana finds her balance as he cheers for her talent. Roll! She skates on her own, amazed and thrilled that she's doing it. Impressed, Yong-rae praises her skill, and an enthusiastic Yana declares she'll do a lap by herself. Yong-rae smiles, happy to see Yana enjoying herself, but a sudden thought strikes him. Where's Lahan? At the rink, Lahan stands alone with her arms crossed, looking thoroughly unimpressed. Done. Internally, she fumes, realizing she is completely unable to move forward on the skates. Swish Yong-rae approaches, casually explaining that he was just watching her and Yana. With a kind smile, Yong-rae offers Lahan his hand for support. Flustered, Lahan insists she isn't stuck because she can't skate by herself. Suddenly, Lahan loses her balance, accidentally kicking Yong-rae in the face as she falls. Crash. As Lahan lies dazed on the ground, a concerned Yong-rae rushes to her side, asking if she's okay. Crouch. While Yong-rae helps her, a blushing Lahan feels humiliated, thinking this is just like the bicycle fiasco. A cartoonish vision shows a miserable Lahan in full protective gear, struggling to skate, while others glide by effortlessly. Lahan complains to Yong-rae about the embarrassing protective gear, but he insists on it for her safety and tells her to take his hands. As Yong-rae holds her waist for support, a wobbly Lahan complains that her legs won't stop moving. Swoop! Lahan's legs slide out into a split, and Yong-rae urgently reminds her to keep her toes forward. Now flat on the floor, Lahan tells Yong-rae to stop analyzing her weaknesses as he notes her flexibility but poor balance. Yong-rae thoughtfully holds Lahan's hands, trying to teach her how to skate. Zoom Yana speeds past them with ease, leaving Yong-rae to marvel at how fast she is. Under the roller rink sign, Yong-rae and Lahan stand together, holding hands. Yong-rae gives Lahan a sly, knowing smile as they hold hands, much to her apparent chagrin. Screech. Skid. Yana executes a perfect, sharp turn, stopping right in front of the pair. Beam Yana excitedly raises her hand, announcing that she wants to skate with them both. Yong-rae is stunned that Yana just drifted, while Lahan resignedly notes how quickly children learn. Now walking hand in hand, Yong-rae, Lahan, and Yana look like a happy family leaving the rink. As they walk, both Yong-rae and Lahan seem lost in their own quiet thoughts. For a moment, Lahan reveals a soft, genuine smile, secretly enjoying the day. Lahan regains her composure, telling a downcast Yong-rae she found skating unstimulating and wants a bigger challenge next time. Yana cheers at the idea of hanging out again, and Lahan, flustered by Yong-rae's smirk, reluctantly agrees. Yong-rae smiles, gently telling Yana that if she wants to hang out again, she must tell her parents so they don't worry. Yana happily salutes in agreement, as Lahan tells Yong-rae she will take the girl home, warning of possible villains. While a confused Yong-rae questions her comment, Yana waves goodbye and Lahan urges him to leave. Walking home, Yana calls Yong-rae a nice person and a good cook, but Lahan clarifies he is not her boyfriend. Surprised, Yana asks what Yong-rae is to her then. Lahan declares he is her nemesis, a mere descendant of her true foe, but Yana asks if she likes him since she looks so happy. Lahan vehemently denies this, claiming she despises him, and that her heart burns with anger the more time they spend together. With surprising insight, Yenna asks if Lahan is sure that feeling isn't just love. Lahan scoffs, asking how a child would know, so Yenna proudly reveals she has a boyfriend at school named Young-min. Yenna dreamily describes her boyfriend, leaving Lahan stunned that a child her age already has one. HMPH. Changing the subject, Lahan haughtily reveals her secret. She has actually lived for several centuries. Yenna is amazed, guessing that Lahan must be a magical girl, and Lahan wearily agrees. Yenna puts the pieces together, realizing Yong-rae's ancestor must have been a villain, which Lahan confirms is why she can't like him. Yenna thoughtfully points out that Yong-rae himself hasn't actually done anything wrong. Lahan snaps that his bloodline alone makes him guilty and that she must have her revenge. Yenna argues that it's sad since he's a good person and his ancestor is the one who was mean to Lahan, not him. Lahan insists she has no choice. Claiming revenge on him is the only way to affect his ancestor and find peace. Yenna looks up at Lahan, questioning her logic, and suggests that from her perspective, Yenna finishes her thought, saying it just looks like they like each other, as the scene cuts to Yong-rae sleeping soundly. A tiny, unimpressed Lahan watches him drool and snore in his sleep. Looking down at the sleeping Yong-rae, Lahan thinks to herself that he has no class whatsoever. Lahan quietly approaches his bed on her bare feet. In her pajamas, Lahan stands over Yong-rae, her expression turning sharp and determined. Yong-rae continues to snore, completely oblivious to Lahan watching him with a dark resolve. Alone in her pajamas, Lahan wonders if she's starting to like Yong-rae, then violently rejects the idea, her expression turning demonic. As Yong-rae sleeps, Lahan decides her resolve is weakening, and she must finish her plan before it fades completely, her hand glowing with dark energy. With murderous eyes, Lahan declares that she, the demon lord Dullahan, will deal with this child. Swoosh. She lunges with a sharp-clawed hand, vowing she can kill the pathetic fool whenever she pleases. Her face contorts with maniacal glee as she thinks she can finally kill him. A quiet moment passes as Yong-rae continues to sleep soundly, oblivious to the danger. Reflected in her eye, Yong-rae's peaceful sleeping face seems to give her pause. Defeated, Lahan slumps to the floor beside the bed, her assassination attempt a failure. A single bead of sweat rolls down her face as she stares, frustrated and shaken by her hesitation. The scene shifts to a quiet street at night, where a young man and woman walk as a crow watches from a lamppost. The dark-haired young man, Joke, looks at his phone and shares a fact about Spanish, prompting his companion, Gayon, to sarcastically remark on his studiousness. Gayon accuses him of studying because of another woman, but Joke defensively claims he's only learning Spanish to annoy her. Gayon probes if he's found someone new, asking if he wouldn't be sad if she, his ex, moved on so quickly, but he deflects the question. Joke clarifies that he only suggested they break up because her mom hates him, to which Gayon argues that he must have wanted to break up if he said that. Checking her phone, Gayon is surprised by the late hour and says she must go, promising to see him at school. Jo calls after Gayon, asking why she wanted to meet, but she just says she wanted company and quickly leaves him standing there frustrated. Gayon gives a brief, troubled glance over her shoulder as she walks away. The scene changes to the mysterious woman with dark hair, who smiles slyly while holding a glass of red wine amidst red flowers. She takes a satisfied sip of wine, remarking on her love for drinking and inviting someone to join her. Gayon appears, declining the drink as she's underage, and suggesting her mother find a hobby besides getting rich. The woman approaches with a smile as Gayon suggests she could try studying at a cafe. Flinch. The woman knowingly asks if Gayon was meeting that boy Jack again, causing Gayon to startle. Gayon nervously denies knowing anyone named Joke, pretending she's never heard of him. Her mother smiles, unfazed, and says she already knows the truth. Gayon immediately caves, admitting she met him and demanding to know why her mother cares so much about who she sees. Smiling, her mother reveals it's because Gayon is the most perfect of all her children. Confused, Gayon states she has no siblings, but her mother cryptically replies that's only the case for now. Her mother touches her cheek, claiming Gayon takes after her and is too special to spend time with just anyone. Gayon defends Joke, arguing that he's not a loser just because he struggles with subjects society values. Her mother dismisses him as not being noble enough, prompting Gayon to ask if she dated her dad for his nobility. The mother wistfully recalls Gayon's father doing manual labor, so Gaeon presses her on why she dislikes Jook. Her mother explains that nobility is an innate quality, not something defined by one's job. She fondly describes Gaeon's father as a powerful warrior, trailing off into details about their love life that make Gaeon cringe. Gaeon cuts to the chase, asking why her mother broke up with him if she liked him so much. With a knowing smile, her mother simply states that humans change, and their values grew apart. The two stand in a moment of silence, Gaeon looking conflicted while her mother sips her wine. Sigh. Gaeon announces she's going to shower, and her mother casually agrees. Her mother stops her, insisting she'll do something herself because she's faster, and Gaeon might get hurt. Waving her hand, the mother chides Gaeon, saying she should have been more careful in the first place. The mother stands alone by the window, smiling menacingly into the night. On the balcony, a broken plate lies shattered on the floor as the mother walks away. Sha. The mother uses purple magic, effortlessly repairing the shattered pieces of the plate. She looks at her hand with a sigh, lamenting that her once great powers are now only useful for such trivial things. The next day begins with a quiet shot of the apartment building. Yong-rae jolts awake in a panic, realizing he slept through his alarm and they have to run, while Lahan stands behind him looking unconcerned. Lahan just stares blankly, giving a deadpan, Sharon response. Confused by her mood, Yong-rae asks what's wrong, noting she's been down since their outing on Saturday. Sigh. Lahan avoids the question, telling him not to worry and that she just has things to ponder. Shout, losing his patience, Yong-rae yells that whatever is bothering her can wait, because they need to get to work. Vroom. Now on a scooter with helmets on, Yong-rae impatiently tells Lahan to floor it. Whoosh! Yong-rae and Lahan speed down the road on their scooter, weaving through traffic. Done. Inside a police car, an officer asks his partner, Minsu, if he's ready, and Minsu eagerly confirms he's prepared by watching Formula One. Fired up, Minsu declares it's time to enact justice, and both officers shout in agreement as they start the chase. Wee-oo! The police are now in pursuit of Yong-rae and Lahan's scooter. URK. Yong-rae panics that the police are on their tail, but Lahan dryly remarks that he is practically an outlaw now. Vroom. Yong-rae tells Lahan to hold on tight as they speed up, and she agrees. Squeeze. Lahan's hands clutch Yong-rae's waist as they accelerate. A flustered and blushing Lahan appears unnerved by the close contact. Vroom. The scooter bursts forward, leaving a trail of purple energy as it rockets through traffic. Now safely on the sidewalk, Yong-rae hoots Lahan wasn't frightened this time, and thanks her for getting them to work on time. Yong-rae hands Lahan her helmet and asks where her motorcycle is, and she replies that she doesn't think the parking lot has space. Lahan insists she has her own parking spot, secretly worried she can't let her motorcycle, Victor, transform with Yong-rae watching, while fending off his offer to help. Step. Lahan walks her skeletal-looking motorcycle away to a more secluded spot. Patting her unique motorcycle, Lahan praises her ride, Victor, for a job well done. Swoosh! A burst of purple magic envelops the motorcycle. Pop! The large motorcycle transforms into a tiny skeletal creature. Nay, the creature lands in Lahan's hand as she praises Victor for being faster than before. A young woman with long dark hair stands by a postal service truck, watching the scene unfold. The dark-haired woman looks completely shocked by what she just witnessed. Inside the office break room, Lahan casually stirs a cup of instant coffee. The dark-haired woman watches from the doorway as a hand pours a coffee mix packet into another cup. Lahan turns, startled, and asks if someone is having coffee, completely surprised by the other woman's presence. As they face each other, the dark-haired woman realizes with a jolt that she didn't sense Lahan's presence at all. The dark-haired woman looks on with a nervous sweat drop, clearly troubled. Lahan calmly asks the woman if she had something to tell her. The dark-haired woman asks if Lahan heard that one of the managers, Yoonji-go, is coming today. Swish! Lahan ignores the question, thinking she needs to hurry and stir her coffee mix before it settles. Thump. The dark-haired woman grabs Lahan's arm, demanding to know who she really is. The woman fiercely tells Lahan not to pretend she doesn't know what she's talking about. She confronts Lahan, revealing she saw her transform a motorcycle into a creature and knows she's not an ordinary human. Flinch. Lahan sets her cup down, as the woman confesses she's now unsure of what to do. Gulp. The dark-haired woman swallows nervously, her eyes fixed on Lahan. Done. Lahan turns and reveals that 1,000 years ago, humans called her the Demon Lord, The dark-haired woman is stunned speechless by the shocking revelation. She stammers, asking if Lahan is really 1,000 years older, before telling herself that's not the important part. The woman, Sujin, confronts Lahan about being the demon lord, while Lahan asks her to let her finish, and Sujin internally remarks on how neither of them are normal. Loom, as a dark aura surrounds her, Lahan explains she was unwillingly titled Demon Lord because humans feared her, but Sujin retorts she must have done something evil. Lahan admits she didn't expect Sujin to believe her so easily, wondering if she's just innocent, and notes Sujin isn't scared. Thump. Sujin puts a hand to her chest, admitting she's rattled but not surprised, since Lahan's behavior never seemed human. Lahan tells Sujin to calm down, explaining that her abilities are infectious and that Sujin has already absorbed a lot of them. Sujin panics, asking what will happen to her, and Lahan calmly explains she'll grow horns, could go berserk like Jaewon, and will gain magical abilities. Sujin recoils, realizing with horror that Lahan is responsible for what happened to her coworker. A man enters the break room, and Sujin greets him nervously while Lahan dismissively tells him their conversation is none of his business. The manager advises them not to let their friendship affect work hours, then spots Lahan's coffee and decides to drink it himself. Lahan's jaw drops in utter horror and disbelief. As the manager walks away with her coffee, Lahan watches in despair. Lahan warns Sujin she has 2 strikes left, while Sujin panics and asks what to do, and Lahan internally mourns her lost coffee. Lahan vaguely reassures Sujin she will probably be fine, prompting Sujin to shout that it is Lahan's fault, and demand she fix it and explain why she is at the company. Flinch. Lahan reveals she's there because of Yong-rae Kim, causing Sujin to gasp in shock. Lahan explains that while she planned to take revenge on Yong-rae, she discovered his life was already miserable, even with Sujin at his side. Sujin glares, realizing Lahan knew about her and Yong-rae all along, and defensively insists she's not the one who made him miserable. Lahan admits her original plan was to make Yong-rae happy, and then take her revenge. Sujin stares in wide-eyed surprise at Lahan's strange plan. Scoff. Sujin mockingly asks if Lahan has grown fond of him. Lahan turns away, her expression unreadable as she considers the question. Crossing her arms, Lahan states that her resentment for Yong-rae's ancestor hasn't faded, and she doesn't think she's fallen in love with him. Lahan thoughtfully reflects that she'd forgotten about affection and friendship, feelings she's now experiencing with many people at the company, not just Yong-rae. Sujin looks conflicted and asks Lahan what she plans to do now. Lahan cheerfully proposes she might just keep working there, aiming to become the boss in a few years. As Lahan excitedly talks about trying a normal life, Sujin interrupts her by sternly saying her name. Lahan gazes intently at Sujin, her playful demeanor gone. Sujin challenges Lahan, questioning if it's right for her to stay and saying a good person would leave for everyone else's sake. Walking past Lahan, Sujin declares that she's human, unlike her. Lahan stands silently in the break room as Sujin walks out the door. Sujin sits at her desk with her head down, lost in troubled thoughts. Back at her desk, Sujin remains quiet and contemplative. Lahan's previous cheerful suggestion to stay and become the boss echoes, contrasting with her current serious expression. Thump. Thump. A surge of purple energy envelops a distraught Sujin as she yells at Lahan for trying to give her power she doesn't have. Thump. Sujin's eye glows a menacing red, pulsing with newfound power. Jolt. Shake. The office suddenly trembles, causing Sujin to look up in alarm as a coworker wonders if the building moved. Chatter. As coworkers murmur about a possible earthquake, someone suggests checking online for news. Thump. Thump. Murmur. Sujin feels her heart pound and realizes with dawning horror that the tremor might have been her own power. A manager dismisses the commotion as construction on another floor and orders everyone back to work. Mutter. One coworker explains to another that modern buildings are earthquake resistant, though his colleague seems unfamiliar with the term. Bow. A stylish woman with light brown hair arrives, happily greeting the office as her coworkers welcome her back. Beam 2 female employees excitedly identify the newcomer as Miss Yoon-ji-go and welcome their manager back. Yoon-ji-go cheerfully chats with a male coworker, telling him he looks like he lost weight, though he admits he actually gained some. Chatter. Yong-rae leans over Lahan's desk, urging her to go say hello to Miss Go. Lahan reflects bitterly that her ancient foe, Leonard, must have been happy after defeating her, living on to have a family. Shake. Frown. Yong-rae prods a reluctant Lahan, who finally agrees to say hello, asking if that woman is the manager, Yoon-ji-go. Yoon-ji-go beams, surrounded by happy colleagues and yellow flowers. Lahan looks up from her desk, her expression neutral as she sees Yoon-ji. Stare. Lahan squints in confusion, a bewildered, huh? Crossing her mind. A sudden recognition flashes as Lahan thinks Yoon-ji reminds her of someone from her past. Lahan stares in disbelief, utterly shocked by the resemblance. Realizing Yoon-ji looks exactly like the princess from Leonard's kingdom, Lahan watches as Yoon-ji greets another coworker, Young-yeon. Yoon-ji turns with a friendly smile, remarking that she and Lahan haven't met yet. Lahan is frozen in shock, unable to respond. A montage shows the entire office watching the first meeting between Lahan and their returning manager. Lahan whispers the name Ophelia, startling Yong-rae, who stands beside her. The boss explains Lahan's strange behavior to a pleased Yoon-ji as a language barrier, while Yong-rae thinks it sounds like badly translated subtitles. Smile. Yoon-ji asks how Lahan knew her English name was Ophelia, causing Lahan to jolt with shock. Whoosh! Clamp. Before a shocked Lahan can ask how she's still alive, Yong-rae quickly covers her mouth. Yoon-ji-go, now known as Ophelia, watches the sudden commotion with a look of mild surprise. Yong-rae silences Lahan, telling her to stop making a bad impression while nervously greeting Ophelia himself. Haha. While still holding Lahan back, Yong-rae laughs awkwardly, admitting he doesn't know what's going on as Ophelia chuckles. Ophelia notes that Yong-rae seems to have made a friend, a first for him at the company, as Lahan struggles and he gasps that she nearly killed him. Ophelia extends her hand, politely saying it's nice to meet Lahan, who stares back warily, wondering if she knows the truth. The scene shifts to the exterior of a Hollisan black pork restaurant. Raise. The manager from the office enthusiastically holds up his drink, calling for everyone to raise their glasses for a toast. At a company dinner, the manager and two women raise their glasses as he proposes a cheerful toast. Sizzle. As the manager grills meat, he thanks Miss Go for her hard work, but she insists the thanks belong to everyone else. Reach. Yong-rae enthusiastically offers to grill, but the manager bluntly tells him to just eat since he's bad at it. Ophelia explains the manager is just trying to be kind so they can relax, though he denies it, and she playfully asks Yong-rae for backup. Awkward. Ophelia compliments Yong-rae, saying he looks much better and different, while he claims not to see a change. Turn. Two coworkers agree that Yong-rae has regained his initial enthusiasm from when he first joined the company. As the pork belly cooks, a coworker praises Miss Go's compliments, and she insists they're all true. Lahan, her hair now pink, concludes that Ophelia doesn't recognize her and must be a descendant, as her being alive makes no sense. Sujin hesitantly calls out to Miss Go, catching herself before she can say Ophelia. Lahan directly asks Ophelia if she happens to be related to Yong-rae. Haha. The manager laughs, telling Ophelia that Lahan must have made the connection because Ophelia looks after Yong-rae so much. Lahan is internally confused, realizing that if Ophelia is a descendant of both Leonard and Princess Ophelia, she and Yong-rae should be related. Yong-rae asks Ophelia if it's true that she watches out for him more than the others. Ophelia smiles gently, wistfully suggesting that perhaps they were friends in a past life. The phrase, a past life, jolts Lahan, whose thoughts come to a screeching halt. Lahan has a revelation, wondering if Ophelia is a reincarnation born from deep yearning, as legend says. Lahan theorizes that if Ophelia was reincarnated, she either loved Leonard enough to want to meet him again in another life, or she hated Lahan so much that she was reborn to defeat her, flashing back to a scene of her own defeat at Leonard's hands. Grin. In a flashback, a younger Leonard with a sword eagerly declares, Leonard versus Dullahan, round 50. A flashback shows Lahan in her full demon form, looking utterly bored while lounging on her throne. In another memory, an older Leonard confronts Lahan, who taunts him until he yells, Die! Remembering how she once made him dance before setting him free. In a sweeter memory, a younger Lahan proudly shows off a statue she carved. Yud. A young Leonard praises her work, impressed that she carved it by hand without magic, as she excitedly points to another. The flashback shows a happy young Lahan presenting a hand-carved statue of Leonard. She then cheerfully punches the statue, shattering its head. Leonard lies knocked out on the floor, a large bandage on his head. Lahan stands over him, questioning why he broke her masterpiece and teasing him for being too weak and only good at losing to her. She then suggests he give up being a hero to get married and live a normal life, saying love gets in the way of training. Lahan asks if he wants to marry the princess of the Leo kingdom and whether they like each other. Lahan's expression in the past turns serious and contemplative. Hey, her memory is interrupted by someone asking why she's running away so fast. A brief, bright memory shows Princess Ophelia laughing with pure joy. A hooded Lahan watches from the shadows, her expression grim. In another flashback, Leonard stands before Lahan's throne, noting a month has passed since their last battle. Lahan, now wearing a flower in her hair, taunts him for looking so downtrodden instead of glaring at her like usual. Leonard gravely states that he was told she was attacked by a demon. A dramatic flash of images shows a slash mark and the shocked, intense eyes of Lahan and Leonard. Back in the present, Lahan puzzles over who Leonard married if not Ophelia, dismissing the idea of Yong-rae being his reincarnation due to incompetence. Yong-rae breaks her concentration by pointing out that she's been frowning for a while. Lahan looks up, startled out of her deep thoughts. Nom. As the manager eats, Yong-rae complains about being teased for his concern, while a coworker begs the manager to save some meat for them. Chatter. Amid the lively dinner, Sujin sits alone in her thoughts, looking isolated and troubled. Step. A security guard makes his rounds through the dark and empty office. The guard looks around the deserted office floor and calls out, "Is anyone still here?" Silence. Concluding he's alone, the guard decides it's time for him to clock out as well. Crack. A large, ominous crack suddenly splinters across an office wall.